Tally is not just a skill, it's a non-negotiable requirement across industries for managing finance and accounts. Whether you are a newcomer stepping into the business world, steering a small or medium-sized enterprise, or navigating the service industry, you have made the perfect choice by joining this course. Welcome to your first step towards mastering Tally ERP 9, a tool with powerful capabilities in accounting, inventory management, and compliance. It's the ease of use and versatility of Tally ERP 9 that makes it so popular among various sectors. This is the most exhaustive all-in-one tutorial on Tally that you could come across, especially if you are just starting out. Not only will this course get you up and running with Tally, but it combines comprehensive tutorials with real-world applications for use cases like financial accounting, financial management, goods and service tax, compliance, as well as payroll management, which is why we call it your ticket to financial mastery. Let's get started. So, why we require this Tally? Okay, so in Tally we have so many versions, and we are going to use for accounting and financial purpose, for our financial reports, and other purpose we are using the Tally for, like small companies, big companies, or medium scale companies. They are also using this Tally, correct? So we are going to learn the software Tally and how to work with a Tally, or how to use the Tally, and what are the basic concepts we require to use Tally in our organization, that we are going to learn. Okay, so let's start with the agenda points. So in this session, we are going to discuss about the first one is the basics of accounting. That is the basic terminologies or basic concepts of accounting we are going to discuss. And I will tell you why we require this basics of accounting in Tally. Okay. Next, we are going to discuss about the branches of accounting. Either we call it as branches or types of accounting or various kinds of accounting we have, that we are going to discuss. And next we are going to discuss about the GST, that is your goods and service tax. Why we require this GST in Tally? Because we need to give some input to Tally also. Because it is a software, we need to give some inputs, then only we can get the accurate financial reports or accurate data of the organization. Okay, so then we are going to discuss about the introduction to Tally. Okay, then we are going to start with the features of Tally, purpose of Tally software we are going to use in the organization, and the steps to install Tally in our system. And the last one, we are going to discuss about the hands-on part. So how practically we can use Tally in the software, that also we are going to discuss. So these are the few topics we are going to cover in this Tally course. So the first, we have already discussed that we are going to discuss the basic accounting or the basic concepts of accounting we are going to discuss, correct? So in that first one, in the accounting, bookkeeping. The bookkeeping is also called as the primary entry of books or primary entry of a record of all the transaction. Okay, so it is the art of recording business transaction in the books of accounts in an orderly manner. So in the organization, so in a day, they are going to do so many transactions or so many activities or tasks, correct? So each and every task or activities or the transaction in terms of money, we can easily value the transaction in terms of money that they are need to record in their primary books or primary books of accounts, we call it as bookkeeping. So all the transaction they need to record. Why we need to record this transaction? Because if we want to do like any financial statements, we require this transaction. From this transaction only, we are going to start all the books of accounts. Like in Tally also, if we have this transaction or the bookkeeping records, that we need to give as a input to Tally. Okay, because we need to give what is the transaction, whether it may be asset purchase or asset sold, or goods purchase, goods sold, or we are going to expenses, that is we are going to pay expenses like printing and stationery or any other postages, telegrams, fuel, coal, gas, for other expenses we are going to pay. So all those transactions, it is very, very important to give as an input to any software. Correct? So that is the reason we require this bookkeeping. The definition of bookkeeping is it is the science and art of correctly recording in the books of accounts all those business transactions that result in the transfer of money or money's worth. But the transaction should be valued in terms of money only. Whether we are going to give money or we are going to give equals to the money. For example, if we are going to purchase some X product from the other business or other organization, on that time they required our goods, whatever we are going to produce in our organization. On that time, what we are going to do, whatever the value of that X product and our product, we are going to compare. For their one product, we are going to give two products, or for their two products, we are going to give one product of our organization. So that is money's worth. So this is the bookkeeping and the meaning and definition of bookkeeping, and what is the use of recording this bookkeeping, and this is the very important for giving as an input for Tally software. Because if you are not given proper input, then you are not going to get the accurate financial statements or accurate financial reports from the Tally software. So bookkeeping is very important role in the Tally software also. We are going to use this word accounting or accounts, correct? So what do you mean by this accounting first? So according to American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, that is AICPA, accounting is the art of recording, classifying and summarizing in a significant manner in terms of money, transaction and events which are in part at least of financial character and interpreting the results thereof. So the first word, that is the art. Okay, we need to record in a manner that whatever the accounting standards we have. I think so you heard the word GAAP, GAAP, generally accepted accounting standards or accounting practice we call it as. So we are going to maintain our books as per the accounting standards. Okay, if for example, if you don't have or if you are not following the GAAP rules and regulations or standards, then I'm going to record in my own way, or X person will going to record in other way, or other organization they are going to record in their own ways. So on that time the differentiation will be there, correct? So that is the reason all the companies they needs to maintain their books of accounts in the same standard or in the same procedures. That is the art of recording. What we are going to record first thing. So earlier we have already discussed, right? The bookkeeping or all the transaction we are going to record in our books of accounts. That is the recording. If we miss one recording or one transaction of any activity, if we missed, okay, then our final output or the final financial report, that will not accurate, correct? So that is the reason it is an art of recording and classifying. What we are going to classify? We are going to classify as a cash flow statement, fund flow statement, income statement and assets and liabilities. So all the transaction we are going to classify it into this category, whether it is an asset or it may be a liability, or it is an current assets, current liability, long-term debt, or it is a capital. So all those things we are going to divide, correct? So that is called classifying. Next, we are going to summarize. Summarizing is nothing but we are going to post it to the particular or the correct books of accounts only. Okay. For example, the purchase of raw material. If we are going to mention in the sales account, that is wrong, because we need to mention in the purchase of whatever the X company or with the whatever the person we are going to purchase in their individual ledger account we need to maintain first. Then we are going to maintain at a sales account, correct? So like that we need to summarize all this significant manner and in terms of money. So each transaction we need to mention or we need to record in terms of monies or money's worth. Because if we purchase raw material, what is the worth of that raw material? We need to measure in terms of money only. So that we need to mention in the books of accounts. And all the transaction and the events which are in part at least. So whatever the part of our organizational activity that we need to record, that is must and should. Then a financial character. So the whatever the value or the money we are going to record the transaction, and it should be interpret. So we need to give the interpretation for like in a quarterly wise or yearly wise or half yearly wise, we need to give the interpretation for the particular books of account, whether it may be a profit and loss account, income statement or your balance sheet, we need to give the interpretation. So if for example, for last year and for this year, the current assets were increased. or current liabilities was decreased, fixed assets was increased. What is the reason? Why it is increasing from the last year or from the last quarter? That interpretation should be there in the books of accounts. Next, the process of accounting. Just we have discussed about the definition. As per the AICPA, we have discussed the meaning on definition of accounting, correct? So what is the process they are going to follow in the accounting? So first one, classification into assets, liabilities, capital, revenue and expenses. So these are the broadly 5 categories of accounts we have. So whatever the transaction or whatever the recording we are going to do, we are going to classify as this 5 categories. First one, as an assets. So which is owned to that organization. If for example, you are the company or you are the proprietor, then which is your company, for that you have owned that asset or own that property, then we call it as an asset to that organization. Next, liabilities. Liabilities is nothing but what we owe to others. That is not your money. You are going to take from others. For example, bank loan, or you are going to take as a debenture. Okay, you are going to issue debt certificate and you are going to collect the money, or you are going to take the third party's money, that is as a loan. Okay, all this money is not yours, but you have taken from others, that you need to repay along with whatever the interest rate you have fixed or the contract is there. According to that, you need to pay the interest also. That is called liabilities. Next, the capital. Capital is nothing but it may be the owner's complete amount he has invested in his organization, or he is going to collect money from all the investor who is going to ready to invest their money in that particular organization. They are called as investors, correct? So they are going to collect the or pool of money from all the investors. He is going to invest in his organization, or he is going to utilize that money in his organization as a capital. Then we call it as capital, whether it may be a proprietor own money or it may be from the collected from the investors. That is called capital. Next, the revenue. Revenue is nothing but the income or the profit we are going to get for that particular organization. For example, they have sold goods. Okay, the company is going to sold goods of 10,000 rupees, but they have spent for producing that product is 5,000 rupees. So they have produced it for 5,000 and they have sell it for 10,000 rupees. So the 5,000, remaining 5,000 is there, right? So that is called revenue, or we call it as profit to that organization. So whatever the revenue, interest received, dividend received, or rent received, or you are going to get any income of selling the assets. Okay, all those things will comes under the revenue. At the end, expenses. Expenses is nothing but the money spent for our day-to-day activity. That is your for printing and stationery, or for coffee or any other snacks, food items. For that you are going to spend money, or you are going to give salary or wages or transportation expenses. All those things will consider as a expenses for the organization. So these are the 5 broadly classified categories of accounting. Okay, whatever the transaction is there, we need to divide or we need to classify for this 5 categories. Preparation of income statement. So income statement is nothing but it is a account that we are going to maintain all our income at the left hand side of our books of account, and the expenses or the whatever the amount we are going to spend, okay, that we are going to maintain at the right side of the accounts. So all incomes left side, all expenses right side we are going to maintain, and we are going to get the whatever the balances left side or right side, that we are going to take from the income statement. Next, we are going to give the communication of results. So whatever the profit we have or whatever the loss we have, that we are going to communicate. And the last point, identification of accounting transaction which have documentary evidence. So in this books of account, the main thing is for each and every transaction, whether we have the supporting document or not, or each transaction is backed by any evidence, that is your voucher or bill or any supporting document, it is there or not. If it is there, then only they are going to consider the transaction as a valid transaction. Otherwise, they are going to reject the transaction, because each and every activity we are going to do in the organization or the transaction, for that we need to give or we need to support it by the documents only. Next, the functions of accounting. So what are the different functions of accountings are there. So if you use the accounting software, that is your Tally, if you are going to use, what are the functions it's going to do? So first one, recording. So in the Tally software, the first thing we need to do this recording of all the transaction. In the Tally, first we need to give the input, correct? So for giving that input, we need to record all the transaction, correct? And then what we are going to do, we need to classify the transaction into 5 categories. That is your assets, liability, capital, revenue and expenses, correct? So that software only will take care of which is the assets, liabilities. When we giving the inputs only, we need to give whether it may be an asset, it may be liability or the capital or the revenue or the expenses that we need to give before we give for the input. So there is no need to classify the transaction into categories by the Tally. So next, the summarizing. So as per the whatever the inputs we are given, and already we have given some mandate of like what is the depreciation percentage, how we are going to maintain books of accounts, everything we need to give as an input, correct? So according to that, it's going to summarize the transaction, whatever we have given. And we are going to analyze the transaction. In the manual books of accounts, what we are going to do, the accounting manager or the whatever the frontline manager or metrics member or the auditor, they are going to analyze the each and every books of accounts, whether where we are lagging or where we have the sufficient funds or where we can get the sources of funds for our organization. All those things will be, we need to analyze in the organization. But in the Tally, so it will analyze all the transaction and it will give the report. Okay, that is the one big feature of Tally. Next, the interpretation. In manual entry, we need to give the interpretation. So what is the reason why we are lacking in the sales for this quarter, or how to overcome from that, whatever the low sales to high sales. All those things we need to give the interpretation. And the last one, we are going to communicating. So communicating to metrics member or to the managers. Okay, we are going to give this communication, correct? So in the Tally, the final, whatever the transaction are done, classified, summarized, recording, everything. Okay, after analyzing, it will give the report. Whatever the interpretation done by the Tally as per the transaction, that will give the reports to that whoever the authority is there. So they can easily go and he can download that report and he can work on that whatever the lacks are there or whatever the deficits are there or where they have the very good stability in their organizational activity, that they can easily get to know from this Tally softwares. So next, we are going to discuss about the branches of accounting. So we call it as branch or we call it as types of different accountings. Okay. So why we require this to study in this course? Okay. So because manually we need to give all these inputs to the Tally. Once you download the Tally or install the Tally, so as per your organizational standard. So if, for example, I am running a sole trading concern. So as per my company, what is the turnover limit or what is the accounting type we are going to maintain? Okay, or it may be a partnership company. Their books of accounts little bit vary will be there, correct? And if it comes to joint stock company or MNCs, they are going to maintain in their own ways, correct? So on that time, we need to give the inputs to the Tally software also. So on that time, this branches of accounting is also useful for the who is going to learn these softwares or who is going to use this software for their organization. So these are the basic things they need to know about the branches or the types of accounting also. So let's begin with the branches of accounting. So first one, financial accounting. So what do you mean by this financial accounting? The word only indicates finance. Finance is nothing but the cash or the money transaction we are going to do in the organization. So usually the first step of the books of account is the bookkeeping, or we are going to record the transaction in the books, correct? So that is the first transaction or first activity we are going to do. So from the bookkeeping to end with the financial statement or financial reports, that we call it as financial accounting. So all the transaction, it may be monies or money's worth we are going to record in our books of accounts. That will comes under this financial accounting. Whether you have invested your money in the organization or you are going to invest your money in some other organization or some investor or invested money in your organization, all those things will comes under the financial accounting. And in this financial accounting, we will get to know what is the gross profit, net profit, or the whatever the organization, the net worth, total net worth of the organization. All those things we are going to learn in this financial accounting. So this is very, very important type of accounting in the organization. And if you are giving the inputs to your software, that is the tally, so on that time also make sure that which company yours or which sector you are belonging to, what is your turnover limit. Second one is accrual basis, so that we are going to maintain on the basis of credit. So these are the two types of accounts we are going to maintain, or we are going to maintain our books in the organization. So whether it may be a cash basis or accrual basis, that is also very, very important while you are giving the inputs to the tally software. Next, the cost accounting. In the cost accounting, usually we are going to use this type of account for getting the what is the per unit cost. Okay, if for example, we are going to produce 10,000 products at 10,000 rupees. So that is the total cost of production is 10,000. What is the per cost then? What is the fixed overhead there, or fixed expenses is there, or how much is the variable expenses per unit? All those things will be count in this cost accounting. And if you are a manufacturing company, the almost all 40 to 50% you are going to based on this cost accounting only. Financial accounting is also there, but that is one part. The majorly we are going to deal with this cost accounting, because how much raw material we are going to purchase, how much we have used, how much in work in progress, how much finished goods were there, and what is our turnover ratio, how many days once we need to order the raw material from the organization or from the suppliers. All those things will be decided in this cost accounting. So while giving input to your tally software, you need to mention how much is the credit repayment period we are going to allow, or the supplier, how much they are going to allow credit period for us to repay the money while we purchase the goods on the basis of credit, and how many days once we need to do the ordering of raw material or ancillary products, or how many days the work in progress will be there. So all this information you need to give it to the tally software, because whatever the inputs you are going to give, based on that it's going to analyze and interpret the data of an organization or your reports, correct? So you need to thorough with these concepts, then you can give some inputs to the tally software for your organization. Next, the management accounting. So management accounting is nothing but the managerial decision will be taken as per this, whatever the record we are going to maintain in this type of accounting. So for example, so how much percentage you are going to give the dividend to your equity shareholder, that will comes in the financial accounting. Why? Because based on our profit we are going to decide. When it comes to management accounting, any changes in the HR policy or the organizational policy, or any bonus we plan to issue for our employees in the organization, or the money, extra money or the bonus money we are going to issue, or if you are increasing the OT, that is overtime expenses, or any food allowances, if you are going to giving to the your employees, then the management accounting, under that we are going to take this all this managerial decision. So individual managers or the frontline managers, they cannot take this decision. The metrics member or the management of that organization, okay, they need to take all this decision. On which basis they are going to take? So they are going to take this management accounting, and they are going to analyze the reports, how much we have the profit and how much we need to spend for our employees, for their benefits or fringe benefits, perquisites, any other things. So that decision, or if they are changing the process of the manufacturing, so whatever the flow of the manufacturing process will be there, if they are going to rechange or they are going to change in the organization, that is also they need to take in the management accounting. Or HR policies, if they are going to change for their employees, that is also under the management accounting only, they need to take all this decision. Next, the important thing is tax management, or we call it as tax accounting. So why we require this tax management or tax accounting? Okay, so if you are going to pay salary to your employees, okay, so you need to deduct the professional tax, that is 200 rupees you are going to deduct. And for your whatever the professional tax, after that you are going to deduct the TDS, tax deducted at source, because source is the salary, correct? So from that salary, if you are going to deduct the TDS, So for their tax purpose, for the employee's tax purpose, correct? That is, we call it as provisional for taxation, that you are going to deduct. For all those things, you need to have the better knowledge about this tax management in the organization. So how much we need to cut the TDS, how you are going to get to know how much salaries that person is drawing, and as per the tax slab rate, how much you need to pay tax after 1 year. That is for the next assessment year, how much you need to pay tax. All those things will be calculated, correct? So for that purpose, the Tally software, when we are going to give the inputs, this tax management or tax accounting is also very, very important for the organization to know about these different types of accounting. And the next one, the corporate accounting. So this is the new branch is added to our accounting or the branches of accounting. That is, if you are going for any mergers activity, or if you are going to amalgamate with the any other organization, or you are going to acquire some other company. So nowadays, if you look at the newspaper or in the whatever the news or magazines, so many companies are going for this acquisition, merger or amalgamation process, correct? Why they are going to go for this, whatever the mergers, acquisition or amalgamation? Because they are going to get the synergy. So additional benefits or extra benefits they are going to get. If for example, X and Y companies are there, the X company is also producing the same product, but the cost is very high. So here the X company is producing at the very less price, and these people are producing for very more price. If they amalgamate or if they merge together, then what they can do? So this X company, they can amalgamate with the or merge with the Y company. They can also produce the whatever the number of products with the minimum of or minimal cost of production. And this Y is good at marketing that product. So they are spending very less amount for marketing, but X company is selling more expenses for selling their products. So on that time, this X company will get the synergy of selling techniques, that Y company is going to get the techniques of producing at a lesser price. So X company will get the whatever the marketing techniques or sales techniques are there from the Y company, they are going to get as a synergy. The X company is going to give their whatever the production process or flow of the products that they are going to give for the Y. That is the synergy for the Y company. So this is how they are going to do this mergers and acquisition. Or if for example acquisition, so the big companies, what they are going to do, they are going to purchase these small companies. For example, take as an automobile company. So if they want to produce one car, so all the whatever the inputs are required, they are not going to produce in their own manufacturing unit, correct? So for producing one car, they required glass items, they required leather, they required all this like painting, they required iron, they required everything they required, correct? So engine. So on that time, what they are going to do? So if the company have the very good sound in the financial position, then what they are going to do? They are going to purchase this ancillary service products companies only. They are going to acquire and then they are going to produce that whatever the automobile or whatever the car they are going to produce. That is also one scenario. Or else if you have the financially that company is stable, and if they have the sufficient fund for acquiring the other company, then also these companies, big companies will go and acquire the small companies. And the last one is forensic accounting. So this is also new accounting or new type of accounting. So forensic accounting is nothing but this, they are going to use it for finding the errors or identify wherever they have done the mistransaction, intentionally or unintentionally. If you do intentionally, then we call it as window dressing. That is manipulation of books of accounts they are going to do, right? So where they have done and what is the amount they have varied from the actual one to whatever they have done the changes. So all those things will be found in the forensic accounting. So these are the 6 broadly classified branches of accounting we have. So all this information we need to give as an input to the Tally software. So we required all this basic knowledge of all these types of accounting, and then only we can give as per our organization whatever the limits or standards we have. For that we can give the input. Next, the golden rules of accounting. So this is the very important in our accounting. Whether you are going to use Tally software or you are going to manually enter all the transaction, you are going to maintain books of accounts or using any other software. These 3 golden rules is very important. First one is personal accounting. So personal account, That is, debit is the receiver, credit is the giver. So if, for example, if you are going to receive, okay, then it may be debit. Okay, why? Because as a person also we have classified into few categories, that is artificial person, natural persons. Okay, so if, for example, the proprietor is going to withdraw his money for his personal use, then it call it as drawings. Then, for example, Mr. X is the supplier of goods to our company, then X account we are going to maintain as a personal account. So all these things will be there. And if it comes to real account, so all your assets and liabilities also will comes under the real account. So debit what comes in. For example, purchase of furniture for 10,000 rupees. So if you purchase the furniture for 10,000 rupees, debit what comes in. So for the organization, what is coming? The furniture is coming to the business, correct? So furniture account debit. 2. Credit what goes out. So if you are going to purchase the furniture, you are going to pay in the form of cash, correct? So cash is going out of the business. So on that time, what goes out, that needs to be credited. That is, cash is going out of the business. So cash account is credited. And in the amount column also, debit side 10, credit side 10,000 you need to write. That is how we need to categorize the real account or personal account or the whatever the rules are there. And it comes to nominal account, debit all expenses and losses, and credit all income and gain. As per the nominal account rule, all the expenses or losses are there that we need to debit as per the nominal account. Credit all our income, gain, profit that we are going to maintain in the credit side. Next, the process of accounting. So this is very, very important if you are going to do your accounts in the manual or you are going to use any software. So first, okay, we are going to start with the bookkeeping, that is the primary books of accounts. Then the transaction will be posted to the, or we are going to pass the journal entries. And then after journal entry, we are going to pass it to the ledger account, that we call it as posting to ledger account. Then we are going to create this trial balance, then the financial statement, that is your income statement, cash flow statement and balance sheet. So in manual, we are going to use or we are going to follow this process of accounting. If it is comes to tally, okay, so in tally what we are going to do, so if we just give the input, that is a bookkeeping, whatever we have recorded the transaction, we need to give as an input. So it will only generate your journal entries, ledger account and trial balance. Then the financial report also it will make ready for you people. So there is no need to explain all these steps because nowadays in the software, okay, so each and every transaction it will be analyzed, it will be passed to journal, ledger, trial balance and the balance sheet with the interpretation of the report that will give by the tally software. So this is the process of accounting we are going to maintain in manually. In the accounting software also they are going to follow, but you can't see what is the next transaction or when next step we can't see, just it will give the direct output whatever we have given as an input. So next we are going to discuss about the introduction to GST, that is your goods and service tax. So if you are a company, okay, leave it the individual person. If you are a company, then this GST will play a very, very, very important and crucial role in the organization. Because earlier days we are going to pay so many taxes, that is sales tax, value added tax or central tax, excise duty, all those octroi. We usually in the inventory management we use the word octroi also. So all these taxes were there, correct? But nowadays we don't use all these taxes. Instead of all these taxes we have replaced and we call it as GST, that is your goods and service tax, correct? So why it is required or why it is important to learn in the tally software? Because we need to give an input. So here also we have so many different types of GST rates will be there. So for each and every product and category, the GST rate will be changed, correct? So and the time of supply, place of supply, all those things will be mentioned. And you are going to learn these concepts also in this course. So reverse mechanism or ITC, that is your input tax credit. All those things if you want to claim, so that need to maintain in your financial reports also, correct? So for that purpose, you need to learn this GST also and you can give as a proper input to the tally software. So just we'll look at the brief or the basic concepts of GST. Introduction to GST, that is your goods and service tax, is a comprehensive indirect tax levied on the supply of goods and services in many countries. So for individuals, as a consumer or a customer, so it is a indirect tax. Why? Because we are not paying directly to the government, correct? If for example, if I go to any hotel, I'm going to purchase some or I'm going to order some items, I'm going to pay whatever it may be 8%, 18% GST to that hotel shopkeeper, correct? So I'm not going to pay to the directly to the government. So on that time, so that whoever is the owner for that hotel or for that organization is running, okay, so that person needs to pay that money to the government on behalf of his customers, correct? So on that time, whatever we have paid, so he needs to give the proper input to the Tally software that how much percentage they are taking from these customers as a SGST and CGST, that is your state goods and service tax, central goods and service tax, correct? So all this information, how you are going to give the input means you need to, or the organization who is going to give as an input to that software, they need to learn about the GST and the interest rates and the ITCs and other few concepts in the GST. GST is a consumption tax that is imposed on supply of goods and services. It's destination based tax, which means it is collected at the point of consumption. So I already given the example, correct? So if I'm going to take or if I'm going to order something in the hotel, then only I'm going to pay this whatever the 18%, 8%, 28% GST, correct? So that is the reason GST we call it as consumption based taxation. At the point of consumption only we are going to pay tax to the shopkeeper. So these are the few key terminologies we are going to use in the GST, and these few things, okay, so these terminologies we are going to give as an input to the Tally softwares, because I will tell you one by one. So first one, very important, that input tax credit. If for example, I'm the manufacturing company, I'm going to purchase the raw material from the other companies, correct? So it may be XYZ or ABC company. So from that ABC company, I'm going to purchase raw material. On that time, I need to pay GST for that ABC company. So if I already paid tax to that ABC, again I need to pay government for this, whatever the goods we are going to produce, correct? So on that time, how much GST you have paid for your supplier, okay? On that time, you can mention that amount or whatever the percentage you have paid for whatever the turnover, that you can mention in the GST report, and you can claim that money as a input tax credit from your GST or from our government. So that is the reason. So this input tax credit is also very important, because if you are not given proper input for the Tally software, so instead of giving 10,000 rupees, if you given 5,000 rupees, so other 5,000 will be lost, correct? That is for 1 year. So if you are going to use the Tally software for next few years, then whatever the inputs you are given, if it is wrong, then you are going to lose your money and you are not going to get the accurate report also, correct? So that is the reason you need to learn about these GST concepts also. Next, the threshold limits. Usually the GST council members, so they are going to give these threshold limits. But for your organization, so they are going to give threshold limits for overall all the organization or all the industries. But based on your industry or whatever the products and services you are going to produce, for that we have different like GST rates, different threshold limits. So for your Tally software, you need to give the proper threshold limits. You need to fix. If you are not fix the proper threshold limits, then it may be given the wrong reports or wrong financial analysis or interpretation for your organization. So this threshold limits is also very important while giving the input for a GST return. Next, the reverse mechanism or reverse charge mechanism. So I have given the example of I'm going to purchase raw material from ABC. So on that time, usually what we are going to do, our company is going to pay to that ABC company whatever the GST percentage over there. If for example, that person is not registered under the GST, so then what we are going to do, whatever we have planned to pay as a GST percentage, that amount we are not going to pay for him. We are going to pay from our end to the government, because we have the GST number or we have already registered participant. So we need to pay money for the government instead of giving to other person. So that is called reverse charge mechanism. Next, GST, that is your goods and service tax identification number. So for all transaction or all the reports while you are going to generate or you are going to create, so on that time the GST number is also very, very important to give in the Tally software, because all the transaction or all the books of accounts we are going to maintain with that identification numbers, the unique number. Why? Because if you are going to claim GST return, or if you are going to whatever the income tax for your employees, for all those things you require this GST number. Next, the supply. So how much goods you are going to supply, and from which place or which time you are going to supply, or which is the place of supply. All those things are very, very important for the calculating the accurate report or generating the proper reports. Next, taxable person, GST return. This is very, very important. So in GST return, we have from GST return 1 to GSTR 11. Okay, we have different categories of GST returns were there. So you need to mention which GST report will go to which one. GSTR 1 will give one criteria, GSTR 1A is going to give some other criteria. So which is feasible and which is required for your organization. That input is very, very important. And GST council members. So all the state finance minister with the heading by the central finance minister. That team we call it as GST council. So they are going to decide what is the GST rates for that particular state. Next, the place of supply. So from which place to which place you are going to supply the goods, and which is the starting place and which is the ending place. That is very, very important, because if you are going to send goods from Andhra Pradesh to Karnataka, then the Andhra Pradesh is one place of supply and you are going to reach that destination or goods to that Karnataka is the other place. So these two places we have different GSTs or GST rates. Then according to the which is the place of supply, for that they are going to charge the GST rates. That is very, very important. Next, the time of supply. So how many days? For example, in which financial year you have started this transaction and in which year you are going to end, and you are going to receive money from that particular person or from that particular organization. That is also very, very important. Next, types of GST, that is your central goods and service tax, states goods and service tax, union territory GST. So these are the few types of GSTs, and as per the whatever the industry you are belonging to and what is the percentage we are eligible to charge for that particular product and services, that you can particularly you need to give the proper inputs in the Tally software. Otherwise, the count, or for example, instead of giving 8%, you have given 18%. So you have collected 8% from your customer, but you are paying government to 18%. So the remaining 10% is burden for the organization, correct? So on that time, they need to take care of all these things. Next, the GST interest rate, I've already told you. So we have 0%, 5%, 12%, 18% and 28%. So these are the few percentages are there, and for few goods and services, it is exempt also. So these are the few GST interest rates were there. And I already told you the input tax credit. So if you are going to get the refund from the government, whatever you are paid earlier or you are going to pay, instead of paying to the government, you paid some other person. On that time, you can get that refund from this input tax credit. So ITC is a fundamental concept of the GST, the system that allows registered business to claim a credit for the GST they have paid on their purchase and expenses. If, for example, the printing and stationery is a expenses, or you are going to pay money for your employees through the check or through the banking transaction. So for that, you are going to pay some tax, or whatever you are going to pay for your X supplier or Y supplier. For that, you need to pay GSTs. All these things will be taken and you can get as a refund from the government. For getting this ITC also, we have eligibilities. First, that is being a registered taxpayer under the GST. You need to be registered under the GST, and if you have the GST number, then only you are eligible to get the refund. Next, goods or services for business purpose. So for example, if you are going to purchase, I have already given the example, correct? So from the ABC company, I'm going to purchase the raw material. So for that raw material, I'm going to pay GST, correct? So that needs to be refunded. Why? Because you are paying for your expenses. Raw material you are going to invest that is the expenses for the organization. We are purchasing that raw material. So on that time, for that you need to get the refund. So if you are going to purchase, then for all those things you have to be maintain the documents. So in the accounting also I told you, so all the transaction will be backed by the supporting documents or from the evidence, correct? So here also you require the evidence. And if you are using that whatever the raw materials purchasing for your business purpose only, if you are going to purchase that whatever the raw materials and you are going to use for your personal purpose, then you cannot claim the input tax credit for that particular transactions. Next, possessing valid tax invoices and documents. So all the you need to produce all the whatever the proper documents or proper invoices or evidence you need to provide. Then only you can get the ITC. And the last one, for complying with GST laws and filling the returns. So for making the final report, GST reports, okay. So for that you required ITC criteria also. If you are getting the ITC, then whatever the as per the GST law you need to adhere and you need to obey for whatever the rules and regulations they have, and then you can get the filing of GST returns. So if you are getting the GST returns from the Tally software, okay, how much I need to pay for the government and how much refund I can get from the GST portal or from the government. So all those things will be generated in the Tally software only, but you need to give the proper inputs. So next we are going to discuss about the introduction to Tally. So before this we have discussed about the basic concepts of accounting, what are the branches of accounting and the introduction to GST, input tax credit, all those things we have discussed, correct? So the main reason of discussing all these concepts, because we can give the proper input to Tally, so we can get the accurate reports or appropriate financial reports with the less or minimal error. So that is the reason we have learned all these basic concepts. So now we are going to learn about the Tally. So Tally is a popular accounting and financial management software. So widely used in businesses and individual for managing their financial transaction and records. So usually in the earlier days, we are going to use the manual entries, correct? In the financial accounting, we need to use all this, whatever the managing our finance and whatever the reports or financial transaction, we are going to use the financial accounting. So now that will be replaced with the manual work. The Tally we are going to use, and this is very, very popular accounting software. And financial management also, we are going to find out what is the time value of money, future value of money, or what is the future cash flows or forecasting the future data. All those things we are going to do manually. But through this accounting software, that is Tally, so we can get the whatever the forecast data, whether it may be a future value, present value or present value annuity, future value annuity, all these things we can generate from this Tally software. It's not only for the business, as individuals also. So the millionaires or few others also, they are going to use this Tally software for the managing or to manage their activities or financial transaction in their organization or their personal life. It is a design to streamline the automative various accounting tasks, making it easier to maintain accurate and up-to-date financial records. So they have done the streamline of whatever the process of accounting we have seen, correct? So first is bookkeeping. From that bookkeeping transaction, we are going to pass the journal entry. From journal entry, we are going to post it to ledger account. From ledger account, we are going to prepare the trial balance. From trial balance, we are going to prepare all our financial reports or financial statements, correct? So in the Tally also, the process is set by inbuilt and we are going to get the accurate and up to date. So till which date you are going to give the information. For example, at tomorrow, end of the day. So what is the last transaction you are going to give as an input to that Tally software? That information or for that particular transaction, till that they are going to generate the report and they are going to give you all these financial reports. So next point, Tally software is a versatile accounting and financial management tool. So if for example, I already explained you the GST concept, branches of accounting, income tax and financial accounting. So in the branches of accounting, we have 6 types of accounting, correct? So all these 6 types of accounting that will be managed in the Tally software. So all types of accounting, financial management or tax, GST, everything we are going to maintain in the one platform, that is Tally, correct? So that is the reason it is a versatile accounting and financial management tool. And so widely they are going to use all the businesses for individual to streamline their financial operations. So financial operations is nothing but the day-to-day operation activities or financial transaction they are going to made in their organization or their business or for their personal activities also. The primary purpose of Tally is to assist the efficient recording, management and analysis of financial data. So in the accounting also, we have saw the definition of accounting as per the AICPA, correct? So here also they are given that Tally is going to do efficiently recording, that is your bookkeeping. Next, management. Management is nothing but, so whatever the classification of books of accounts or transaction into 5 categories, correct? So that they are going to manage. Analysis. Analysis in the sense, so it's going to analyze all the books of accounts and it is going to interpret the data also, and it will give the proper accurate report, that is analysis of the financial data, and then it's going to give the accurate report to that whatever the users are there. So is both accurate and convenient to use even if you are not well versed with the accounting. So because of this reason only I've just explained the basic concepts of accounting, because if you are going to analyze or if you want to go through with that financial reports given by the Tally software, we need to know some knowledge or basic knowledge about the Tally and the basic knowledge about all this accounting and the financial management. If you have the knowledge, then only you will get to know what is this assets, what is this liability, and why it is in the left side, why it is recorded in the right side, why it is lagging, all these things. Okay, if it is given the report also, you need to know about the basic concepts, then you can easily understand the financial reports of an organization, or you can interpret in your own way. So that is the reason all the basic concepts are required for Tally. Next, the features of Tally or the characteristics of Tally software. So first one, accounting. So this is the major feature of Tally. So earlier days, if you remember or if you saw, okay, so the organization, they are going to maintain the big ledger books, correct? So it's like 200 pages or 500 pages of ledgers book they are going to maintain to record the transaction and prepare the books of accounts. They are going to carry or they are going to maintain that ledger books. But nowadays, no companies are maintaining these ledger books. Why? Because everything they are going to do computerized or digitalized transaction they are going to do, correct? So that is the reason they are not maintaining that old, that is paper version of accounts. So this Tally is also, it is well versed or well equipped with this accounting tools or accounting standards, accounting procedure or all the financial reports. So that is the reason it is the foremost and major feature of Tally accounting. Okay. So next, billing and invoicing. Before this transaction recording also I have told, that is bookkeeping. So all the transaction, it may be monies or money's worth, that needs to be supported by the collateral or supported by the evidence or the documents, correct? So this is the billing and invoicing. So if you are not going to provide the proper billing or proper invoice or proper document to the Tally for each and every transaction, that will be rejected by the Tally software, it seems. So, and if you are going to sold goods, for that it will generate the invoice, or you can manually also give the input and we can generate the invoice from the Tally software. So that is the reason. So this is also one of the major feature in the Tally. So next, inventory management. So inventory management is the most difficult and crucial role in the organization. Why? Because the economic order or economic reorder quantity. So the standard threshold limit will be there. If that goods or if the stock is going to come to that level, they need to order or they need to reorder the raw materials or whatever the ancillary services. What is the work in progress? What is the turnover period? And as per the FIFO method, they are maintaining the inventory in the organization, or LIFO method they are following in the organization. So FIFO is nothing but first in, first out. LIFO is nothing but last in first out. So if the goods is coming first, that goods should be go out first. In the LIFO method, last goods we are going to purchase, that should be go first out. So if you are maintaining the books of accounts in that manner or not. So all those things are very, very crucial in the organization maintaining this inventory management. So here in the Tally software only, it's going to take care about all this inventory management also. Next, the GST compliance. I already discussed about the GST, that is input tax credit, GST rates, or reverse mechanism or reverse charge mechanism, all those things, correct? So here, if you have any issues or if it is have any like problem or if it is any error in the GST, that will be shown this is error. And what is required for that, that will also give some suggestion. According to that, we need to check and we need to update the whatever the GST complaints were there in the Tally software. Next, multi-currency support. So you can maintain your books of accounts in the whatever the currencies are there. Like for example, in Indian rupees also you can maintain your books of accounts, or in the dollar or in the euros or in whatever is required, or from which country you need to produce your balance sheet or financial report. So for that particular company, you can convert that currency and you can show the reports also. So multi-currency support will be there in the Tally. Next, the bank reconciliation, like crucial account we are going to maintain. Bank reconciliation statement. So if for example, some check bounces happen or we are going to submit the check today, but it's not going to get the amount today within 24 hours. By next day, we are going to credit that amount. Then what is the cross entry you are going to do for the bank reconciliation statement? All those things will be done by the Tally only. So next, financial reports. So the accurate financial reports as per your inputs, it's going to generate and it's going to give it to the whatever the ultimate end users are there. So for that, they are going to give these financial reports. Next, the TDS and TCS. So I already given the example of you are going to cut the TDS from your employee salary because that is the source you are going to pay for the employees. So from that, how much TDS you are going to make and how much tax collecting you are going to collect it from the source. All those complaints will be there or any refund issues will be there. On that time, through this Tally software, you can easily generate that report for that particular person or for that particular transaction, and you can show this is the amount we have deducted and it is remitted to the government, or this is the source we have collected. All those things will be there in the software. Next, payroll management. So payroll management is nothing but the amount you are going to pay. That is your compensation for your employees or for the management or for the matrix member or to the wages you are going to pay for a laborer. All those things, payroll, payment related things will be managed by the Tally only. Next, the backup and restore. So whatever the financial data are there, it will be have the stored or it will be in the backup. They are going to restore and we can get the old reports also. That is also possible through the Tally software. So next, data security. So if you are enter the data or whatever the input you are going to give the Tally, okay, it's not going to disclose to the others. Only whoever is there the support or whatever the IT support we have required for the Tally software, for them only you can get the data. Otherwise, they are not going to disclose your organizational data or personal data to the third party. You are the only one person you are going to use the Tally software. You will know what is the data are required or what is the reports you require, that will give it to you only, not for any other purpose. So the data will be safe and secure. So audit and compliance features. So whatever the auditing we need to do, like for example, in manual thing, internal audit team will go into audit and then chartered accountant will come. The audit team, they are going to check and analyze the all the reports. But here it is like audit free. If you are make any error in giving the inputs, then only it will give the wrong or the false statement or reports, correct? But if you are given the proper input, then you are going to get the accurate financial reports. So then it no need of going for this audit reports also. That is your internal audit. And whatever the complaints is there, that is also complaints free. And we have remote access also. So nowadays we have Tally software with the mobile app also. So if you are using Tally software in the organization, so you can use in the mobile also. So whatever the requirement are there, or if you are required or if you are needed some any information, on that time you can just go and you can use the mobile app also for the getting the whatever the data from the Tally software about your organization or for your personal things. Next, we will discuss about the purpose of Tally software. What is the main objective of this Tally software and why we are going to use this Tally software and what are the objectives or the purpose of this Tally software. Okay, so first one is financial record keeping. So what the purpose or what is the major purpose we are using this Tally is recording our financial transaction, correct? So whatever the financial recording or financial records are there, that we need to maintain in the Tally software. So earlier, you will maintain all the books of accounts or all the ledger accounts, everything in the manual way, correct? But now using this Tally software, because we need to record all the transaction or all the financial records in a systematic manner. So as per AICP also we discussed, right? What is the definition of accounting? So it is a systematic or art of recording all the transaction, analyzing, classifying, summarizing and interpreting the results, correct? So on that way, we need to record all the transaction or all the financial records in one manner or as per the standards. So that is the financial record keeping. That is the main purpose of using this Tally software. Second one, the double entry of accounting, or we also call it as double entry system of bookkeeping. What do you mean by this double entry system of bookkeeping or double entry accounting? So it is nothing but for each and every transaction, we have two side effect. Either it may be a debit and credit, or it may be a debit and debit, or it may be a credit and credit, or it may be a credit and debit. So two side effect should be there. If any one transaction if you are going to take, that should be reflect in two times. So just an example, purchase of plant and machinery and paid in the form of cash 50,000. So here, which are the two side effect? First one is the plant and machinery. Asset is going to comes to the business. That is one side effect, correct? So other side, if plant and machinery comes, something needs to go out, correct? Because we are purchasing the plant and machinery and we need to pay either cash or through bank or whatever the forms, correct? We need to pay. So cash is going out. So 50,000 value of plant and machinery comes to the business. That is one side, and the other side, the cash is going out. So these are the two side effect. So this is the just an example for double entry of accounting or double entry system of bookkeeping. So next one, financial reporting. So in this financial reporting, we have all the other accounts we are going to maintain. That is your profit and loss account, trial balance, or your income statement like balance sheet, correct? The assets and liabilities. That all those things we are going to record in the financial statements. So as per the standards and what is the, like for example, depreciation. What is the depreciation we are going to charge as per the Companies Act for professional books or for intangible assets or for tangible assets. In that also we have subcategories. So all those things as per the standard, how much we are going to charge the depreciation and what is the provisional for taxation we are going to record. Everything that input should be given to the Tally software. Then we can go for this using the financial reporting. Next, the inventory management. So this inventory management is also very, very important because the manufacturing units or manufacturing companies, they're struggling like anything to maintain this inventories. Because so many raw material will come, ancillary service products will come, and work in progress will be there, semi-finished goods, finished goods, all those things will be there, correct? So on that time, maintaining the accurate balance or accurate information of the inventory management, that is very, very challenging in the organization. So here in the Tally software also, they are going to give the accurate information, whatever the inputs you are going to give. So based on that, it will give the appropriate account balance of the inventory. And in inventory also, we have different methods. So few companies will use FIFO method, that is first in, first out method. Or some companies use LIFO method, that is last in, first out. So as per the FIFO or LIFO, which one they are going to follow. So as per that, they need to record all the transaction. And the order quantity also. If for example, if they have the minimum order or minimum raw material stock with them. So in which time they need to order the supply or they need to order with the supplier. Okay, so that is also very, very important. All those things will be taken care by the Tally software. Next, the GST and tax complaints. So the GST, I already explained you about GST, correct? So goods and service tax, in that we have three categories, that is CGST, SGST and IGST. So as per this, okay, so which is the SGS percentage or CGST percentage or IGST percentage, and what is the input tax credit? And we have different rates of GST also, correct? So 0% is there, 5%, 8%, 18% and 28%. So which category of products or which goods is fall under the which rate? So all those things are very important while you are giving the input to the Tally software. Next, the customization. So you can do the customization or whatever the changes is required as per the management or to the metrics member. Okay, so we can do the, or we can enable the features and we can do the customization of Tally software also. That is also possible. And the last one, the multi-company support. So you are the only company using the Tally? No, right? So many other companies, whether it may be a partnership, joint stock company, HUF, so many small companies also they are using the Tally software. So it is going to give the multi support for all the companies. Okay, so if for example your competitor is X company, Y company, Z, they are the competitor, but they are also using the Tally software, and there is no need to worry about the whatever the privacy or the data security. Okay, that Tally software, whatever you are going to maintain in your organization, that data will not be disclosed to any other companies or any other third parties or outside of your company. Okay, they can't get the information of your company's information. So the next is, what are the difference between all Tally versions? So we have various Tally version, correct? So once they given or once they update, the version is going to change, correct? So for example, take an example of your mobile phones. So once you purchase, okay, the version is different one. So once they given updates for your mobile or softwares, then what you need to do? You need to update. Correct. So on that time, what will happen? So the new feature, whatever they are going to add to your mobile phones, that will be enabled. Correct. Like that also, here also they are going to do the changes as per the whatever the accounting standards will change, or the GST will change, or like for example, whatever the percentages, that is your depreciation percentage will vary, or the books of accounts you are going to maintain. If they given any other changes, then as per that they need to do the changes, correct? Or they need to update the versions also, or the software also, correct? So earlier we have only sales tax, value added tax, excise duty, but after that they implemented GST after 2017, correct? So after 2017, then they need to do the changes in the software also. Whatever the Tally software you are using, for that they need to give that whatever the advanced features or advanced technology is changing, as per that they need to do the changes in their software also. First, they have introduced Tally 4.5 version. So in that, the Tally version or Tally software, they are going to do only so based on the whatever the account with the inventory. So especially for, I already told you, so inventory management, maintaining in the organization or managing in the organization is very crucial, correct? So first they have started with the Tally version for 4.5 is for account with the inventories. So whatever the inventory accounts that we are going to see in the coming slide also. Okay, I will explain you one by one. So that they have started. Second, they have done or they have updated Tally 5.4. So window based account with inventory. So window based is nothing but the individually we are going to use the word tabs in Excel, correct? So like that, the windows or the tabs, separate tabs for each and every accounts. If you heard the word previously also, F7, F6, F5. So the functional keys is arrow for the one accounts. Okay, it will be linked with that number. Okay, like that they have done the window based account with the inventories. Next, Tally 6.3. So in this version with online finalization auditing. So if for example, earlier two cases are there, correct? That is 4.5 and 5.4. So on that case, the offline auditor should becomes, or the internal audit team or the account manager, they need to finalize all the books of accounts, because they need to verify whether all the transactions are recorded or not as per our company standards. Okay, or as per whatever the requirement they have. So according to that, it is there or not. They need to check and they need to finalize, correct? They need to verify. So in this 6.3 version, they have given online finalization of the auditing process. That is the one feature they have added for this 6.3. They have added few more, but this is the major feature they have done or changes they have done in this 6.3 version. Next, the Tally 7.0. So it is given the feature of import and export feature. If for example, if you have the PDF data, or take an example of Excel data you have. So from Excel, we can import or not. Or if whatever the data is there, we can export to the PDF or export to the Excel or any other docs, correct? Like that, that feature is there or not earlier. So in the new one, that is in the 7.0 version, they have done they have added the new feature called import and export features. That is the updation they have done for the Tally 7.0. Next, Tally 7.2. So in this 7.2 version, they have added the VAT, that is value added tax, TDS, that is tax deducted at source, and the excise duty. Because whatever the changes they have done, or whatever the rate of interest is there for VAT, TDS and excise duty on the goods and services. Okay, so for that they have updated this Tally 7.2 with the VAT, TDS and excise duty. This is very, very important for 7.2 version. So after that, few days or few years, I think so, we have started using the GST also. Then they need to update it to the whatever the GST is there as per the format or as per the standard. They need to do the changes or they need to replace the software. Next, Tally 8.1 with FBT and excise duty. So FBT stand for fringe benefits and taxation or the tax. So why they have introduced this FBT in the Tally 8.1 version is in the earlier version, that is in the 7.2 version, they have added VAT, TDS and excise duty, correct? So while paying the salary for their employees, this FBT is very, very important. That is your fringe benefits and whatever the tax they need to deduct, all those things, correct? They need to calculate and according to that they need to deduct the TDS also, correct? So that is the reason they have introduced the FBT and the excise duty. Next, Tally 9.0. So in this 8.1 version, whatever is there with the payroll system, multi-language extra formality features they have enabled for the Tally 9.0 version. So already they have introduced the FBT, but in the Tally 9, they have introduced whatever the payroll system they have introduced. For that, they have given multi-language extra formalities or formality feature they have enabled in the 9.0 version. And finally, the whatever the latest one, that is your Tally ERP 9.0. So ERP stand for Enterprise Resource Planning. So in the organization, whatever the resources they are going to use, so for that they need to do some planning also, or they need to coordinate, correct? Organize, coordinating. So for that they have done so many changes and updated the Tally ERP 9.0 version. Tally ERP 9 with remote access facility. Okay, so because in the pandemic situation, so many organization, not so many, almost all the organization they have done the remote access, correct? So on that time, this Tally also introduced this remote access for all the employees or whoever using or whoever the authority of using the Tally in the organization, they are given this remote access facilities also, and multi-budgets and scenarios and the etc. So multi-budget is nothing but the organization. We have different kinds of budgets. I think so you know the meaning of budget, correct? So budget is nothing but it is an estimation of inflow and outflow of the cash in the organization. So in that also we have different kinds of budget. Varieties of budget types are there, correct? So according to that, the organization, whichever is required. So that is the multi-budgets and the budget in the sense, the volume of the net worth or whatever the net worth of the organization, that is also they have included, and the scenarios, few scenarios also they have included in the ERP 9.0 version. Next is the advantages of Tally ERP 9. So in this Tally ERP 9, the first feature or the first advantages of this Tally ERP 9 is remote access. Because in the pandemic situation or now also in the current situation also, so many companies are allowed or enabled this work from home options, correct? So in that scenario, that companies, whatever the work from home employees are there or the matrix member or the management team or the managers, they require this access to the Tally, correct? So the Tally ERP9 have the remote access for whoever authorities are there to enable or to use the Tally ERP9 in the organization. Next, Tally.net. So this is also one more advantage. So whatever the information or whatever the bookkeeping, recording, transactions are there, that we can easily use in the Tally.net feature. So next, simplified installation features. So easily you can go and install the Tally ERP9. It is very easy steps you can easily follow as per the whatever the it is going to display on the screen. Okay, download, installation, whatever the features, enable, disable, all those things. Okay, it is very easy to installation also. And next, control centers. Control center is nothing but, for example, the service centers. So if anything you are facing issue with the Tally software, or if something needs to be changes, or some you need to do as a customized version for your organization. So all those things will be enabled through these control centers. If you are not getting the proper way to do that, then you can inform the control center. Then enhanced look and feel. So that is the surface or the interface of the system. Okay, it looks very comfortable and you can easily feel that we can use or we can do the whatever is required for the Tally software or for the organization with the Tally software. Next, enhanced payroll complaints. So if you are going to calculate the salary of each employees, then what will happen? So someone is present on that day, someone is absent, leave or LOP, all those things will be there. So manual calculation will be very difficult and it takes time also. And we are going to receive complaints also. This is not correct, I need to receive this much of amount, but I have received only this much. So that complaints will arise. But in the Tally, there is no issue of payroll, whatever the complaints are there, because the computerized entries will be there. According to that will calculate and it will give the whatever the salary for that particular employee. Next, exercise for manufacturers. So I have told so many times, inventory management, managing the inventory in the organization, it is very crucial part in the organization. So the manufacturing sector, okay, if they're using this Tally ERP9 software, so they can reduce easily whatever the time they're spending on maintaining the inventory management in the organization, that can be reduced. Okay. Next, auditors addition of Tally ERP9. So whatever the auditors, they are going to check and they are going to verify and then they will give the financial reports, right? Like that here also in the ERP9 version. So they are going to do the whatever the auditors or how the auditors are required, like that it will prepare and it will generate the reports. And the last one, enhanced tax deducted at source, because from the each employee based on their salary and whatever they have the like tax planning or whatever the standard deductions or whatever the deduction they have made, based on that they are going to calculate and they are going to cut the tax deducted at source from all the employee salary. It is also in like one way, it is a provision for taxation of that particular employee. So it will be maintained in the Tally software only. Okay, so these are the few advantages of Tally ERP9. Next, we are going to discuss the very important one, that is what are the steps for installation and set up the Tally ERP9 in our system. Okay, as an individual, if we want to use Tally ERP9, in the initial only I have told this Tally we can use it for the business purpose or for our personal purpose also. So managing the funds in the organization or managing the funds internally, that is personal fund. For that also we can use this Tally ERP9, correct? So first one, before you install the Tally software, okay, first you need to check the what are the system requirements are there. You go and visit the Tally website. Okay, so in the Tally website they are going to give the what are the requirements are there, your system requirement, whether it may be what are the ROM size is required or whatever the consumption of GB capacity for downloading and installation of the Tally software in your system, all those things. Okay, whatever the requirements are there, that they are going to mention in their website. So before downloading only, it will give all these cautions. Okay, so first you need to check the what are the system requirements, that is that software will be supported to this laptop or not, or for this particular system or not. That is very important, correct? So you need to check all these things. Then you can go in their website only, they are going to give, or they are going to show the tab called download. Okay, so there you can get the Tally ERP9, the download version. Okay, just click on that download symbol, then it will be take time and it will be downloaded in your system. Next, so as per the whatever the instruction, you can go in your laptop, check the whatever the Tally ERP9 software, click on that, then it will give the whatever the ways or the roadmap. So first finish or finalize the whatever the version is there, and then install. Lastly, it will update in your system. That is the whatever the install the software. Okay, so just you need to look at the whatever the system requirement and where you can get the or download a version in the Tally ERP9 and install procedures or process of installing, that you can do this one. Okay, these are the 3 steps. Next, the setting up of Tally. So first one, start Tally. So in that, wherever it is downloaded, just click on that. It will start the start Tally or welcome to the Tally software. That will give the whatever the welcome tabs. Okay, then whatever once it is completely installed and it is opened, so first you need to do is activate your license. That is as per the ERP9, okay, or Tally ERP9, they are going to ask the subscription also, correct? You need to pay the subscription and then you can get the licensed version. You can get the free version also, it is only for trial purpose, okay, not for the regular use. So if you want the Tally software for the regular use or for your organizational needs, then you need to activate your license. That is Tally ERP9 software license you need to enable or activate. Then you can go for using the Tally in your organization or for your system. Next, create a company. So you need to create the company in your Tally software. For this also, what are the steps involved in the creating the company in Tally? That is also there in the coming slide. I will explain. And what are the criterias or whatever the supporting documents it will ask for the creating a company in the Tally software. All those things will be explained in the coming slides also. Next, the enable features. So in the Tally ERP9, for example, like 10 to 15 features are there in the Tally ERP9, which is required to enable for your organization. You need to select that one. If some features are not required for your organization, on that time, no need to enable. If it is enabled also, you need to disable that feature. Why? Because if it is required for your organization, then only you need to enable that feature. Otherwise, it is waste of using that features, or that will give some other data only. For example, yours is the manufacturing sector, and if especially they have done the feature for service sectors. So if you enable that feature, it will be like manufacturing as well as service sector. Both the features will be available in the Tally. So on that time, unnecessary confusions will be there. Okay, so that is the reason whatever is required for your organization, just enable that software or feature in that software. Otherwise, don't enable it. Next, configure your chart of accounts. So chart of accounts is nothing but what is the flow of accounts you need to maintain in the organization. For example, first journal entry, ledger account, after ledger account, trial balance. From the trial balance, you need to prepare P&L account or income statement. From the income statement, you are going to prepare the financial statement, that is your balance sheet. Okay, in that also balance sheet horizontal format is there, vertical format is there. So as per the what is required for the organization, first you need to configure that kind of charts of accounts only. Next, enter opening balances. So once you enabled or once you select the which chart of accounts you required, you need to enter, that is manually we need to do the enter the opening balances of each account, because first time you are using the Tally in your company name, correct? So on that time you need to give the input as a opening balances. If for example capital, so 5 lakh rupees is the own capital and 10 lakh rupees is the equity share capital, 5,000 rupees of preference share capital, like that you need to give all the opening balances for individual accounts. Next, start recording the transaction. So whatever the day-to-day activities or day-to-day transaction you are going to made in your organization, that needs to be record in the tally. Why? Because if you are going to record manually, like as an input you need to give for the tally software, then only it will generate the whatever the final reports or financial reports for the organization. So you need to give the all the inputs. Next, set up security and user access control. In the earlier also I told, whoever is required or whoever is the authorized persons to use the tally software of your organization. So you can give the access control. Only for this ID, they can use the tally software. Otherwise, they cannot open or they cannot use the tally software, because the whatever the data you are going to maintain in the organization's data or company's data or the net worth, balance sheet, all those things will be there in this tally software, correct? So that is the reason you need to give the access. Only for that person they can enable the whatever editing or giving the input, all these options. Otherwise there would not be given any access to the any other person. Next, data backup. So whatever the data is there in the software or you are given as an input through that software, that should be done as a backup also. So if something happens or system crashes happened or any other chances of destroying the data, so on that time also you can easily get that, or we can do the restore of that data. So that is called the data backup should be there for the tally software also. Next, explore tally documentation and support. So whatever the documentation is required for tally, okay, you need to check that, and as per that whatever the documents or whatever the evidence, supporting documents, everything you need to give for the tally software also. So this is the setting up of tally in the laptops or your system for the organizational use or to your personal use also. Next, we will see, so what are the enable or disabling of tally features. So earlier also in the before slide I would explained about, so what are the additional features they are going to give. So if you want that feature or not, okay, so for that also before installation you need to click on the whatever is required for your organization, that is enabled or it may be disabled. That is very, very important. So I'm adding few screenshot for your reference here. Okay, so in the tally software also it is visible that enabling or disabling of tally features, that is accounting features. So especially this is required for only accounting purpose, not for any other things it will ask. So I've already explained you, right? So whatever the company name you are going to create, so whatever the supporting documents or whatever the information it is going to ask, once it is given the company name, see here we have given that dummy name, that is ABC company. So we can give the actual company name, whatever the company is there, correct? So as per like whatever the XYZ private limited or X&Y brothers and company or HUF limited, whatever it may be, like that the original name only you can give here. That will enable and it will be shown in the top of the organizational whatever the tally software interface is there. Next, so here we are looking at the accounting features. So we need to do the enabling or disabling in the accounting features. So in the first one, that is general, integrate accounts and inventory. So if you are going to club the inventory with the accounts or books of accounts with the inventory management or inventory accounts, that is if you want that feature, just click on yes. Otherwise it should be no. Then so income or expenses statement instead of P&L account. So if the organization is maintaining the income statement or it is maintaining the profit and loss account, so it is given the option. So if you want the income and expenses account, or it may require the profit and loss account. So if you require income statement, then it is no. If you are not required the P&L account, then you need to give us yes. Next, allow multi currencies. So if your organization, it's going to run its business only in India, so there is no need of going for this multi currencies. If for example that company is there in India but the branches are there all over the world, okay, on that time this multi currencies option or the feature is required. So you need to click on yes, and for each individual feature enabling, it will confirmation or it will ask for confirmation yes or no. That is the whatever the changes you have made, that needs to be enabled or not. or accept or reject. Okay, that feature is also there. And outstanding management. Next, cost profit control or cost profit centers management. So whatever the cost controlling needs to there in the organization, that also individual they are going to give. So for individual features, you need to enable or disable the feature as per your requirement. Next, invoicing. So each and every transaction or the recording of each and every transaction that should be supported by the document or by the bills or by the evidence, correct? So for creating this invoice also, whether it may be a e-invoice or manual receipts, everything. So for that also you have so many features that needs to be enable or disable for the organization. So first one is allow invoicing. So you need to allow or you need to disable, correct? So for that we need to give yes, because for all the transaction needs to be supported by the document or from the whatever the invoices are there. So yes, like that individual thing we need to give the special features or required or not. Next, the budget and scenario management. So in that, maintain budgets and controls. No. If you required, you can click on yes. Like that, banking features. So enable check printing. If you look at the whatever the current account checks, the company names also there in the check, correct? So that required or not. And other features, allow zero valued entries, all those things. If you required or not. If you required, then you can click on yes or you can click on no. Next, here they are going to give the functional keys arrow buttons. So F1 is accounts. F2 is your inventory things. F3, if you click on F3, it will take to the statutory, that is the legal mandatory requirements. Next, F4, that is tally.net. F5, it is audit. F6, it is add-ons. So if you require any other features also, you can enable here. Next, enabling or disabling of tally features, that is statutory and taxation. So this is also very, very important for giving the inputs, because all the legal requirements, whether it may be a cutting the TDS from the salary of an employee, professional tax from the employee, whatever it may be, correct? So that is very, very important. So company is same, ABC company. Here the feature for that is the tab name, statutory and taxation. So enable dealers, that is excise, set alter or dealer excise details, that is if you required yes, because enabling the whatever is the excise duty. Okay, if for example I'm going to purchase some raw material from the other suppliers or from the other party, then this excise, it's very, very important. We need to give input of their information. So follow the excise rules of invoicing, yes or no, or enable value added tax, that is your VAT, yes or no, or enable service tax, all these things, and enable tax deducted at source, that is TDS, that should be enabled. Okay, set or alter the TDS details, yes, because whatever the as per the legal requirement, if it is something is changed, then we need to do the changes. Enable tax collected at source, TCS, we are going to collect the source, right? So for that also enable features, or already told you FBT, that is fringe benefit tax. Okay, enable the fringe benefit tax, or set or alter the changes, that is also needs to be enabled. So tax information, that is VAT TIN number, and now it will ask GST number also, correct? So that tax identification number you need to give, and whatever the interstate sales tax number or PAN or income tax number, all these things you need to give in these details. Then it should be all the enabled features will be shown here. Next, we will discuss about the creating a company in a Tally software. So already I have explained you. So what are the things we need to create initially once you install the Tally software in your system, correct? So here we will see what are the required documents or required names or whatever the TIN number or whatever the verification details is required. Okay, that we will discuss. So first, once you launch the Tally in your system, okay, next you can go and activate the whatever the select or the appropriate license, that is the we need to activate the license version, correct? So then you can go for creating a new company, because you need to run the Tally software with the name, that is either it may be our personal one or the organizational one. So personal also you can give your personal details, for your organization give the whatever required for the organizational details. So configure company information. So once you go for configure, so first thing it will ask name. What is the name of your organization? That name thing you need to enable first. That is, whatever the company name is there, you need to give the proper name as per the registration. Okay. Next, mailing name. So whatever the mails, okay, or the replay or the response from your organization, it will go out for the others. That mailing name should be there. Then address, the complete address of your organizational, that is the head office. That information you need to provide. Next, the financial year. So financial year, so if your organization, you are going to maintain the financial year like 1st of January to 31st of December or 1st of April to 31st March of the next year. The financial year you need to inform or you need to mention in this tally. Next, the books beginning from, that is as it is what I have told about the financial year. Okay, like in the books also. So the books also start from the 1st of April of this year and ends on the 31st March for the next year, correct? So that also you need to specifically mention which is the starting period of your books and ending period of your books of accounts. Next, the maintain. That is, maintain is nothing but you need to day-to-day wise or regularly you need to check and update the whatever is required for the organizational thing. Like for example, I already told you there are two methods of bookkeeping are there. That is, first one, on the basis of cash basis we are going to maintain, or accrual basis also we are going to maintain. So which one your company prefer to, okay, that you need to inform. Next, use security control. So for just take an example of Gmail. It will take like 2 steps of verification, correct? Whether it may be send the OTP to your registered mobile number or it will blink in your mobile, whether you are the person is using that Gmail or not. That you need to confirm yes or no, correct? Like that, the security controls also you need to enable and you need to give the informations. Lastly, you need to save and create the company. So in the last also I have explained you, right, in that it is ABC company. It is visible on the head of the interface, correct? Like that, whatever the name is given after creating the name of the company and giving all these details, then you need to save that, okay, whatever you have added, then it will display it on the interface of the Tally software. Next, in that after creating the company, okay, next it will ask company information menu will be opened or it may be enabled, okay. So after that, in that enabled feature or in that company tab, the right of the gateway of Tally area displays the company information. So right side of the display, okay, the display, that is your system display, will be divided into 2 parts, that is left side and right side. So in that right side, that will display all the company information, okay. So this menu has following 3 options. In that right side, you have select company, create company and quit. Select company is nothing but we can select few other, like if for example, take an example of Tata. They have the name of Tata, that is the brand name or the company name. Under that we have so many sub units or strategic business units are there, correct? So that units you can create. Then if you want to quit also, you can go and click on the quit symbol. So it will quit the whatever the display tab is there. So just I will show you the whatever the reference screenshot I have added, that I will show you. So this is the interface, that is Tally interface looks like, and in this whatever the company you are given the information, that will be displayed below this. And then so the right side, that is the company information, select a company, create a company and quit. So what is required for you people, if you want to select a company you can select, or if you want to create few other strategic business units you can create, or you can go for quit. So if you click on quit, it will exit from this tab. So and then whatever the companies you are going to create, not only your company or not only your strategic business units, you need to create other companies also as a vendors, because you are going to purchase raw material from X Limited, you are going to sell the goods to Y Limited or for Y person, or whatever ancillary service products you are going to purchase from ABC company. All these things companies are required, correct? So you need to create all this company information and it will be enabled or it will be displayed here in the left side of the system. See here, it will show all the details, whatever is there, F1, select the company and whatever is required. Here also list of the selected companies that will comes here, and date of last entry, what is the last entry you have made for that particular company, that is also displays once you enter the details. Next, after creating, okay, so it will show like directory, who is the directory or name, okay, mailing details and the address of that, or company details, that is currencies they are going to maintain in rupees, that is symbol rupees, or if you are maintaining in dollars or yen or pound, that will appear here, and the financial year, that is 1/4, whatever the starting date, and the whatever is the books of beginning, that is when you are going to start using the books in your tally. Then maintain accounts with inventory, so whatever you are going to maintain in the books of accounts, that also you can specify here, state, pin code, telephone number, mobile number, email number, all this information will be displayed. This is the overall information you have given as an input for creating your company. So see here also they are given currency information, that is base currency symbol, that is formal name Indian rupee, number of decimal prices to, like that all the information you need to click or you need to give as an input here. Then only your company information or company accounts will create in the Tally software. So this is the how the company creation in the Tally it will looks like. Once it is saved, then it will be saved automatically and it will display the company name. This is the company details interface you can see. Next, we will look at the different types of vouchers and how to create in the Tally ERP9. Okay, so first is purchase order. Okay, you need to create all these vouchers, okay, in your Tally software, because the purchase order, once you order the how many quantities are required and from which supplier and what is the rate you have decided, that is pre-decided rate will be there, or whatever the market value is there. So all those things is required, correct? So you need to first give the purchase order. So you need to create this voucher also. Next you have purchase voucher. So once you send the order, okay, they are going to send the goods, correct? So that needs to be called as a purchase voucher. So ordering is different, purchasing voucher is different, correct? You need to get the purchase voucher. So you need to create in the Tally 9 or Tally ERP software purchase voucher. So next point, rejection out. So once you purchased, for example, I have ordered 100 units of whatever the raw materials from the XYZ Limited. So once the XYZ Limited sends the goods, so during the loading or during the unloading or during the transportation, 3 units are damaged. So that needs to be sent back to the XYZ Limited and we need to replace the whatever is the actual one. That is the fresh raw material or 3 units of fresh raw material we need to get from the XYZ Limited, correct? So for that we need to enter the rejection voucher also. Next, the payment voucher. Once they have also sent that 3 units, then what you need to do? So you need to give the payment to that XYZ Limited, whatever the number of days of credit they are going to allow, whether it may be a 30 days, 45 days or 15 days. After that you need to pay, right? So for that you need to enter the or you need to create the payment voucher also. Next, the debit note. So this debit note is include of your how many number of products you have purchased, how many was recent, that is for the damage purpose. If you are returned, then at what date you need to repay that money for the vendor. If for example XYZ given 15 days of credit repayment period, so after 15 days we need to pay the money for XYZ, correct? So on that time this debit note will give the information of how much we need to repay and which date we need to repay, all this information. Next, sale order. So whatever the procedure we have done for purchasing, like that same or similar thing we need to maintain for our sale also. So sale order is nothing but some other person or our buyers, okay, they are going to quote the estimation. I require 10 units of XYZ company products or your company products at this date and this whatever the amount. So that sale order they need to maintain in a separate voucher. Next, sales voucher. So once it is ready, they need to create the sales voucher. Then rejection in. So how we are going to send the damaged goods to our vendor? We are going to return, right? Like that only we will also receive the return from our buyers because it is damaged or something has happened for that product. So they are going to return. That we are going to maintain in the reject in or rejection in. Next, the receipt of voucher. So how many days we are going to allow for that person, whoever is the buyer. So we call it as a debtor, correct? So for that debtor, how many days we have allowed to repay that money. So all those things information we are going to mention in the receipt voucher. Next, credit note. In the credit note as well as debit note. Like in the debit note, we are going to maintain our creditors information. In the credit note, we are going to mention our debtors, that is our buyers information, how many days is the allowed period for repayment of the money, all those things information. Next, the contra voucher. So contra is nothing but, so we need to close. For example, XYZ sends 100 products. In 100 product also we are going to reject. Why? Because for whatever the expectations, like whatever the features or whatever the quality, quantity, because of that we are going to reject that order. On that time we need to pass the contra vouchers also. Next, the journal voucher. Journal voucher is nothing but the journal entry. We are going to pass the journal entries, right? Like that we need to pass the journal voucher here. Manufacturing. So once we receive all this raw material, what we need to do? That raw material we need to send it as an input and we need to get the output from our manufacturing unit, correct? So manufacturing voucher we need to generate. Next, stock transfer. Once it is produced, final product, we need to transfer stocks to the, either it may be a stores or to the buyers. That all these vouchers, okay, all these varieties of vouchers you need to maintain in the Tally software. So because of this only I told you the inventory management in any organization, maintaining or managing inventory in the organization is the very crucial role in the organization. So all these vouchers are necessarily you need to maintain, then only you will get the accurate report or accurate financial reports in the organization. So in this course we are going to learn how the accounting we are going to use in the Tally. So for that we require the basic knowledge of accounting as well as Tally. Okay, then we can get to know how to use the Tally for accounting and other financial reports. Okay, so first we'll look at the agenda. So in this session we are going to discuss about, the first one is introduction to financial accounting. The financial accounting is nothing but all your financial reports and other income statements. Like all the basics of accounting we are going to discuss in this first point. Next, we are going to discuss about the Tally fundamentals, like how the basic of Tally or how it will be working or how we can install and how we can set up the company or other things in the Tally software, that we are going to discuss. Next, we are going to discuss about the recording transaction in the Tally. That is your how to create a company, how to create a voucher, or if you are using the Indian currency or which currency you are going to use, all those things. That is the, we are going to do it in the recording transaction. Then we are going to discuss about creating financial statements, like how the Tally is going to generate the financial statement and how the reports looks like. That we are going to discuss. And then we are going to discuss about analysis of Tally reports, how to analyze the financial reports generated by the Tally software, that we are going to discuss. And the last one we are going to discuss about the Tally tips and tricks. So what are the shortcut keys or how to use in simple method, that we are going to discuss at the end, that is the Tally tips and tricks. So let's begin. Next we are going to discuss about recording transaction. Okay, so here we are going to discuss about the recording transaction in Tally. So how to create a company or how to work with the whatever the voucher types and what are the details it will ask for creating a company, what is the accounting period, all those things we are going to discuss here. Okay, so let's begin. So creating and managing company in Tally. So if you want to create a company, like first you are going to download the Tally software, you are going to take the license, you are going to activate the key, and once you start using the Tally, first you need to create a company in Tally. Because if you create a company, then only you can start acting or start doing the or recording the transaction in the Tally software. So that is the reason the first step is to create a company in the Tally. So company creation. So first, what are the steps involved in creating a company that we are going to discuss, and I will show you in the hands-on also. So consideration for naming and configuration. So what is your company name? What is the configuration you require? Like for example, your company is a sole trading company, or it is a joint stock company, or a partnership company. Which category of company is yours? For that, what are the turnover limit, or what is the advantages of getting from the government? All those things you need to configure in the first step. Next, company configuration. Configuring company details such as address, fiscal year, and more information are going to ask. That is your, what is the mail ID, landline number, fax, mobile number, all those things it will ask. That every detail you need to submit. Next, setting up security control and access level. So for which are the people they can access your financial reports in Tally software. That also you can control all the access from this tab only. So this is how it looks like. Okay. So I will show it in the hands-on also. Just for the reference, I'm showing it here also. So this is your Tally interface looks like. And for creating a new company, these are the details it's going to ask. Like company name, mailing name, address, financial year begin from, and books begin from. Like few companies, what they are going to do? They are going to do financial year is different, but they are going to maintain, or they are going to start the books of accounts from one more date or one more accounting period. So that is the reason it is asking both the one. And next, which state, country, telephone number, mobile number, fax, email, and your company website, and other details. Mainly the base currency symbol. That is the which country currency you are using for your Tally software. So many other countries currencies will be there. So according to your company needs and requirements, you need to select the which are the symbol you require. So I will show you in the hands-on part also here only. If you go to the Tally software, once you activate your license key, then this page will be appear. Here you can have the tab of go to. Whichever you want to go, that you can select. So here I'm selecting the company. In that company, we are creating new, correct? So create. So then it will appear. I have already shown you in the PPT also, correct? So your company name. For example, I'm going to give XYZ Limited. Okay. This is my company name. Next, mailing name. What is your mailing address or your email ID of that company? So xyz@gmail.in. So this is the mailing address and the residential address or the office address. So just number 86, 8th cross, some XYZ Levitt. This is the company address. Next, you can go for whatever the Bangalore or any pin codes that you can give it here, Bangalore. Next. So here in the state, whichever the state your company is running or existing, in which location it is, like in Karnataka, Gujarat, Bihar, Jammu, Kashmir, whichever the state, you need to select that. I'm selecting here Karnataka. Next, the country is India. Telephone number. If you have any number, you can just give the number here, or else you can go. Next, telephone number. Telephone number, for example, simply you can give any other 856 number. So if company is creating, then you need to give your original company numbers only, because we are creating a dummy company here. So I'm giving the XYZ information. Okay. So next, after telephone, mobile number is also there. So whatever the number is there, just you need to give the 10 digits of number. Next, fax. If you have the fax, you can give, or else you can go next. Email address, already we have given, that is xyz@gmail.in. Next, website, whatever the XYZ website is there, just XYZ, that is the website that you need to give https// all those things you need to give if you have. Okay. Next, the financial year begin from, that is usually we are going to start the financial year from 1st April of that current year, and we are going to end from the 31st March of the next year, correct? So here also financial year, the 1st April 23, and the books begin from 1st April 23. Okay. Next, the base currency symbol. If you want to change to any other country, you can change, or else if you want to keep it Indian currency, then you can keep it this only. At the end, okay, the pop-up will come. Accept yes or no. We want to create this company or not. If you want to create, then we need to click it on yes. So our company is created. Next, it will ask the company created successfully, enable the feature as per your business need. In this slide also I have shown you, right, creating company and then configuration of a company, correct? So which are all the features if you want to enable or disable? This is the platform where it will ask for enable and disabling of the features. So first one, see here, it is already showing company XYZ Limited. Show more features. If you want, you can click yes, or else whatever the features are enabled, that just it will show that features. So first one, accounting, maintain accounts. Yes, we need to maintain the books of account, so it should be yes. Next, enable bill wise entry. So usually what we are going to do, each and every vouchers or the bill we are going to make enter in the Tally software. That is the one way. Otherwise, the companies, what they are going to do, they are going to maintain or they are going to record these bills in day wise or weekly wise, depending on the company nature of products and goods they are going to sell. According to that, they are going to select. If you want to do bill wise, yes. Otherwise, you can select it as no. Next, maintain inventory. So each and every organization, the main objective of the organization is to maintain proper inventory in the organization. So we need to select yes. Integrate accounts with inventory. Yes, because whatever the goods will comes to the business or going out of the business, all the transactions should be recorded, and we need to get the accurate what is the stock is there in hand or in the godown. That is the reason it is as. Next, taxation, enable goods and service tax, that is your GST. If you are a company needs to pay GST to the government, then you need to select yes. Or if some companies, if it is GST is not applicable, then you can select it as no. And once you select for the GST, it will ask which state. It is Karnataka. Then registration type, you are a regular registered or composition scheme under your registered or regular SEZ. So just I will click it on regular. Okay. So access of any other territory, if it is yes, then you need to select yes, or else it is no. Next, if you have the GST number, if you are registered under the GST number, you will get the 15 digits of GST number that you need to enter here, because all the entries will comes under this GST number only. So periodically of GSTR1. So you need to refile or you need to file the GSTR1, whether you can go for monthly or quarterly. Just I will select it as monthly. So invoicing applicable, yes or no. Next, the e-way bill acceptable, yes. And the applicable from 1st April 2023. Why? Because we are starting the book from 1st April 2023. And applicable of interstate, yes. If it is only intrastate or interstate, that is depending on the business. Next, the pop-up, accept yes or no. So once it is done, we need just click on yes. Next, enable tax deduction at source. So if you are going to cut or if you are going to deduct the TDS from your employees, then you need to select yes. If you are not deducting, then it is not required. Okay. So these are the configuration key it will ask. Then accept. See, XYZ Limited, we already created this company. No vouchers are entered. So once we go ahead, okay, then I will show how to enter these vouchers also. That is, each and every transaction we are going to record, all those things will be there. And here you can see create, we already created. If you want to do alter, or if you want to do edit, or if you want to do some other changes, additionally you need to change, then you can go for this alter. Okay. Next, we have charts of accounts that we will discuss in the presentation. Then I will explain you here. You know what are the different types of accounts we are going to maintain in the organization, correct? So you are going to, first we are going to do the journal entries, ledger account, then we are going to create a trial balance, then we are going to create P&L account, then we are going to prepare financial statements, correct? So these are the broadly classified categories of accounts we are going to prepare in the organization. So in Tally also, what are the different kinds of all these accounts are there? Okay, that we are going to discuss. Understanding chart of accounts, definition and the purpose. So why we need to understand this charts of accounts first? In the earlier only we have discussed what you mean by accounts, what are the different types of accounts we have, what is the purpose of accounting, what is the objective of accounting, everything, correct? So here also in the Tally, they have different accounts they have given here, like as per the chart. that we are going to discuss one by one here also. Just I will show it in the Tally software and how to create or how to enable the acting or features that we are going to show. And what are these importance and classifying these charts of accounts also I will explain you one by one. Okay, so this is just I have added here as a sample copy or sample screenshot of how it will looks like in the Tally software. If you go to gateway of Tally, just click on chart of accounts. See, you are going to get to know what are the charts of accounts are here. So change company or show inactive companies, all those things options are also there. We don't have any other companies, just we created only one company. So only one company is there. So that is the reason no need to use this change company or show inactive company. So if you want to create ledgers, we can create it ledgers here. Next, voucher types. That also I will explain you one by one what are the different types of vouchers in Tally it is there, and how to create a voucher in the organization or company. Vouchers we are going to create in the Tally software. Next, currencies. While creating only I have shown you the what are the different types of currencies we can change, correct? So there only it will ask which country or which type of currency you require. And next, budget, the whatever the inflow and outflow of the cash or estimation of funds of the organization that we are going to do here. And scenarios, what are the different scenarios we are going to operate the organization. If it comes to inventory management, then we have stock groups. We have different categories of stocks, correct? Raw material, semi-finished goods, work in progress, ancillary products, all those things that will comes under this. And units, how many different units are there in the organization. For example, one main organization will be there. Under that, we have different units or 5-6 units or 5-6 sub-units over there. So for that, we need to record all this information here. And godowns, how many godowns they are going to maintain for that particular organization or for that particular company, that we are going to enter here. So this is the chart of accounts looks in the Tally software. Next, we are going to discuss about the voucher entry in Tally. So how to create a voucher in the Tally software, or what are the different types of vouchers are available in the Tally, that we are going to discuss now. So first, the types of voucher. So here I have added the screenshot. If you go for the list of voucher types, I will show you in the hands-on part also. So first, the attendance in the sense, the whatever the employees attendance they are going to calculate or they are going to record in the Tally software, that is there. Next, contra entries. So usually we solve this contra entry in the journal entries, correct? So contra entry is nothing but the same transaction which will appear in the debit and credit both the side in a same day. So that is called contra entry. Next, credit note. Credit note is nothing but the whatever we are going to get as a sales return. For that we are going to create a credit note. Debit note is nothing but what we are going to send it to others, or purchase return that we are going to record. Delivery note, whatever the goods delivered or not, that entry we are going to do it here. Job work in order or job work out order. Journal entry, that is material in, material out. Memorandum, payment, payroll, physical stock, purchase order, receipt note, rejection in, rejection out, reversing journal, sales order, and stock journal. So these are the different types of vouchers we need to create in the Tally software. Now I will show you in the Tally software also. So here, after the charts of account, then groups, ledger, then you have the voucher types. Just click on voucher type. See here, list of voucher types, whatever I have shown you in the presentation. Same, contra, credit note, debit note, delivery note, job work, sales order, stock journal. All those things are required to prepare your financial statement. So if you want to create any purchase or purchase order, receipt number, for each and everything we need to create a entry, or we need to make a entry. Then only you will get the accurate information in the financial reports. So I will show you how to create a voucher types also. Okay, voucher entry in Tally, that is recording sales and purchase transaction. So how to record this sales and purchase transaction or cash and bank transaction. So if you want to do sales, For example, the company is going to sold goods to Mr. XYZ for rupees 5,000 rupees. Okay, this is a transaction. How we are going to make an entry? So cash or bank account, whether that XYZ person is going to pay in cash or is going to pay in the form of check or DD, correct? So cash or bank account to sales account, because we are going to give the goods to him, correct? So on that time there are two entries. One is in sales also we need to show, and one whether it may be cash or bank transaction, that we need to enter, correct? For any transaction there will be two entries. Okay, that is minimum two entries will be there. If for example purchase, if you are going to purchase goods and services from ABC company, then purchase account debit to cash account or to bank account. If you are going to pay cash, then it is cash account. If you are going to pay through bank, then you need to mention as bank account, correct? So 5,000 rupees debit, 5,000 rupees credit. Like that, two entries we need to make. So details of purchase order. If you want to create a purchase order in the Tally software, means these are the informations are required to create one voucher entry. So product that are ordered. So for example, I have ordered the 50 products. So product that are ordered is 50. Quantities, that is in kgs, meter, number, etc. Whatever the weight we are going to do. Okay. So example, I'm going to take it in the numbers. So 50 numbers I have ordered. That is quantities is also 50. Price at which it is ordered. So for one product, for example, 100 rupees. Okay. The name of the vendor to whom the purchase order is being sent. So for whom we are going to send that goods, or from whom we are going to purchase that goods, that we need to enter. Shipment address or delivery location where the goods are required, that we need to enter. Billing address of the company. On some time what will happen, the shipping address is different, billing address is different, because the head office is located in the prime city, but the plant is located in the any industrial areas, correct? So there are two address will be there. Next, the terms and conditions of a payment. So how many days you are going to allow as a credit repayment period. After that they need to pay the money, or after that you need to pay money to them. Okay, that things we need to mention here. Due date of delivery or consignment. So all those things required to create one order or one voucher in the purchase. Once we create the purchase order in the Tally software, this is how it looks like. See here, the purchase order, Max Electronics, the address, description to, that is Max Electronics, the same address or whatever the other address if they provided, that we need to enter. Supplier, who is going to supply the raw materials or whatever the goods. Next here, voucher number and the date and whatever the terms of delivery. After that, description of the goods. What are the goods you are going to send, or due date, quantity, rates per, whether it may be a number, quantity, kilo, that you need to mention here, and the amount. So next, the amount in the words also, and whatever the signature, okay, authorization, that is going to at the bottom of the right corner. This is how the purchase order or the purchase voucher entry, once you done in the Tally, it will looks like. Just I will show it in the Tally software also. So here, purchase order, just click on the purchase order, see the name of the purchase order. So just example, VSN Electronics ELC. Okay. Next, if it is any other alias, if you have any pet name or any other like company, okay, you can, or the proprietor name, that you can enter here. Purchase order, if you want, you can give it in detail, or activity types of voucher. If it is yes, then you need to create yes, otherwise no. Method of voucher numbering, automatic, manual override, manual, multi-user auto, none. So if for example you are the only one person is going to create, then it is automatic. One by one entry we are going to create, right? The serial number will be continued. So just click it on automatic. Next, numbering behavior on insertion or deletion. So retain original voucher number, because once we delete also, or once we remove also, that voucher serial number should be there, correct? So next, set or alter additional number details. If you want, keep it yes, or else no. Retain original voucher number behavior, yes. Use effective dates of voucher. If you want, you can create yes, or else it is no. Allow zero value transaction. If it is zero value, the value is nothing. In that case also, if you want to maintain, then keep it as yes, otherwise it is no. Make this voucher type as operational by default. If you want, you can yes, or else it is no only. Allow narration in voucher. It is very, very important. The one sentence of explanation for that order, that you can keep it as yes. Enable default accounting allocations. If you want, you can yes, or else it is no. WhatsApp voucher after saving. So this Tally software directly send this voucher to the in the WhatsApp also. Whatever the XYZ person is there, for that it will be sent. So if you want, you can create yes, or else it is no. Print voucher after saving. So if you want to file it, that whatever the vouchers, then you can give it as yes, otherwise no. Default nothing. Set or alter declaration, yes or no. Name of the class, whatever the category, that you can create here, or else yes or no. The pop-up will come, accept yes, or else it is no. So we already created one purchase order. Like that, each and every entry or each and every transaction, it may be a sales order, stock journal, or it may be a rejection in, rejection out, or it may be a debit note, credit note, all those things. It will pop up here, and you need to create the voucher individually. Then you can go for the next step. So next we are going to discuss about the trial balance. Okay. So the trial balance is a statement where we can easily classify the assets, losses and expenses, debit side, and in the credit side, sales, income and gains and liabilities, that we can easily classify it into credit side. And this statement we are going to prepare with the help of all the closing balances of a ledger account. So once we prepare the ledger account, whatever the closing balances we are going to get, whether it may be a cash, bank balance, or purchases, sales, or whatever the other assets and liabilities of an organization, that closing balances we are going to take, and then we are going to prepare this trial balance. Okay. So what is the main purpose of creating this trial balance? Okay. So if you want to create income statement or profit and loss account, okay, then you require this trial balance. With the help of trial balance only, we are going to prepare this profit and loss account or the income statement in the organization. So next, understanding the trial balance as a tool for financial validation. So we are going to use as a financial tool means once we start transferring all the transaction or all the closing balances of a ledger account of a trial balance into the financial statements, then easily we can check which transaction or which ledger account already we have taken or which one we have not taken for the creating a financial statement. So that is the where we are going to prepare this trial balance, and we are going to cross verify as a tool, or we are going to use as a tool to create a financial statements. Okay. So steps to prepare a trial balance in Tally. So that I will explain you in the hands-on part. So if you go to Tally software, here you can show the day book. Okay. So in the day book, what we are going to do, we are going to enter the date, particulars, that is the whatever the transaction you are going to make, the voucher type and the voucher number. Once you enter the voucher or once you create the voucher, that voucher number will come here, and whatever the debit amount or else the inwards quantity, here credit amount and the outwards quantity, that we are going to record it here. So once you entering the vouchers, how I created the purchase order, like that each and every transaction vouchers we need to create in a Tally. Then you can in the day book one by one it will appear here. From this day book it will go to the journal entry. From the journal entry it will take it to the ledger account. From the ledger account you will get the trial balance. Okay, so this is the pathway of creating the trial balance in the Tally software. Okay, then also you can go for here, save and view. Once you're done with all these voucher entries, then you can get the final one here. Next, profit and loss statement. So the process of creating a financial statement is, first we need to record the transaction, that is your bookkeeping. Next, from that bookkeeping transaction, we are going to pass the journal entry. From the journal entry, we are going to post it to the ledger account. From that ledger balances or the closing balance of the ledger account, that we are going to use, and we are going to prepare the trial balance. Once we prepare the trial balance, the next step is profit and loss statement. So if you want to create a profit and loss statement, you require the trial balance account. Okay. So what are the components of profit and loss statement? Okay. So in the profit and loss statement, you require all the profit or the gain from the organization. Usually the main source of income from the sales only. You go for any companies, or you can take an example of any company. The main revenue come from sales. Correct? So that is the main profit. Okay. After that, the other incomes also. For example, company is going to receive a rent of their other property, or some building they have given as a let out as a property for rent. Then they are going to receive a rental income. If the company is invested their money in some other organization, or in the government bonds, or in the post office savings bank deposits, then they are going to get the interest on that particular deposits. That is also a one kind of income. If it is any other incomes are there, that is the income part. Next, when it comes to expenses, so all expenses and losses, they are going to record it here only. So expenses in the sense, any purchase of raw material or printing and stationery, telegram, postage, water, fuel, gas, any other expenses, salary paid, wages paid, okay, all those things will comes under the expenses. And whatever the depreciation charged on the fixed assets, that is also we are going to take. That is the few components we are going to take for the consideration of a P&L account or profit and loss statement. Next, calculating the net profit or loss. So as per the process, we need to enter all the expenses and the losses and profits and the incomes in the profit and loss statement. Finally, you will get the net profit or net loss from the organization, or from your profit and loss account of that particular organization. So this is the steps for preparing the P&L account or profit and loss statement. So first, gather all the financial data. So that will be available. How? We already created journal entry, ledger account, trial balance. From these three only, we are going to get all the financial data. Correct? Collect data from sales records, expenses, receipts, and bank statement. Next, when it comes to next step, that is categories of revenues and expenses. So we are preparing P&L account. That is your profit and the losses, or your revenue and the expenses. That category you need to make. Which is the profit for the organization, which is the loss, which is the revenue, which is the expenses. Okay, that category you need to make. Next, calculate gross profit. So from the gross profit, next we need to deduct all the operating expenses. That is your day-to-day expenses of an organization, that we need to deduct. Then you will get the operating income. From that operating income, you need to include other income or expenses, that is any administration expenses and income that you need to add. Then you will get the final net income or net loss of the organization. So this is the profit and loss statement. So here the Tally software, the P&L statement or profit and loss statement looks like. See here, profit and loss account, the XYZ Limited company for 1st April 2023. So here it is a debit side and it is a credit side. So here also particulars amount. So net profit. Once you start entering all the transactions here, okay, in the particulars column. If it is a expenses, then we are going to record it in the debit side, this side. If it is a profit or the income, then we are going to record it in the credit side. So once we start entering all the details, then you will get the net profit or net loss here. The total of both the sides, total of debit side, total of credit side, it will show it here. And if it is a debit balance, it is a net profit. If it is a credit balance, it is a net loss. This is how the profit and loss account statement looks in the Tally software. Next, we will discuss about the balance sheet. Okay, so once you learn the journal entry, ledger account, trial balance, profit and loss statement, and the final one is balance sheet. So in this balance sheet, we need to make a categories of assets, liabilities, and the equity. So these are the three broadly classified categories are there in the balance sheet. So balance sheet is nothing but it is a statement of assets and liabilities. What is owns for the organization and what we owe for others. That is your balance sheet, correct? So explanation of assets, liabilities and the equity section. So assets is what the company owns. Next, the liabilities are what the company owes to others. And the third one, equity. That is, through the shares, the company is collected money from the public for their organization. That is the equity. So if you know what are the categories or what are the items comes under this category, then we can move on to the creating a balance sheet. In simple, balance sheet as a snapshot of the company's financial position. So if you just look at the balance sheet, what is the total of assets, what is the total of liabilities, that is the net worth of the organization, then you will get to know what is the total net worth of this organization. So what is the value of that particular company. So that is the reason it is called as just as a snapshot. If you look at, then you will get to know what is the financial position of that particular company. So what are the objectives of this balance sheet? So it helps in ascertaining a financial position of the business on a given day. So if you want to check each and every day, what is your balance sheet net worth or what is the total of your balance sheet, assets and liabilities, if any difference were there or not, just you need to check or you need to give all the entries each and every day, and then you can check the financial reports of your organization. Next, details of owners' equity can be determined. So what is the owner's own fund and how much is the equity oriented fund or equity fund of the organization, that we can check. Next, the information from the balance sheet helps you to create provision for future loss or contingencies by creating a reserves. So the unexpected things like COVID comes, correct? Like that, if any other circumstances or situations comes in the future, so the company owners, the managing directors, they can see the balance sheet and whatever the contingencies they need to create for their organization, they can create. It provides a snapshot of business health, including the economic resources the business owes, and the sources of financing for those resources. So if the company requires money for the next whatever the other activities or other product line, for any other things if they require, they can go for planning for the owns and woes of the organization, or if they have the own fund or if they want to owe from others, that they are going to decide from this balance sheet. Ascertain if the business is financially autonomous and therefore solvent. If they are the financially sound or not, that they are going to check. If it is not sound, then what is the solvency position of that particular company, they are going to check. And the last objective is determine the financial liquidity of the business. The liquidity is nothing but easily we can convert into cash or it is near to cash. Okay, that is the one more information or the objective of creating this balance sheet. Next, the components of balance sheet. So in the balance sheet mainly we have two categories. One is assets, another one is liabilities. Under liabilities, we have three categories, that is owner's capital and your equity capital. That will comes under the capitals. Second one, the long-term liability. Okay. Next one is current liability. These are the three categories. For example, owner's equity, the owners or the proprietor own fund, equity share, preference share, reserves and surplus. That will comes under the capital. When it comes to long-term, if the company is issued any debenture, or if the company taken any term loans or secured loans, that will comes under the long-term liability. When it comes to current liabilities, the current liabilities is like your creditors, bills payable, bank overdraft, or any prepaid expenses, that is outstanding prepaid expenses, that will comes under this current liabilities. These are the one category. When it comes to in another category, that is assets, under that also we have three categories, that is subcategories: fixed assets, investments and current assets. Under the fixed assets, we have land and building, furniture and fittings, plant and machinery and other etc. will comes under the fixed assets. When it comes to investments, any amount or any money the company is invested in other companies. Okay, that is our investment, that is the asset for the organization. And the next one, current assets. Under the current assets, cash, bank balance, bills receivable, inventory, and any other short-term assets like our prepaid expenses or advance paid for any expenses. All those things will come under the current assets. So these are the few components of balance sheet. The process of preparing a balance sheet. So prepare ledger account. Next, preparing the unadjusted trial balance. Preparing adjusted trial balance. Fourth step is preparation of trading and profit and loss account. And finally, we are going to prepare balance sheet. Already we have discussed ledger account, trial balance, and the profit and loss statement, correct? After profit and loss statement, we are going to prepare the balance sheet. Whatever the information from the trial balance and the profit and loss statement, we need to prepare the balance sheet. So this is the process of creating the balance sheet. And now we will look how it will look in the, or how it will be looks like in the Tally software, the balance sheet. Start. So if you click on the list of reports, in that we have balance sheet. Just click on that balance sheet. See, liabilities is one category, assets is other category, XYZ Limited. So liabilities amount as on the 1st April 2023, because we are starting the books from 1st April 2023. So capital account. So whatever the amount is there, you need to enter here. What are the loans? That is your liability. Whether it may be a long-term loan, we are going to take it here. In current liabilities, we are going to take the other liabilities. Okay. Next, profit and loss account, that is opening balance and the current period, that we are going to enter here. When it comes to current assets, all your current assets, fixed assets and other investments, we are going to record it here. So balance sheet total will comes or appear here, and the assets total appear here. So this is how we need to create the balance sheet in the Tally. So no need to prepare all these things. Once we enter the ledger account and trial balance, all the information will appear easily in the balance sheet. You can get here, and if you want to save, and you can save, or else you can just look at the balance sheet and then you can move on. Next, we are going to discuss about the Tally reports overview. So how the Tally reports looks like and how to analyze the Tally reports, that we are going to see in this video. So types of reports in Tally. So the overview of financial statements, that is the balance sheet, that one statement or one report it will generate. And next, the stock summary. So if you want the monthly reports or weekly reports or quarterly wise reports, you can generate the stock summary also, because you need to reorder the quantity and how much stock is there in the organization. For all those things you need to check, correct? That is the one. And next, other reports also, that is your ledger account, cash account, or the cash flow statement, fund flow statement, all those things you can generate the other reports. I will show you the reports also. And we have the option of customization options and filters. So in the Tally software, however you require, like customized you can show it and you can filter it out also. So this is just an sample of audit report in Tally. It is generated in Tally. So the independent audit reports to the board of directors and the shareholders. Company name is ABC, address, the whatever the XYZ address is there. Report on the financial statement. Here it is written, we, in the sense XYZ, have audited the accompanying balance sheet of ABC as of December 31st, 2000, whatever the date. Everything they are going to mention, what is the cash flow and what is the financial statements and management responsibilities. That is, what is the plan of action or what is the action to be taken care by the management. All those information they have written here as a report, and finally they have given or they have submitted the sample audit report. So after preparing all this, okay, if you click on analysis, then if you are going to generate the report, then this is the sample report or sample. It will looks like this only. See here, if you go to final accounts reports. So if you want to check the balance sheet, if you double click on balance sheet, it will open balance sheet. See, because we are not entered any information, so it will looks like this only. So next, profit and loss account is also there. If you just double click on that, the profit and loss statement will open. So whatever the information or whatever the financial statement, it will appear here. And next, your trial balance and your receipts and payments. If you double click on that, you will get here. Or if you want to more information, just click on show more. So here all your balance sheet, profit and loss account, ratio analysis, trial balance, cash flow, fund flow, and receipts and payments. All this information or all these financial statements, it's going to appear in the Tally. So individually you can just check or you can save it and you can just get the printout also for your reference. So this is how we are going to generate the financial reports in the Tally. Next we will discuss about the tips and tricks in Tally. So that is the keyboard shortcuts in Tally. So this is the general shortcuts. Alt F1 to close the company. Okay. Next Alt F2 to change the company. Control plus A to accept a form wherever you use it. Okay. Control plus Alt plus B to check the company statutory details. Next Alt plus F3 to select the company from the list. Okay. Next Alt F9 to see the detailed list of shortcuts. In Tally shortcuts only you can appear in the Alt F9. Next the gateway of Tally, that shortcuts. Just if you press G to open the gateway of Tally in the screen. Next R to open the display menu for reports. I to open the display menu for statutory reports. X to open the display menu for exceptions report. And the V to open the display menu for OCHR reports. So these are the few shortcuts for gateway of Tally. Next, the OCHR entry shortcuts. F2 to change the date. F4 to toggle between OCHR types. F6 to select the narration. Control plus P to print the OCHR. Control plus R to repeat the narration. Alt plus P to print a report. So these are the OCHR entry shortcuts and these are the report shortcuts. Alt plus 2 to view the detailed report. Alt plus E to export the report in different formats. Alt plus I to zoom in on a report. Alt plus U to upload the data into the cloud. So these are the few shortcuts we can use and we can easily enter all the details in the Tally and it will make easier to use these shortcuts and you can enter all the details required. So here is a quick recap of what we learned in this particular course. Okay. So first we have discussed about the understand the core principle of financial accounting, the emphasizing the systematic recording and the analysis of transaction for informed decision making in business management. So what is the definition of accounting? What are the users or who are the users of accounting? What is the objectives and other things we have discussed in the accounting and financial accounting things, correct? Next we have discussed about the master Tally basics by navigating the interface, creating companies and gaining hands-on experience, establish a solid foundation for efficient Tally usage. So how to create a company, how to create vouchers or how to create any other transaction, all those things we have discussed, how to install all those things, correct? Next, learn the essential of recording diverse financial transaction in Tally, covering the chart of accounts, comprehension and practical voucher entry, exercise for accurate daily financial tracking. So all the transaction, that is your chart of account, in that also I have shown what are the different list of accounts we have, all those things we have explained. Next we have discussed about the generate and interpret crucial financial statements such as the trial balance, profit and loss account and balance sheet using Tally. So how to create all these three financial statements using the Tally, that also we have seen in the hands-on. Gain insights into the financial health of a company. Next we have discussed about the explorer of various Tally reports and enhance the data analysis skills for extracting valuable financial insight, customizing reports and interpret the data to support informed decision making. So how the financial reports looks like, and I have shown you the sample of auditing report. And lastly we have discussed about the tips and tricks of Tally software. Discover the time saving keyboard shortcuts, troubleshoot common issues and implement efficient data entries techniques that we have discussed, and practically also we have seen how to use that shortcut keys in the Tally software. Hello learners, welcome to the course on Tally for Financial Management. So in this course we are going to discuss about how the financial management is going to link with the Tally, or with the Tally software, how we can do the whatever the functions or any other objectives of financial management we can achieve through this Tally software, that we are going to learn. Okay, so first we'll discuss about the what are the agenda point for this particular course. So in this session we are going to discuss about the first one, the basics of Tally. That is the introduction to Tally, how to download the Tally or how to set up the Tally features and what are the key features of Tally. All those things we are going to discuss in this particular agenda point. So next we are going to discuss about the overview of financial management in Tally. So with the financial management, how can we include Tally software and how can we get the whatever the financial management purpose objectives we can reach for the particular organization, that we are going to discuss. And then we are going to discuss about the Tally for budgeting and planning. So what do you mean by budgeting, or what is the types of budgets and how they are going to create budgets using the Tally, and how to plan, that is forecasting the future budget, that we are going to discuss. And then we are going to discuss about Tally for cash flow management. So in financial accounting also we are going to do the cash flow statement, correct? Right? Like that only in the financial management, the cash flow, how the cash inflow and outflow of the organization, okay, they are going to manage, that we are going to discuss. After that we are going to discuss about Tally for financial control and security. So how to control the finance in the organization and how to secure the data, financial data in the organization with the Tally, that we are going to discuss. Next we are going to discuss about Tally for tax management. So in this we are going to discuss about how the tax management we are going to generate the reports, filing the e-returns or the GST reports, all those things using the Tally, okay, that we are going to learn. Next we are going to discuss about the overview of financial management in Tally. So how we are going to consider the Tally software using for the financial management activities. Okay, first we will learn about the what you mean by financial management, or how to manage the finance in an organization, how important it is. Okay, that we are going to discuss first. Introduction to financial management. So financial management refers to the strategic planning, organizing, directing and controlling of financial tasks within an organization to achieve its objective. So the word only indicates the word financial management, correct? So finance is nothing but the money or monetary terms. How we are going to manage, that is inflow and outflow of cash or the money managing in an organization. How to plan or how to manage the fund means first we need to plan how much inflow we are going to expected for this particular year or for this particular quarter or for the particular month. Based on that, how much we need to spend as an expenses or for the promotional activity, purchasing the raw material, salary, other things, and how much we need to invest on others, that is like securities or real estate or any other investment avenues the company can invest, that they need to think, correct? That is the planning. Next, once we plan, next we need to organize. So what are the sources of income is available for our particular company, which is offering less rate of interest for the organization. So based on that, we need to organize the funds for the organization. Next, directing. So we already planned, correct? How much fund we need to invest on the particular real estate or for the purchasing the any fixed assets or for the salary, rent, other things, correct? So based on that, we need to allocate the fund. Then we need to control over the funds. So if you don't have the control on the funds, then it's not going to whatever the your plan or for the estimated budget, that won't be possible, correct? So on that time we need to control over the financial task with an organization. So why we need to do this, all this planning, organizing, directing, controlling means we need to achieve the organizational goal, the company's goal or the common goal of the organization. To achieve that, these are the few steps we need to follow for the financial management. It involves managing financial resources effectively to ensure the organization financial health and sustainability. So this financial management is going to give the brief about the how financially healthy that company is or how sound financial position they have in the organization. So after the meaning of financial management, we are going to discuss about the what are the key activities of financial management. That is the one or the other activities they are going to conduct in this financial management, right? So we'll discuss one by one. So first one is budgeting. So budget is the nothing but what is the estimated cash inflow and outflow for the particular year or the particular quarter or for the particular month. That we call it as budget. So if, for example, I have an estimation of getting the revenue of 1 crore rupees, and at the same time I need to spend at least 80 lakhs of rupees for the whatever the expenses and the payments. That is the approximate we are going to create as an estimated budget. Correct? That is the budget. That is also one of the activities under the financial management. Next, cash flow management. So managing the fund in the organization. That is the financial management, correct? So the inflow and outflow of the cash. For example, I am getting the 10 lakh rupees of amount as an organization. So in that 10 lakhs, I am going to pay whatever the salary, other expenses, everything, I am going to close within 3 lakhs rupees. So remaining 7 lakhs is there. So in that 7 lakhs, how much I need to invest on the particular real estate or for the plant and machinery or for any other fixed assets or in the other companies' securities or the government bonds. That all cash flow management should be done in the financial management. Next, financial reporting. So whatever the dividend decision or the capital structure or any other decision we are going to finalize, right? So for that, each and every report should be there. And whatever the financial statements we are going to prepare, profit and loss account, all those things, it will relate to the financial management. Next, the risk management. If you are investing 1 rupee on any other company or any other securities, means whatever the risk is involved in. In the example, I have taken 10 lakh rupees I am going to receive as an inflow cash, correct? So in that 10 lakh I am going to spend 3 lakhs rupees for all the expenses and the payments. So in the remaining 7 lakh rupees, the whole 7 lakhs I am going to invest on securities, or in that 7 lakhs, 3 lakhs I am going to invest on security, 2 lakhs on real estate and other 2 lakhs on debenture. Like that I need to aggregate or I need to allocate the fund. Why we are going to allocate or diversify in the fund means because of reducing the risk in the organization. Whatever money we are going to invest, for that, whatever the risk involved in that, we are not going to looking at the only returns. We need to look at the risk also. So we need to diversify the risk in the whatever the fund we have invested. So that is the reason we need to check at the risk management also. And next we are going to discuss about the next activity is investment decision. So while taking care of whatever the amount you are going to invest, on that time you need to first think of what is the risk involved in that particular. That is called as investment decision. That 3 lakh rupees I am going to invest on securities, 2 lakhs on debenture, 2 lakhs on real estate. So that 7 lakh rupees I am going to invest, right? So for that we need to plan. That is the investment decision. Next, cost management. So each and every rupee, whatever we are going to spend or we are going to give to the others in the organization. For that we need to do the cost management, cost per unit or cost for the particular bundle of products or for the particular project, product line or for the particular order. All those things we need to control in this cost management. Next we are going to discuss about the other activity called strategic financial planning. So how tactically you are going to manage the fund in the organization. So if for example for this particular year I require 10 lakh rupees. After investing all those money, then only I am going to get the profit, right? So for that 10 lakh rupees, what are the sources are available? And at what time we need to take from X person or Y person or the from this whatever the banker, at what time we need to take and how much we need to take. That strategic financial planning is very, very important in the any organization. Because I require 10 lakh rupees, but in that 10 lakh rupees, first quarter I required only 3 lakhs, other quarter is going to 2 lakhs and the next quarter is going to 3 lakhs and remaining at the last quarter, correct? For example, for the first quarter I required only 3 lakhs, but I took the bank loan of 10 lakh rupees at the beginning only. So for that 10 lakh remaining other 9 months I need to pay interest, correct? That is the loss for the company. If you are utilizing that money, then if you are taken, then that is okay. If you are not utilizing, just you are taking the money from the any bank or any financial institution, keep it in the organization, that is a loss, correct? So that is the reason we need to do this strategic financial planning. And the last one, financial complaints. So is there any complaints or any queries about the whatever the fund in the organization or any outsiders? All those things we need to check in this financial management. So these are the brief about the what are the key activities conducted or done in the financial management. Next, financial management principles. So what are the principles we need to follow for this financial management in an organization? So first one, goal alignment. I have already taken the example of 10 lakh rupees. So if I have 10 lakh rupees as an inflow, in that 10 lakh, 3 lakhs is going for whatever the expenses and the payments. So remaining 7 lakhs, if you want to reach the whatever the company objective or company goal, how to reach that goal? For that we have the different ways we need to create, correct? So through the whatever the company profit and whatever the surplus funds we have, we need to invest on some other securities or any other assets, and then we can easily reach the common goal of an organization. So first we need to set a goal. For that goal we need to reach, so we need to create a different ways, that is vision and mission statements, correct? So that we need to follow for the goal alignment. That is the first principle. Second one, profit maximization. All the business or each and every business activities done for the purpose of making profit, correct? So reducing the whatever the cost of an organization, how much is possible to reduce? We need to minimize the cost and maximize the profit in the organization, because each and every activity we are going to do it for the purpose of profit only or else for money only, correct? So that is the reason profit maximization is also very, very important in an organization. So that is the other principle of financial management. Next, risk return trade off. So I have already taken the example of 10 lakh, correct? So same example I am going to take for risk and return also. If that 7 lakh rupees, if I am invested on equity shares of an other company, so equity shares, yes, it will give good return. At the same time, we have the risk also. High risk, high return. So that is the reason what I am going to do, 3 lakh rupees only I am going to invest on equity share. Other 2 lakhs I am going to invest on debenture. Other 2 lakhs rupees I am going to invest on the fixed assets or in the real estate. So this is the diversification of fund. Why I am going to do this diversification? If for example, risk is high in the equity share, at the same time in the debenture risk is very minimal, because we are going to get the what is the fixed rate of interest is there, that we are going to get, correct? So that is the reason. So we are going to diversify the fund and we need to balance the risk and return in the organization. That is the one more principle of financial management. Next, the time value of money. The rupee value of today, it's not going to same for the next day or for the next month or for the next year. It's continuously it's going to change, correct? So 10 rupees value is today, whatever we have 10 rupees. At the same time, after 1 year or after 2 years, the 10 rupees doesn't have the same value of 10 rupees. It's going to decrease. At the same time, if you are invested that 10 rupees in any other security, then you are going to get the more value than the 10 rupees. If you are not invested, just if you keep on money with you, then the 10 rupees value is going to decline. That is the time value of money. Next, consistency and comparability. So whatever the amount we are going to, or whatever the fund we are going to manage in the organization, in the form of consistency we need to maintain in any activities, and we need to compare. If for example, if I invested my money in equity share, how much I am going to get the risk or how much I am going to get the return. If in the same time, same amount I am going to invest on the debentures and the bonds, how much I am going to expect the returns or how much risk involved in that. So like that we need to compare. That is also one of the principle of financial management. Next, liquidity and cash flow management. So liquidity is nothing but near to cash. So how much the money is going to invested that company on the current assets or in the short-term investments. Why it is short-term investments? Easily we can convert that money or whatever the securities into easily into the cash. Whether it may be any assets or it may be any small like shares or the government bonds and other things. Easily we can convert and we can get the money easily. That is called liquidity. With that, we can easily manage the fund or the cash flows in the organization. Next, cost benefit analysis. How much cost we are going to invest or the incurred for that particular product, or how much benefit we are going to get it from that particular product. That is the cost and benefit analysis. Next, we have budgeting and planning. So for each and every activity, first what we are going to do in the organization, first we need to do the budgeting. How much money is required for that particular project or for that particular activity, and how much we are expecting the profit from that particular project or from the particular product. That is the budgeting and planning we need to do. That is also one of the principle. Next, transparency and accountability. So whatever the activities or whatever the cash flow management we are going to do or fund management we are going to do, that should be transparent. The matrix member or management, everyone can easily analyze and they can take any decision regarding the any activities. So that is the reason they need to be in the transparency, and for each and every activity or transaction, that accountability should be there. And the last one, ethical consideration. So ethically we need to consider all the fund in the organization. In ethical way we need to invest and we can get the money back. These are the few principles of financial management. Next, we are going to discuss about the role of tally in financial process. So how the tally is going to help in this financial process in an organization. So first one, automated bookkeeping. So automated bookkeeping is nothing but, so whatever the entry we are going to make. For example, in the bookkeeping, the date book, we have a day book, correct? So in that day book, we are going to enter each and every transaction happen in the organization. So the date book, what is going to do? All the transaction wherever it is required, like in journal entry, ledger account, or sometime if it is required for any financial purpose, like any project, individual project wise, on that time we can easily take this automated bookkeeping transaction for whatever the reports or the financial statements we can easily consider for this automated bookkeeping. Otherwise, in the manual entry, what we need to do? So each and every time we need to manually record the transaction. But here, once we record the transaction, automatically we can take whatever the accounts or whatever the books we are going to prepare. For that, we can take these entries. Next one, the ledger management. So each individual account we are going to maintain a ledger account, correct? So for cash or bank or for plant and machinery, land and building, each and every account we are going to create a individual ledger accounts. So for financial management also, whatever the money is going to comes to the organization in the form of cash or in the form of bank, any other, that we are going to maintain in this ledger account. So once we enter the transaction in day book or in the bookkeeping, from that individual transaction will be taken care in the journal entry. From the journal entry, we are going to prepare this ledger management in the or ledger account in the Tally software. So the cash and the bank, these two accounts easily we can take and we are going to prepare the cash flow statement or the whatever the cash inflow and outflow of the organization, that we can prepare. Next, financial reporting. So after ledger account, we are going to prepare the trial balance. So from that trial balance, we need to prepare P&L account. From the P&L, we are going to prepare the balance sheet, correct? That is the manual process. Here, if you given just the entry in the day book, it is automatically it will take to journal, ledger, trial balance, P&L account, and the financial report will be ready for that particular organization. So that is the one of the role of Tally in the financial process. And next we have budgeting and forecasting. If for example, whatever the variable expenses, variable income, fixed expenses, fixed income for that particular organization or for the particular whatever the project, if you given, so how many number of products you are going to produce. For example, if you are given for one product, what is the fixed cost, what is the variable cost, what is the cost of production, everything if you are given once, you can easily calculate for how many number of products you need to produce or how many number of units you need to produce. For that easily you can take the budget and the forecasting also. If you want to produce 100 products for the next month, how much money is required for that particular activity. All those things will be taken care in this Tally software. Next, taxation, invoicing and billing. So each and every transaction we are going to record. Like once we are entering the whatever the voucher, in that only the whatever the supplier or the whoever the buyer, everyone's investors, all the GST number or whatever the PAN number, it's there, correct? So easily we can entering the voucher numbers or the voucher entry. On that time we are going to give all these details, correct? So once we given the details, automatically it will calculate the taxation and the invoice and whatever the billings, everything will be done. Next, cash flow management. So in the second point already discussed the ledger management, correct? So individual cash account and individual bank account. Through that two ledger account, we can easily maintain this cash flow management in the Tally software. Next, inventory management. So inventory management means how much stock, the raw material, work in progress or the finished goods or whatever the stock is there in the warehouse, all those things. LIFO method, FIFO method, whatever the organization is following, all those things if you give as an input for the Tally, so based on that it's going to create or generate the inventory management of an organization also. And bank reconciliation, so this is very difficult job, creating the bank reconciliation statement for whatever the transactions, okay. So for that also no need to worry, Tally is only taking care of that bank reconciliation statement, multi-currency support. So transferring one invoice from the one country currency to other country currency, all those things will be possible. And user-friendly interface and the complaints management. All those are the few roles we can easily taken care in the Tally for the financial process. Just all these things I will show it in the Tally software also. So I already taken the example of automated bookkeeping, correct? Daybook. So here if you go to Daybook and click on Daybook, see here, date, particulars, voucher type, voucher number, debit amount or inwards quantity, credit amount, outwards quantity. So these are the transaction. For example, today, whatever the date is there, XYZ, number of months or whatever the month, year, we are going to enter in the date column, particular, whichever the supplier is. For example, XYZ person is the supplier. So we need to take XYZ, whatever the private limited or limited, whatever it may be, that we need to enter. Next, voucher type. It is a credit note or debit note or the purchase, sales, whatever the vouchers are there. We have 14 types of vouchers. So that type we need to enter here. And voucher number, that is the serial number or the bill number given on that particular receipt, that we need to enter, whether it may be inwards or the outward, that we can easily enter here. Like that, each and every transaction we need to enter in the Daybook. This is the primary books of accounts. Once you do this, then it will automatically take for the journal entry, ledger account, all those things. I have also discussed about the ledger account, correct? So the ledger account, if you go to chart of accounts, if you double click on chart of accounts, see here you have the ledgers. So in the list of masters, in that we have ledgers, correct? Double click on that ledgers. See, these are the few ledgers account we already created for this, okay? Current assets, under that bank accounts, cash in hand. So if it comes to the whatever the financial management, these two are very, very important, because if you are going to do cash flow management, budgeting, all those things, these two accounts they are going to consider. So bank accounts, you can enter whatever the bank accounts details, that is whatever the day books you are entered, that will comes to bank accounts, or if it is in cash account, all those things it will come here. So individual all the ledgers account like deposits, loans and advances, stock in hand, debtors, fixed assets, investment, miscellaneous expenses, all those things will be there in the ledger account. So once you enter the day book, automatically it will go to journal entry. From journal entry it will comes to ledger account. Next, we also discuss about the financial reporting. So in that financial reporting, mainly first we are going to prepare the profit and loss account and income statement. After that we are going to prepare the balance sheet, correct? See here we have a profit and loss account, or we call it as income statement also. So profit and loss account, double click on the profit and loss account. See here whatever the particulars, ABC Private Limited, that is the year beginning, and whatever the debit side and credit side. If you are going to make a entries, then automatically whether it may be a net profit or the net loss. If it is a debit side, it is net profit. If it is a balance is there on the credit side, then it is a net loss. Like that we need to prepare the P&L account. And after P&L account, once we completed this, it will automatically go to balance sheet. See here, liabilities on the debit side or the left side, and the assets on the right hand side. So all our current assets, fixed assets, we are going to record it here, and here all our capital, shares, debentures, and the whatever the long-term loans and the short-term loans, that is the current liabilities, all those things we are going to enter here. This is the balance sheet, how it looks like in the Tally software. Also, we have discussed about the bank reconciliation statement. This is the very crucial and very difficult task in the any organization. Okay, so if you go to gateway of Tally, in that we have banking. If you double click on banking, there you have bank reconciliation. If you double click on this bank reconciliation, it will take whatever the ledgers. If you want to create any ledger account, you can just click on the account number and just click on create. It will create the bank reconciliation statement also. So these are the few whatever the roles in the Tally for the financial process. Next, functions of financial management. So first one is estimation of capital requirements. For example, for this particular quarter, we need to produce 50 number of units, whatever the company is going to produce the goods, correct? So for that 50 products, how much investment is required? If for example, that 50 units we are going to produce in this particular company for this particular quarter means we are going to get a profit of 10 lakh rupees. So for getting the 10 lakh rupees of profit, how much we need to invest or how much we need to spend on that particular 50 units of cost of production. So for that we need to estimate the capital requirement. So for the 10 lakh rupees of profit if you want to gain, then you need to invest 50 lakhs rupees of amount in the that particular 50 units of products. So not only that, whatever the salary, whatever the wages we have paid, rent of the building, all those things we need to consider and we need to create this estimation of capital requirement. And in the beginning also I told you, if we are given, for example, for producing one product or one number of unit, for that how much is the fixed cost, what is the variable cost or the fixed expenses, all those things if we given the data. So automatically we can multiply with the how many number of units you need to produce and how much time or how much profit we can make. All those things easily we can make from this Tally software. That is the first function. Second one, determination of capital structure. If I have the equity share capital of 1 crore rupees, how much I need to pay as a dividend for the equity shareholder. At the same time, for that 1 crore rupees, 50 lakhs I am going to issue equity share. Another 30 lakhs I am going to issue debentures. Another 20 lakhs I am going to issue preference share. So on that time, how much I need to pay for the whatever the shareholders and the debenture holder. That we need to check. Based on that, we need to determine or we need to create a capital structure for the particular any organizations. That is also we can do it from the whatever the using the Tally software. Next, evaluate and select sources of funds. So what are the different sources are available? I have already told you. If you required 1 crore rupees of capital, on that time 50 lakhs is the whatever the equity share, 30 lakhs is the debenture, 20 lakhs is the preference share. Like that we need to plan, correct? So that is the whatever the sources, equity shares is the source, debenture is the source or the bank loan is the source. We need to check what are the sources are available for that particular company. And next, allocate and control of funds. How much we are going to allocate for the organizational funds or how much I need to invest on the whatever the project A, project B, project C, and how to control over the funds in the organization. That is the one of the major function. Next, distributes the profits or surplus. So once we get the profit from any activity, for example, project A, B, C, all those things are given the profit for the particular company, means how we need to distribute for the equity shareholders, debentures and the preference shareholders or any other bank loans. That is very, very important. And the last one, monitoring financial activities. So each and every financial activity should be monitored and the control over the funds in the organization. Next, the same whatever the functions we have discussed, it is in the like in an image format I am showing here. So financial management, that we have classified, broadly classified into two categories: investment decision, financial decision, and one more is there, that is operating decision also. Okay, these are the three kinds of major classification. From this investment decision, first one is budgeting, working capital management. Budgeting is nothing but how much is the cash inflow and outflow, the estimation we are going to prepare. Next, the working capital management. The current assets minus current liabilities, that is called your working capital, correct? So how to manage that short-term funds. And next, financing decision, that is cost of capital, that is how much return we are going to pay for the capital invested. And capital structure decision, that is if for example 1 crore rupees of capital if you required, so in that how much is equity, how much is debenture, how much is bonds, that plan we need to do. That is the capital structure decision. And the last one, leverages. So these are the broadly classified functions of the financial management. Next, we are going to discuss about budget creation in Tally. So if you want to create a budget, if for example, normally if you are going to create a budget for any organization, means what you are going to do, so you are going to take as a manual entry you are going to make, or in the paper, that is the traditional method of creating budgets that we are going to make, or we are going to use Excel or Google Sheets for the creating a budget, correct? But in Tally also, if you want to create a budgets, first we need to go to open the Tally software. In that gateway of Tally, there you need to go for assessing the budgeting module. So from that tab, if you click on that, then you will get the other option called create a new budget or the existing budget. So if you want to create new one, then you need to click on the create new budget. So if you click on that, then you will get a one more tab called allocate budget figures or allocate the fund. So for that, how much is the whatever the estimated cash inflow or the revenue generation, or how much is the expenses, all those things you need to allocate the fund in this budget. Next, after allocating, you need to click on the whatever the budget monitoring and variance analysis. So once that activity is completed, or the whatever the budget you have created, that activity or that task should be completed, then you need to check the variances, how much you have expected or estimated budget, what is the actual budget. If for example your estimated budget is 10 lakh rupees but actual budget is 7 lakh rupees. So the variances we need to analyze. And the last one, generating the budget reports. So after whatever the variance analysis, monitoring everything, we can get the generate the budget reports. Next, the basics of financial planning. So financial planning is nothing but we are going to forecasting the future, okay, for requirements or whatever the money we have. From that we need to plan for the future financial activity. So financial planning is the process of setting the goals, assessing the resources and creating a strategy to achieve financial objective. If for example, okay, so first if you want to make any profit or made any profit, then what you are going to do, first we need to set the goal. So for this particular quarter, company needs to achieve of 10 lakh rupees of profit. That is the goal. To reach that goal, next what we need to do, we need to assess the resources. What are the available resources are there with us, okay, to reach that 10 lakh rupees of profit for this particular quarter, okay. So in that, how much is resources are available, how much we need to take from the whatever the available sources, all those things we need to assess. Next, we need to create a strategy to achieve financial objective. To reach the 10 lakh rupees of profit for this particular quarter, how much sales we need to make. To make that sales, how much production cost is required, how much revenues or whatever the promotional activity, transportation is required. Everything we need to do the strategy in this financial planning. So it is a setting the goal, assessing the resources and creating a strategy to achieve that particular goal. This is called financial planning. It involves budgeting, saving, investing and managing risk to secure a stable financial future. So key components of financial planning, the first one is budgeting. Already we have discussed, budgeting is nothing but the estimated cash inflow and outflow of the organization. Emergency fund, so for any contingencies or for any other emergencies, the company needs to manage the fund. If for example 10 lakh rupees they have made the profit, means the 10 lakh rupees also they are not going to invest. In that 10 lakh, at least 10% or 5% they are going to keep it as an emergency fund. So that is the emergency funds. Debt management. So managing the whatever the borrowed money in an organization, that is also very, very important. Investment planning, how much they need to invest on the other securities or other assets. That is also important for any organization. Insurance coverage. Why they are going to take this insurance means to avoid the risk or to minimize the loss for that particular whatever the activity they have conducted. So that is the insurance coverage. And the last point is tax planning. So tax planning is also conducted for the whatever the money. Ethically we can reduce the tax burden. That is the reason they are going to do this tax planning. Next, setting smart financial goal. S stands for specific, M stands for measurable, A for achievable, R for relevant, and T for time bound. So specifically whatever the measurable target we can set, and we need to set a achievable goals. If for example that company have the production capacity of 10,000 products per month, but we are going to target or we are going to set the target of 20,000 products, that is not achievable, correct? So that company have the 10,000 number of units they can produce in 1 month, then we need to set at least 10,500 or 11,000 we can set, not more than that, because the company production capacity only 10,000, then how can we set for 20,000? So we need to set the achievable goals, and the relevant should be there, and whatever the time bound for particular month or for the particular quarter, like that we need to set the time bound also. Utilizing Tally for financial forecasting. So if you want to forecast any other things like for budgeting or any other financial activity, how they are going to use Tally for creating the financial forecasting. What do you mean by financial forecasting first? If for example, for the particular year, how much money is required? Okay, if for example 10,000 rupees they required for the particular year. So for that 10,000, what are the sources are available with them? Whether they can go for bank loan or for any other securities if they can issue, or if they want to go for any third party loans or the parties insurance or any other things, if they can go, that they are going to check, that is the sources are available, and from that whatever the available sources, what is the rate of interest they are charging or how much we need to repay for them, that also they are going to check, and then they are going to forecast for the future. Next, Tally reporting capabilities. So in the Tally reporting, we have all the reports like creating a budget, or for our journal entry, ledger account, trial balance, income statement, or profit and loss account. All those things, all the capabilities are there in the Tally software. But utilizing or optimal utilizing the Tally software is depending on the whatever the activities they are going to do. Historical data analysis. So whatever the past data or past budgets are there, based on that also they can analyze the data. And budget integration for forecasting. What are the budget integration? If for example using the historical data, how we can prepare or we can forecast the future budget, that is also we can do from the Tally software. Next one, implementing financial plans in Tally. First one, budget creation in Tally. We already looked at what are the steps involved in creating a budget. Next, the variance analysis. So how much the variance is there, like estimated budget and the actual budget, what is the difference? All those things we need to analyze. Next, scenario planning with Tally, cash flow management, real-time monitoring and adjustments. So whatever the real time, for example, in this whatever the next day or for today only, whatever the changes is happening in the economy, based on that also we need to change the budget. So this cash flow management I will show you in the Tally software. See, if you go to gateway of Tally, here we have cash flow. So if you just double click on that cash flow management, see monthly wise it is there. April, May, June, July, August, all this month, that is particularly 12 months of period starting from the April end with the March of the next year. Okay. So cash movement, whether in the April we have inflow or outflow, net flow. If it is inflow minus outflow, you will get the net cash outflow or net cash inflow for the particular month. Like this we need to prepare, and the grand total will come here as a chart. Next, we are going to discuss about creating budgets using Tally. Okay, so what are the different types of budgets are available in Tally, or how to manage or how to create a budget in Tally, that we are going to discuss now. Before that, we are going to discuss about what do you mean by budgets. or what is the meaning of budgeting, what is the functions of budgeting, importance of budgeting, or what are the different types of budgets are there, that we are going to discuss. Okay. So introduction to budgeting. The budgeting is a systematic process of creating a detailed financial plan for a specific period, outlining expected income and expenses. So it is a financial plan of a particular period. I've already told you, right? So we can prepare a budget for quarterly, monthly, or half yearly, or the yearly wise. So we can prepare the budget, and it is like a blueprint for the whatever the income and expenses we are going to get. How much income we are going to generate and how much expenses is expected. That is called budget. So in financial planning, budgets serve as a roadmap, providing a structured framework for managing financial resources. So through the roadmap only, so how much fund we have and how much we need to invest on the particular X activity, Y activity, or the X project, Y project, all those things will be dependent. What are the key components of budgets? So in that key components of budgets, first one is revenue projection, that is the how much revenue or how much income is expected. Correct? That is the first key component. And the second one is expenses projection. So how much we need to spend on that particular budget, or for the particular whatever the duration, that is the quarter or monthly or yearly or half yearly. How much revenue is expected and how much we need to spend for the particular project. Next, the cash flow statement. Cash flow statement is the inflow and outflow of the cash in the organization. That is also through this budget only we can do. And operating budget. Operating budget is nothing but the day-to-day activities, operational activities, whatever the fund is required. For that particular, we are going to prepare this operating budget. Next, capital expenditure budget. Capital expenditure budget is nothing but so investing on the capital assets or capital items like a long-term assets. It's like a purchasing the land and building, purchasing the plant and machinery, purchasing the furniture and equipments, all those things will come under the capital expenditure. Next, the budget variances. If for example, we have estimated budget of 10 lakh rupees, but what is the actual one? Whether it may be exceed for the 10 lakh rupees or the before that only or within that only we have completed that project. That we need to check the what is the budget variances. And next, contingency plans. If for example, we have planned for the 10 lakh rupees of budget. So for example, that budget exceeds. On that time, we require another 1 lakh or 2 lakh rupees as a contingency requirement. So for that also we need to plan. That is the contingency plan. And the last one, performance matrix. So how the fund is going to perform in the market or in the whatever the products and services offered in the particular markets, or depending on the market conditions, it's going to performance, correct? So that all those things are the key components of budgets. Next, the importance of budgeting, the financial planning and direction. So financial planning is nothing but the roadmap. Already we have planned and we have kept some money for whatever the roads or whatever the diversification we are going to do and the whatever the activities we are going to conduct in the organization. So that is the first importance. Second point is resource allocation efficiency. So how we are going to allocate the resources and how efficiently we are going to manage the fund in the organization. And the next one, goal setting and achievement. So how to set the goals in an organization, that is the organizational goal or the objective, company objectives. So to reach that objective, how we need to set the goal or how relevant it is, like that we need to set the goals and how we are going to achieve. That is the vision and mission statement. Okay. So next, the performance monitoring and control. So whatever the money we have allocated or allotted for the particular X activity or X project or Y project, so that we need to monitor the performance of that particular project. We need to monitor and we need to control over that activity. Next, the informed decision making. This is very, very important. Why? Because whatever the decision we are going to take, for example, we have 2-3 projects, project A, B, C. So project A is also going to give the profit, B is also, C is also going to generate the profit. But what is the quantum of profit we are going to get from this each project? If for example, project A is going to give 10 lakh rupees, project B is going to give 8 lakh and project C is going to give only 4 lakh rupees. So on that time, which one we need to consider for our particular organization. If for example, if we take on project A, that is the most suitable, or project B is suitable, or project C is suitable, depending on the profits and the activity we are going to select. And we need to take that informed decision because of this budgeting. So based on our cost availability or fund availability, based on that also we are going to take the decision, correct? So that is the one more importance of budgeting. Next, the cash flow management, the forecasting, inflow and outflow of the organizational fund. So that is also important in the organization. Through the budgeting only we can maintain this cash flow management also. And the motivation and accountability. So for each and every activity, the main motto is to make money or the earn profit, correct? So for each and every activity we are going to conduct, and for that each and every activity we have to be accountable for the all the fund of an organization. And the last one, risk management. Managing the risk in the organization, that is very, very challenging, because I already given the example of 10 lakh rupees, correct? In the 10 lakh rupees, 3 lakh rupees is for expenses, remaining 7 lakhs. How to divide that fund? Okay, if for example 3 lakh rupees on equity share, 2 lakh rupees on debenture, 2 lakh rupees on bond, like that we are going to distribute, right? So why we are going to do? To diversify the fund, and we are going to minimize the risk involved in that particular activity. That is also one of the major importance of this budgeting. Next, the benefits of budgeting: financial control, decision making support, performance evaluation, resource allocation, goal setting and planning, cash flow management, coordination and communication, performance accountability, motivation and employee morale. So these are the few things we already discussed in the whatever the functions or the importance of the budgeting already we have discussed. So I'm not going to explain here, just these are the few benefits of budgeting. Next, the types of budgets. So this budget also broadly classified into two categories. One is operating budgets and other one is capital budgets. So operating budget is nothing but the day to day, or the, for example, in the 1 year, okay, in that 1 year we have the multiple of this operating budget. For example, some companies they are following 1 month, or for the particular quarter, or for the particular half yearly wise they are going to prepare this operational budget. Why? Because so they need to check about the like monthly how much sales they are going to get, or monthly how much operating expenses are there, how much profit, that is operating income they are going to generate. For those things also they are going to create this operating budgets. But when it comes to capital budget, this is for the long run or for the long term budgets they are going to prepare, particularly for 1 year or particularly for the next 2 years, next 3 years, like that they are going to prepare. So we'll see one by one. So first one is operating budgets. So operating budgets is nothing but it is like a very less duration of time they are going to prepare these budgets, like monthly or for projectly wise or the quarterly wise or the half yearly ones they are going to prepare this operational budgets. In that first type is sales budget. So usually monthly wise they are going to prepare this sales budget, because in 1 month, okay, how much sales is expected from that particular sales, how much revenue is generated for that particular organization. That is very, very important, correct? This is the main source for any organization. Through the sales only they are going to generate the income or the revenue. Next, production budget. If you want to do sales, before that you need to invest your money on this production activity, correct? So for that production activity, how much is the raw material cost, how much is the machine hour rate, labor expenses, fixed expenses, variable expenses, all those things will be counted in this production budget, correct? So how much is we need to allocate the fund, and how much number of units or the number of products we can produce in that budget. That is we are going to do it in the production budget. Usually depending on the sales they are going to prepare this production budget. For example, this month we have sold 50,000 units of products. So next month approximately plus or minus 10,000 of that whatever sales they have done for this particular month. Like 50,000 they have made a sales, next month it's maybe 60,000 of sales they are going to make. So on that time, for that 60,000 of units or number of products they need to produce, how much cost is required for that 60,000 units of products, that they are going to prepare in this production budget. Next, cash budget. So cash budget is nothing but the day-to-day activity or for any petty cash. All those things they require this cash budget. Next, expenses budget. So expenses budget is nothing but how much expenses they require for the particular year or for the particular quarter or particular month. Okay, they need to prepare this expenses budget also, like for whatever the printing and stationery, fuel and gas, coal, and whatever the wages they have paid for the transportation, other things, they need to check this expenses budget. Flexible budget. So flexible budget is nothing but based on the whatever the activities are conducted in that particular organization. If for example, we have made the budget for 60,000 units of production budget, but in between some other orders are came. So on that time we need to ready to flex or ready to change that whatever the budget we have prepared. If for example 60,000 is our budget, we have produced or we are already created that budget, in between 20,000 units other extra, okay, we have got an order. So on that time we need to incorporate that 20,000 units also in that 60,000 budget. So on that time we need to make the whatever the flexible or changes are required, we can make and we can prepare this flexible budgets also. Next, the broad category is capital budgets. This is for long term. So capital expenditure budget. What are the things comes under the capital expenditure? First one is purchasing the fixed assets, that is your land and building, plant and machinery or furnitures or the motor vehicle or the truck or the transportation vehicles. That is the long term expenses, correct, or the long term assets we require. So for that they need to invest. So on that time they are going to go for this capital expenditure budget. Next, acquisition budget. Acquisition budget is nothing but if the organization having the surplus funds, on that time they are going to plan to acquire some other small companies, correct. So on that time what they are going to do, they are going to create a budget. So for that particular small company, okay, what is the net worth of that particular company, how much they are going to offer in cash, how much they are going to offer in shares or securities, all those things will be done in this acquisition budget. Next, expansion budget. If they have the plan of expansion of their business, if for example they are running only in the Bangalore, so they need to extend it to the Hyderabad or they need to extend to the Tamil Nadu. On that time what they are going to do, for this expansion budget they need to prepare the land of whatever the land they need to purchase or some land they need to take as a rent, okay. For that whatever the building, whatever the equipments like laptops or plant and machinery, other things, and the salary, wages, all those things they need to consider, right. So for that they are going to prepare this expansion budget. Next, project budget. So individual project wise they are going to prepare a budget. Research and development, that is the R&D budget. So this R&D budget, why they are going to do is based on the whatever the technologies changes in the economy or whatever the competitors products and other services they are going to newly they are going to introduce in the market or the substitute products in the market. For all those things they are going to conduct this research and development, and then they are going to create the budget for whatever the expenses or income is required from that particular expenses, that is for the R&D. Okay, these are the few different types of budgets are there in the organization. Next, we are going to discuss about tally for cash flow management. So cash flow management or cash flow statement is nothing but the cash inflow and outflow of the organization, correct, for the particular month or particular quarter or for the particularly yearly wise we are going to prepare this cash flow statement. A cash flow statement is a financial document that provides a detailed breakdown of a company's cash inflow and outflow over a specific period. It categorizes cash flows into three main sections, that is operating activities, investing activities and financing activities. So this cash flow statement we are going to prepare or we are going to do the breakdowns for whatever the inflow and outflow of the organization. It may be particularly for quarterly wise or the yearly wise we are going to prepare. And in that we are going to classify it into three categories: operating, investing and financing. We'll discuss one by one. So operating is nothing but the day-to-day activities, or for the monthly wise or for the weekly wise we are going to prepare this operational activities. So under this we are going to consider the sales, purchase of inventories or payment of operating expenses, that is day-to-day expenses we are going to make, that we are going to consider under the operating activities. Next, Under the investing activities, so we are going to invest on other companies. Like for example, we are going to acquire some other companies on that time, or we are going to purchase of equity share of an other companies or debenture of another company. That will comes under the investing activity. So investing activities involves in acquisition and disposal of long-term assets. This includes cash transaction for purchasing or selling property, equipment and investment. Investment in the future growth and the stability of a business falls under these categories. So if you are going to sell a fixed assets, or if you are going to purchase a fixed assets, or if you are going to invest on other company, all those things will comes under investing. And the last one, financing. Financing is nothing but you are going to take the money from the any banker or financial institution, or if you are going to raise the funds through issuing equity share or debenture, all those things will comes under the financing activity. So financing activities involves transaction with the company's owners and creditors. So cash transaction related to borrowing, repaying loan, issuing or buyback of stocks and paying dividends are categorized as a financial or financing activities. So monitoring cash flows in Tally. So real time we can track the whatever the cash flows in the organization using the Tally or cash flow reports. I already shown you, right? Just now also I will show you the cash flow. See here in the display of reports, in that we have cash flow. If you double click on cash flow, monthly wise cash inflow and outflow, and what is the net outflow. This cash flow is going to individually you can get to know from this Tally software. So through this also you can easily budget, or you can do the activities control over the whatever the inflow and outflow of the activities in an organization. After cash flow reports, next is budget versus actual analysis. That is the what is the variance analysis. That is the actual budget versus estimated budget. And the last one is forecasting the capabilities. So whatever the capabilities they have, based on that they are going to forecast for the future. Next, cash flow budgeting in Tally. So creating cash flow budgets, category wise budget allocation, periodic analysis, integration with actual cash flows. So creating budgets or creating the cash flow budgets, using that whatever the available tab, we can monthly wise we can create the budgets, categorize the budgets, allocation, whatever the allocation you are going to make, based on that we can allocate or we can categorize the budgets. Periodic analysis like monthly wise or quarterly wise. In the report also you can see monthly wise it is given, right? So if you want to quarterly wise also you can take and you can analyze. And the last one, integration with the actual cash flows. So whatever the estimated and what is the actual one, you can integration with that. So analyzing financial data, that is using the financial ratio that you have, like current ratio, quick ratio, liquidity ratio. Based on that also you can analyze, and interpreting the key financial indicators. So whatever the Tally software, in that whatever the reports they are going to generate, through that you can just check the, or you can analyze the reports and you can get the what is the indication of that. Okay, if for example negative cash flow or positive cash flow, all those things will be the sign of an financial indicators. Next we are going to discuss about the introduction to Tally for tax management, whether it may be for direct tax or indirect taxation. Okay, so for direct taxation, whatever the employees they are there, correct? So for that employees they are going to give the TDS certificate or form 16 they need to generate, all those things are there, correct? And indirect method, that is your GST reports or GST filing, all those things will be there, correct? That we are going to discuss. So Tally is a powerful accounting software that provides a centralized platform for various financial operation. It can create the businesses for all sizes, like small, medium or large companies or MNC companies, and it helps in managing their accounting needs efficiently. So whatever the manual entry they are going to do, each and every transaction they need to pass the journal entry, ledger, trial balance, P&L account, balance sheet. So this Tally is going to helpful for them if they do the whatever the bookkeeping entries or the day book. From that it will take to balance sheet. So the core competencies of this Tally software is accounting management and taxation management. So accounting management, all those things like your day book, inventory, and your financial management and financial reports, that is the accounting management. And the second category is taxation, majorly on the GST front. Okay, so that we'll discuss. So Tally's roles in automating and streamlining the tax process. Okay. So automation of repetitive tasks. For example, filing the GSTR returns. Monthly wise also they are going to prepare, or quarterly wise they need to check how much is the GST and input tax credit. All those things they are going to check, or reverse mechanism. All those things they need to check, right? So for this automation of whatever the repeated tasks are there, that is the one other competencies they have. And streamlining the tax calculation. If for example 100 employees are working in that particular organization, so how much TDS they are going to cut, and how much they need to show the form 16, or how to generate the form 16 for that particular 100 employees. All those things will be streamlined by this Tally. Filing and reporting the whatever the financial statements, or it may be a tax returns or GSTR return, everything. Okay, that is the main role this accounting software or the Tally software is going to help in the streamlining the tax process in the organization. So few features are inclined for this taxation system. Okay, first one is automated tax calculators or tax calculations are there, real-time tax, seamless integration with tax modules, simplification of complex tasks or comprehensive reporting, complaints check and alerts, whatever the due dates are there, or whatever the input tax credits we need to do, or reverse mechanism plans were there. On that time it is going to pop up, or it will give the alerts. Audit trials, that is also there, and the GST filing and complaints. This is also one of the features of Tally towards the align with the taxation system. So significance of accurate tax management. So impact on financial statements, compliance with regulations, minimizing the errors, efficient audits, or timely filing the returns, financial planning, audit preparedness, and the efficient resource utilization. So these are the few importance. I think so no need to explain more about this, whatever the financial statements or complaints, regulations, minimum errors, all those things, correct? So in this Tally software, I will show you the GST reports and all. Okay, if you go to Gateway of Tally, in that more reports, there you can get the statement of GST reports. On this GST reports, double click. So you will get the track the GST return activities, GSTR1, GSTR3B, composition scheme 8 or GSTR4, annual computation, e-way bills, GSTR1 reconciliation, GSTR2A reconciliation, 2B reconciliation, Chalan reconciliation, GST utilities and other reports. So you can easily track one by one. So if you click on GSTR1, see B2B invoices, B2C, that is large invoices, export invoices, credit or debit notes, registered, credit or debit notes, unregistered, all those things will comes under the GSTR1. That is summary, taxable amount, IGST, CGST, UTGST or SGST, cess, tax amount, invoice amount. All these things were comes under the GSTR1, like that GSTR3B, 84, e-way bills, all those things. If you want to do any reconciliation, then you can go for GSTR1. So if you want to do the correction, if any needed, all those things will be do in this Tally software. Summary for this particular course. Here is a brief recap what we have learnt in this particular course. So first we have discussed about the understand the fundamentals of Tally, a comprehensive accounting software, and explore its key features for efficient financial tracking. That is the what is the purpose of Tally software, what is the features of Tally software, enabling and disabling of Tally features, all those things we have discussed, right? Next we have discussed about the foundational principles of financial management and how it implementing or how we can create in the Tally for the seamless integrates with these principles of streamlined financial process. What is the financial process? All those things we have discussed. And then we have discussed about the what is the definition and significance of budgeting, what is the financial planning, what are the different types of budget, that is operating budget and capital budget, under operating how many types are there, under capital what are the different types are there, that all those things we have discussed, and how to create a budget in the Tally software and how to monitor that we have discussed. Next we have discussed about the cash flow management. So what is the cash inflow and cash flow outflow of the organization, and what are the broadly classified categories of cash flow management, that is your operating, financing and investment. Okay, that activities that we have discussed. Last one is Tally's roles in efficiently managing various taxes like the GST or the direct taxation under the TDS certificates or whatever the Form 16 for the particular employees, GSTR filing return 1, 3B, all those things, correct? We have seen this or we have explored in the Tally software also. So explore the specific features with the Tally designed for the seamless tax related functions, correct? So these are the few things we have discussed in this particular course of Tally for Financial Management. Thank you. Hello learners, welcome to the course on Tally for GST. So we know how to use the Tally or what the purpose we are going to use Tally, and we are going to do the Tally for all our financial requirements, correct? But how to use Tally for GST and what are the features are available in Tally for using the GST, whether it may be a ITC or RCM or any other things, okay? How to use in Tally, that we are going to learn in this session. First, we will discuss about the agenda for this course. So, in this session, we are going to discuss about the first one is Introduction to GST, that is the basic concepts like definition, purpose, or what are the different rates of GST are available and what is composition scheme, regular scheme, all those things we are going to discuss in this first point. Next, we are going to discuss about the configuring GST in Tally. So if you want to install or if you want to execute the program, okay, so what are the configuration are required in the Tally software, that we are going to discuss. Next, GST complaint invoicing. So is there any complaint receipts against our GST number, okay, and how to create an invoice, all those things we are going to learn. Next, we are going to discuss about the input tax credit in Tally. In short, we call it as ITC. So whatever the money or the claim we are going to get from the government, that is called ITC. Next, GST returns filing. So we have various types of GST returns, correct? From GSTR 1 to GSTR 11, okay? So that we are going to look in this. Next, RCM, that is reverse charge mechanism. So what do you mean by reverse charge mechanism? How to charge or how to create a voucher and how to make an entry, all those things we are going to discuss. And the next we are going to discuss about the advanced GST topics in Tally. And the last one we are going to discuss about GST audit in Tally. So next we are going to discuss about configuring GST in Tally. So here we are going to discuss about, so what are the features we are going to enable and which are the features we are going to disable, all those things we are going to discuss. Why we need to disable and enable the features means according to our business or the turnover of the organization, depending on that the GST rates or the products and services of the organization, depending on that also we need to add some features or we need to disable some features of Tally, that is GST in Tally, okay, that we are going to discuss one by one. So first one, the enabling GST features in Tally. So which are all the features we have and which are we need to enable, that we are going to discuss. This is the gateway or this is the way to enable the GST features in Tally. So first one, to activate the GST in Tally, open the Tally software. Okay, whatever the Tally software you are going to download, install, and whatever the license key you got from the Tally website, that you need to enter, then you need to open your Tally software. Okay, that is the first step. Second, select the company. You already created some companies, right? Whatever your organization or any other business, that is your competitors, suppliers, or any other organization. If you are created a company or created a voucher on the company name, then you need to select which company you need. Okay, you want the suppliers or you want the your creditors, debtors, whatever it may be. Okay, you need to select their company. Third step is to enable GST features. You will have one more tab called enable GST feature. If you click on yes, then it will open what are all the features are available in the Tally software. Okay. Next, select statutory and taxation features. Once you enable the GST feature, next tab will be the select statutory and taxational features. Okay, in that whatever the according to your company goods and services or nature of the industry or whatever the turnover limit of your organization, all those things they are going to check, and then few features are shown in the Tally software. Next, enable GST. After selecting which are the features you required, then you need to create or you need to click on enable GST. Then you need to configure GST details. If for example, if you are taking the XYZ company name, so for that XYZ company name, they have to register under the GST portal, and then they will get the 15 unique digit of GST number, that is goods and services tax identification number. Okay, that GST number they need to give, and what are the other details they are going to ask, that they need to submit. Next, save configuration. So once you added whatever the configuration details it's going to ask, once you filled, okay, next you need to click on the save configuration. After that, update masters and ledgers. You need to link to the whatever the master report is there and whatever the ledgers we created on the XYZ company name. Okay, for all those things we need to link all these GST number, because all the each and every transaction, okay, with that XYZ company name, that will be linked and that will be take it as a count. Okay. Next, set GST rates. So I already told you, on the basis of nature of your industry and whatever the goods and services you are going to produce or you are going to trade. Okay, so what is the GST rate for that particular goods, whether it will comes under the like standard goods and services or zero exemption or the luxury goods. So based on that we are going to give the GST rates, correct? So that you need to give the GST rates for the each products and services. Next, enable GST vouchers. So for each and every vouchers, okay, the GST number will be mandatory. So it is there in the company name, GST number, because for each entry we are going to categorize with this GST number only. And the next, save changes. So what are the GST rates you entered or whatever the GST vouchers you are given, for that you need to do the save changes. And the last one you need to do is verify the reports. So once you enter, you need to cross verify all the details were correct or not, or in the report it is showing or not, that you need to check. Just I will show you the steps in the Tally software also. So once you go to the Tally software, here we have a gateway of Tally. In that we have create, alter or charts of accounts. So in that we need to go for create if you are creating new. Okay, because I have already created ABC Private Limited, so I need to go for alter. So if you go to alter, you will show the options of accounting masters, that is group, ledgers, and in inventory, statutory master. I already told you, right? Statutory and taxation options will be there. So you need to create on company GST details, because we need to give our company GST details. Then only we can create for other companies, correct? If you are not registered or your company is only not registered under the GST, then how can you are going to give other company GST details, correct? So first you need to go for this company GST details. So it will open here. So this is the tab. Here we need to give the all the details. See here, HSN or SASC details, the GST classification. So specify details here or US GST as classification. Just I will click on that. So classification XYZ, because we already created our company. So XYZ. Next, the GST rate details. Suppose that if you have, for example, so what are the goods and services you are going to trade. Depending on that, you can click here, specify details here, then you can enter all the GST rates or specify slab based rates or use GST classification. I will click on use GST classification. And next, the classification. If you want to create any classification or if you are already created, then you need to select here. Next, effective date for revised GST details. So for your books of entry, for example, we are going to start from the 1st April of 2023 and end on the 31st March of 2024, for example. So you need to select on this is 1st April 2023 because last entry we have made on 1st April. So this is our books of accounts that we need to enter. Next, the e-way bill details. So we can fix the threshold limit also. So interest threshold limit. So 50,000, here also 50,000 or according to your company. So what is there in the GST portal, you can enter the value here. because this is dummy I am creating, so I'm not going to in depth, not going to what is the value for that goods and services, all those things. Just we have given the value of 50,000. So here threshold limit includes the list of values: value of invoice, value of taxable and exempt goods, value of taxable goods. I will select the value of invoice because we are entering the invoice values only. Okay, we don't know what is the invoice taxable value or invoice other values. Okay, so next, so show GST advances for adjustments in the transaction. If you want to know what is the adjustment they have done in the GST invoice, you need to click on yes. Otherwise, if you are not required, then it is no only. So I am not going to enter yes, it is no only. So just after that, click on tab, then it will ask the pop-up here. So whatever the transaction or whatever the details we have entered here, that you are going to accept or not, or if you want to create these details or not, just click on yes. Okay. Next, the company details are created. Next, you can go for GST registration or GST classification. Okay, that will also I will explain you once the theory part is completed. Okay, so after activating the GST features, next we need to do the configuring GST taxation. So once we activate, okay, next we need to check what are the GST taxation are available in the Tally software. Okay, so first one, open Tally software. Okay, that is the first step for all this, whatever enable, disable, configuring, activating, for everything. Okay, next select the company. Why this is mandate means which company you are going to enter the details. Okay, randomly we can't enter any details. If for example 10 companies are there, okay, so in that which company you are going to enter the details, that is very, very important, right? So that is the reason we need to select that company. It may be your competitors or your whatever the suppliers or vendor or your any other companies. Okay, so that company you need to select. Then access the company configuration. So what are the configuration are there for that particular company, you need to check first. Next, enable GST details. GST details is nothing but the GST number or whatever the address, authorized address or the head office address, phone number, mail ID, all these details will be there, correct? So that you need to enable. Next, set GST details for stock items. So individual stock items. For example, in the same company, we have 5-6 categories of products. Okay, so each product have the different GST rate. For example, so one category will be 0%, one category will be 5%, another will be 18%, and some goods are comes under the 28%. So in that category, you need to select each and every stock items, which category that belongs to or which GST rate it will be implicated for that particular goods. Okay, that is very, very important. Next, configure GST ledger accounts. So once you enter this GST rates for the particular stock items, then you need to link it to the ledger accounts. If for example stock, we are going to create a ledger account, or we are going to create the particular debtor name or particular creditor name, all those things we need to link this GST ledger accounts. Next, define GST classification for services. After goods, okay, we have services, we are providing some services also, or that particular company is in the service sector also. So for that we need to define what is the GST classification, which category it will comes under. Okay, that we need to do. Next, configure GST parties. If for example service sector means 2 or more persons will come, correct? So on that time, which are all the parties are involved in that particular services. Okay, that you need to select which are the parties. Next, check GST reports configuration. So what are the GST reports and what are the configuration are there or required for your GST reports. So if for example we are preparing financial reports, then also we need to, based on our inventory turnover or the net worth or the turnover of that particular company, we need to select the which type of balance sheet is required or which kind of reports we require, correct? Like that also in GST, which kind of or which configuration are required for the GST reports, that we need to enable. Next, enable GST voucher types. So we have different kinds of voucher types are there. Okay, that is your purchase, sales, purchase return, and sales return, credit note, debit note, all these entries. Okay. For that, we need to create each entry or each voucher for the particular transaction. And the last one is save configuration changes. So what are the configuration you have done the or added or the enter in your configuration item, that you need to click on save changes. In the bottom right corner it will show, right? Pop-up will come. Accept yes or no. If you click on yes, that will accept and it will generate. If it is no, again if you want to do any changes, you can do it and then you can click on yes. Now I will show you in the Tally software also. So before that, activating, we have come to statutory details. In that, company GST details we have given, correct? Next, here we need to go for GST registration or the GST classification. So first I will go to GST registration. See here, GST registration already exists for the company. Do you want to alter the existing GST registration or create a new GST? So I have already created for my reference. So if you want to create new, you can click on create new, or if you want to alter, you can create on, if you want to alter, then you need to click on alter existing. Okay. So for your reference, I will show it on create new. Just if you click on create new, it will show registration status active. So your GST number is active or not. Okay, that first one it will show here. And next state, you need to click on Karnataka or whichever the state it is, you need to select that particular state. Next, registration type, you are a regular or composition or regular SEZ. Okay, which one you are belonging to, that you need to select. I will select as composition. Why? Because we can use goods and services, assessee of other territory. If you are assessee for other territory, if you yes, then you need to click on yes, otherwise it is no. Just move on. Next, GSTIN or UIN, that is goods and services tax identification number or unique identification number. The 15 digits of unique number it will be there. Just you need to click on that, then you can look for yes. So if you are not given any GST number, it will show it GST or UIN is not provided. Press any key to continue. So if you have, you can give, otherwise for dummy I am creating, so I can go move on for the next category. So tax rate for taxable turnover, whatever the tax rate is there, you need to click or you need to enter here and then you can go for next. Calculate tax based on taxable value or taxable exempt nil rated values. I will take this one, first one, that is taxable exempt and nil rated, because one company have the several goods and services, correct? It may be comes under the 5% category or it may be 0% or exemption, anything, correct? So next, the e-way bill details. E-way bill applicable, yes. Applicable from 1st April 2023, that is the books beginning year from that. So next, applicable for interstate, yes, because if you are doing intrastate or interstate, that is also depends. Based on that, you need to select this. Okay. Okay, no issues. So here I need to create it for any other state now. So I will check on Maharashtra. Okay, same thing, we need to select. Now we can select, that is accept yes or no, because already created for Karnataka. So again it is asking for other state. Same state we can't create one or the other time or one or the more time. Okay, so yes. Okay, so I have already told you, right? So different types of vouchers are available. So these are the features, that is the voucher types are available. Contra entry, credit note, debit note, delivery note, job work in order, job workout order, journal, material in, material out, memorandum, payment, payroll, physical stock, purchase, purchase order, receipt, receipt note, rejection in, rejection out, reversing journal, sales, sales order and stock journal. So these are the 24 types of voucher are there. Okay, so for each one you need to select the what is the GST rates or whichever the applicable GST tax rates, all those things you need to create and you need to enter for each type of voucher entries. So these are the 24 types of voucher entries are there. So if you want to create any one organization company's details, means you need to enter all these details with the whatever the applicable GST rates, and then you can go for the further steps in the GST in Tally. Next, we are going to discuss about the GST rates and HSN or SAC codes. Okay, so we'll discuss about what you mean by HSN, what you mean by SAC, and how it will impact on our GST reports. Okay, first, assigning HSN or SAS codes. So how to assign these codes first? Okay, so first open the Tally software. Next, select the company. These two steps are mandatory or standard for all these, whatever the codes we are going to enter or whatever the configuration we are going to do or activating for everything. These two steps are standard. Next, access inventory configuration. Why the inventory is required? Because these codes, HSN or SAIC codes, are configured for the access inventory configuration. So why it is inventory is important here means, so for all the stocks or the goods are there in the organization. Based on that only we are going to enter this HSN or SAC codes, correct? So for that reason we need to access the inventory configuration first. Then enable use advanced entries. So you need to activate this, enable the use advanced entries. Then you can go for assigning a HSN or SASC codes to stock items. If you are not enabled, then this feature will not available in the Tally software. First we need to enable, then we need to assign the HSN or SASC codes. Next, assign HSN or SASC codes to services. After goods, we need to enter the same for the services also, based on their whatever the rates or the HSN codes are there. Okay. Next, bulk assignment of HSN or SASC codes. So for example, if you are going to enter for one goods or one services, then whatever the bulk or the multiple goods or services are there, just you need to go for bulk assignment of HSN or SASC codes. Next, verify HSN or SASC assignments. So what are the you have done or you have done the bulk assignment, correct? So whether it is properly showing or not. HSN or SAC codes are available for all the stock items or not, just you need to check that also. And the next step, we need to go for update the masters. So master ledger entry you need to check there also, and we need to update. And the next step is generate reports with HSN or SASC codes. Okay, so we can generate the reports with using this both the codes. And the last step, that state inform about HSN or SASC codes changes. Then you can go for save configuration changes. So once you save, then only it will create or it will show in the other whatever the stock items or the inventory items are there in the organization. Okay, so just this I will show it in the Tally software also. See, if you go for master creation, there you have GST classification. If you click on this GST classification, so whatever the company name, that is GST name, we can give the GST name, for example XYZ. Name already exists, so we can give one more name, that is ABC. Next, specify the HSN or SAC details here. If you have, you can specify. Next, HSN or SAC, just I will create XYZ. Next, description. Okay, it should be maximum of 8 digits. Next, GST rates related details, GST rate details, specify if you have, or slab rates, which is based on your organization, you can select. Next, taxable type, taxable, non-GST, nil rated, exempt, because we have all categories. 0% is there, 5% is there, 18% and 28%. So it is which category it will comes under, exempt or nil rate or non-GST or taxable. Okay, just I will select exempt. Yes. Next, if you want to create one more or whatever the other entries for goods and services you need to create, just you can select it here. Okay, this is how HSN and HCAC codes will appear. Once you create, then only you can go for individual stock item. So whatever the stock we created, like exempt or nil rate or taxable, based on that you can go and you can map to that particular inventory in the organization and the services of the organization also. Next, the GST compliant invoicing. So types of GST invoices, that is first one, tax invoice, bill of supply and the debit and credit notes. So tax invoice is nothing but, so whatever the taxable value you are going to trade or you are going to sold or you are going to buy, that taxable value, that invoice is available. So once the other company, if for example I am going to purchase goods of 50,000 from the XYZ company, so that XYZ company will create one voucher and they are going to give a receipt, correct? So that entry you can go here in the tax invoice if it is a GST bill. Next, bill of supply. If you are going to supply the goods for the other person, that is your company suppliers, okay, you are supplying goods for the other company, then that bill of supply you need to enter here. Debit and credit note, this is called the purchase return and the sales return. If for example whatever we have purchased, some damages are there, then what we need to do, we need to return that goods to that particular company or to that vendor, correct? So at the same time, if we have sold goods to the customer, so on that time if damages are there or if some changes are there, then what they are going to do, they are going to return that goods to us, correct? So that is the debit and credit notes in the types of GST invoices are there. So these three are the broadly classified categories of types of GST invoices. Creating GST invoices in Tally. So first, what is the invoice format and the components are there? First we need to learn that, correct? If you know this information, then we can easily create a GST invoice. If you are not sure what are the components are there, then we need to search and we need to check the details for each and every item. So first one, assessing invoice voucher type. So which type of voucher it's belongings to, whether it may be a tax invoice, bill invoice or the debit and credit note, that we need to enter. Next, we need to enter the invoice number or the bill number we need to enter, and what is the products we have purchased, how many quantities, and what is the rate per goods or per product, and what is the total amount we paid. Okay, all those things we need to enter here. Next, selecting stock item, which goods or which stock we have to enter here, that we need to select. Next, HSN or SASC codes that we can easily enter, because for these goods and services or this particular service, this is the code. Okay, we can enter. Next, tax classification. So under which category or under which rate of GST it will fall, that we need to check, and tax classification we need to do. Next, any input tax credit is available for this particular transaction, that we need to check. If it is any ITC is available, we need to enter. If not, there is no need of entering ITC here. And the next one, invoice total, that is how much is the number of quantity you are going to purchase, what is the price per quantity, multiply with that, you will get the total of number. For that, what is the GST rate is applicable and what is the ITC is available. Based on that, you will get the total invoice. And the final step, if you want to keep an hard copy, okay, or if you want to file it, then you need to click on save and print. Otherwise, you need to only click on save. Okay, so this is the steps involved in creating the GST invoices in Tally. Next, we are going to discuss about the input tax credit or ITC in Tally. So in simple, ITC is nothing but, so whatever, for example, in income tax, whatever TDS they are going to cut from our salary, the employer is going to deduct TDS, correct? So after that, what we are going to do, we are going to file the income tax, then whatever the amount we have paid extra or they have deducted from our salary, that we are going to get as a refund, correct? Here also in the GST, same. So whatever the company that is B2B. Okay, so if for example they are going to purchase, because GST introduced only for the remove the cascading effect on the goods and services, correct? So that is the main intention. So here also already if they paid tax for one time, if again they are going to transaction for the other time, then they need to reduce the tax burden of that particular goods and services. That is the reason they have introduced this ITC in Tally or ITC in the GST concepts. Next, understanding input tax credit. So eligibility criteria for ITC. So first one, only for the registered business or the registered organization they can claim this ITC. If you are not a registered business or registered organization under the GST, then you cannot claim this ITC. That is the first eligibility criteria. Next, second one, documentary evidence. So whatever the documents you are going to produce or you are going to provide in the as a kind of vouchers, then only you can get this ITC. The first is you need to register. Second one, whatever the bills you are going to produce or whatever the invoices you are going to provide, on that basis you are going to get the ITC. Because if you are already paid the GST for that particular goods and services, again if you are going to pay, then the voucher should be very, very important to show for the claiming this ITC. Next, business purpose. Only for the business purpose if you are going to purchase or if you are going to trade that goods and services, then only you can claim the ITC. If for example I am going to purchase that XYZ product from the other company for my personal use, then I cannot claim the ITC for that particular transaction because it is for my personal use, not for the organizational use. GST is applicable for the businesses, not for the individual person, correct? So only for the business purpose we can get this ITC. Next, tax paid to registered suppliers. If you are paid the tax to the registered players or the registered suppliers, then only you can get the ITC. If you are not paid for the registered supplier, then you cannot claim the ITC. Next, filing of returns. While filing also, if you are filing the returns, then only you can claim the ITC. If the example, for example, I have given the income tax, right? The TDC is deducted from our salary from the employer. If you want to claim, then you need to do the income tax filing. Then only I can get the refund, correct? Like that only in the organization, if you are filing the returns, then only you can claim the ITC also. Next, receiving goods or services. If you receive that goods and services, then only you can claim the ITC. Matched invoices. If for example I have submitted the invoice for 50,000 rupees of goods purchased for the business use. At the same time, whoever they have given the goods, that voucher entry is also should be matched. Next, timely claim. So for that they have the specific duration. From this time to this time they need to claim, or 3 months of the invoice or 2 months of the invoice. Particularly on that time only they can claim, otherwise it is not possible to claim. Next, exemption and blocked credits. If it is exempt goods or if it is a blocked credits, then you cannot claim the ITC. Next, cross verification, that is invoice, the matching of the invoice they are going to do. Next, accurate classification, regular reconciliation and the compliance with the GST rules. So it should be in order with the GST rules and regulations, then only you can claim the ITC. Otherwise, we cannot claim the ITC in any other scenario. So these are the few eligibility criteria for claiming the ITC in the GST portal. Creating GST invoices in Tally. So input and output tax calculation. So if you want to create a GST invoices, first we need to select what are the input and output tax calculation, or what are the things are required for the input and output tax calculation. Okay. First one is ITC, that is your input tax credit. How much we can reclaim or we can claim from the GST portal, that is the input tax credit. Next, output tax. So how much we have already paid for the outsiders or to the other businesses, that is we need to take consideration. Next, net tax liability. from the input we need to deduct the output, then we will get the value of net tax liability, how much we need to pay for the GST. Next, is there any complaints checks? Okay, that we need to check. If it is there, we need to resolve. Then we will have to go for the GSTR filing readiness. Okay, so these are the few things first we need to consider for calculating the input and output tax credits. Understanding the input tax credit, I have used the word of block credit. Correct? So what do you mean by this blocked credit? Block credits refers to the specific categories of goods and services on which business cannot claim ITC under the GST regime. Tally assists business in identifying the and handling blocked credits to ensure accurate GST compliance. So if it is a blocked credit, then we cannot claim the ITC for that particular goods and services. Okay, so based on that, we need to enter these details. We need to check before applying for a ITC only whether it is a blocked credit or not. If it is blocked credit, then we cannot claim. Then we need to disable that goods or disable that whatever the goods entry or the voucher entries are there. So for example, which are all that blocked credits means motor vehicles, food and beverages, outdoor catering, beauty treatment services, membership of club, health, fitness centers, travel benefits extended to the employees, works, contract services for immovable property construction, goods or services used for personal consumption, goods or services acquired for resale, works, contract services for plant and machinery, contribution to employee welfare schemes, educational and recreational events. So these are the few blocked credits as an example. Okay, so for all this, whatever the invoices are there or entries are there, that we cannot claim the input tax credit. Recording ITC transaction in Tally. So recording ITC transaction, first one, assessing ITC transaction, navigate to that is gateway of Tally. From that we can go for accounting voucher. In that accounting voucher, we can create, that is 24 types of vouchers are there, correct? While creating only, we need to select ITC or not. Okay, that is blocked credits or not. That we need to check there only. Selecting the ITC ledger, allocating ITC to output liabilities, cross verification and the complaints check. So these are the standard procedure or standard steps we need to follow for the recording the ITC transaction. Next, reversal of ITC. Identifying reversal scenario, which are the scenario we can reversal of that ITC, that we need to check. Next, adjustment entries we need to pass, documentation we need to provide, that is whatever the proof is required. And next, regular reconciliation we need to do. Next, ITC utilization, mapping output tax liability, automatic adjustment, real-time monitoring, complaints reporting and year-end adjustments. So we need to map the ITC with the output tax liability. Next, whatever the automatic adjustments were there, that we need to do. A real-time monitoring, each and every transaction if you are entering, then only you need to check whether it is a blocked credit or we can go for the claiming the input tax credit. Okay. Next, complaints, is there any complaints report or not, that we need to check. And the last one, in the year end, we need to adjust the whatever the entries are required. Here we are going to discuss about the GST returns filing. So here we will look at what are the different classification of GST returns are there and how to claim or what is the due date for each and every GSTR filings. Everything we are going to discuss here. Okay. So let's begin. Overview of GST returns. So we have GSTR 1 to GSTR 11 are there. Okay. So form GSTR 1, it contains of details of outward supply of taxable goods or services affected. Next, the GSTR form 1A, it is details of outward supplies as added, corrected or deleted by the recipient. Next, GSTR 2, it is a details of inward supply of taxable goods or services claiming input tax credit for ITC. Next, GSTR 2A, details of inward supplies made available to the recipient on the basis of form GSTR1 furnished by the suppliers. Based on that, they are going to get the inward supply year. Next, GSTR3, the monthly return on the basis of finalization of the details of outward supply and the inward supply. So monthly wise they are going to enter here. Next, 3A, notice to a registered taxable person who fails to furnish the return. If he has not paid or if he fails to submit that, okay, then they will get the notice under the GSTR 3A. Next, GSTR 4, quarterly return for compounding taxable person. Okay, so quarterly wise the returns of the compounding taxable persons, it will be generated in the GSTR 4. Next, GSTR 4A, details of inward supplies made available to the recipient registered under the composition scheme on the basis of form GSTR 1 furnished by the supplier. So it will cross verify with the GSTR 1, whatever the supplier I have added. Next, GSTR 5, a return for non-resident foreign taxable person. Next, GSTR 6, ISD return. GSTR 6A, details of inward supplies made available to the ISD recipient on the basis of form GSTR 1 furnished by the suppliers. And the next, form GSTR 7, that returns for authorities deducting tax at source. TCS will be made, right? For that GSTR 7 will be taken care. Next, GSTR 7A, that is TDS certificate, that is tax deducted at source. For that certificate we can generate in GSTR 7. Next, GSTR 8, details of suppliers affected through e-commerce operator and the amount of tax collected. Next, the GSTR 9, annual return. GSTR 9A, simplified annual return by the compounding taxable person registered under the section 8. Next, GSTR 9B, reconciliation statement. So if any changes or any adjustments are required, then they can go for this GSTR 9B. And the GSTR 10, the final return will be done in the GSTR 10. And the 11th one, details of inward supplies to be furnished by the person having the UIN, that is the unique identified number. From that we can get the details of inward supplies. Okay, so these are the few different types of GSTR forms are available. Next, the due dates for filing the return. So for which form, which is the due date, okay, that we will see. First one, GSTR 1, that is the outward supplies. So monthly by the 11th day of the succeeding month. So whatever the current month is there, in that month within 11th day we need to complaint or we need to complete this return. Next, quarterly for taxpayers with aggregate turnover up to rupees 1.5 crores by the 13th day of the month following the end of the quarter. So for example, if your quarter is April, May, June, next is July, correct? So in that July month, 13th day, you need to, by 13th day, you need to complete this due dates of GSTR 1. Next, GSTR 2A, that is inward supply, auto-generated and can be used by the recipient on the continuous basis. Okay, day by day or day wise, you can generate and you can see. GSTR 2, inward supplies, currently suspended. The filing of GSTR 2 has been deferred until the further notice. So until the GST portal, if they are given the any other next notification, till the time it is suspended. GSTR 2 inward supply and GSTR 3 is also monthly returns, that is also suspended. Next, GSTR 3B, summary return by the 20th of the succeeding month. Next, GSTR 4, the composition scheme return. Okay, so annually by the 30th of the April following the end of the financial year. GSTR 5, non-resident foreign taxpayer returns monthly by the 20th of the succeeding month if the registration is cancelled or surrendered within the 7 days of the occurrence of the event. Next, GSTR 6 input service distributor return by the 13th of the month succeeding for the tax period, and the GSTR 7 the TDS return by the 10th of the succeeding month. Next, GSTR 8 e-commerce operators return by the 10th of the succeeding month. GSTR 9 annual return by the 31st December of the following the end of the financial year. GSTR 9A the composition scheme annual return by the 31st December following the end of the financial year, and the last GSTR 9C that is reconciliation statement and audit by the 31st December following the end of the financial year. Next, the filing GSTR 1 in Tally. So preparation and submission of GSTR 1, assessing GSTR 1 module, selecting the return period, reviewing outward supplies. Next, reviewing and confirm submission. Next, acknowledgement and challenge generation, and the last one, record keeping. So preparation and submission of GSTR, these are the few steps we need to follow. Next, when it comes to amendments in GSTR 1, assessing amendment section, that is gateway of Tally, then you need to go for return filing, and then you can go for GSTR 1, then you can click on amendments. Next, selecting the appropriate selection or sections we need to select. Next, editing and updating the details, generating and updating amendment JSON file on GST portal, verification and confirmation. So while amendment, these are the few steps we need to follow in the Tally software. Next, the sample report of GSTR 1. This is how in the Tally software we will get to know, or we can easily show the, or we can see the GSTR 1 return filing. So here they have shown GSTR 1 returns of summary and whatever the company name XYZ, everything they have written, and after that they have given table number, particulars, count, taxable value, integrated tax, central tax, state tax, okay, cess amount, tax amount and the invoice amount. Everything they have given, you can see here, and this is how it will looks like. And the last part in this video, filing GSTR 3B in Tally. So computation and submission of GSTR 3B, access GSTR 3B module in Tally, summary of tax liability, data entry for outward and inward supplies. Next, inbuilt validations and JSON file generation and upload to GST portal. Next, is there any late fees or any penalties? On that time, timely submission of, that is very, very important. Next, late fees calculation, if any late, if they have applied or if they have uploaded, then they need to calculate the late fees also. Then penalties for non-compliance, and the last one is preventing financial implication. These are the few instances of late fees and penalties will be there for the GSTR filing the 3B in Tally. So next we are going to discuss about the reverse charge mechanism, RCM. So this is also very, very important in GST, and in Tally also for entering the details, RCM details also very, very important. So let's see what is the RCM and how to track in the Tally software, all those things. Okay. So filing GSTR 3B in Tally, so goods and services under the RCM. So reverse charge mechanism under the Tally for GSTR 3B return form. So under this RCM in GST, the liability to pay tax is shifted from the supplier to the recipient for the certain specified goods and services. So how this will work? Okay, just I will give you an example. So person A is the company, they are going to purchase goods from the Mr. B. Okay, so Mr. B is not a registered GST practitioner, but Mr. A is registered GST practitioner. So on that time, Mr. A, if he pays GST to the Mr. B, then we cannot claim. Why? Because he is not the registered person, correct? So on that time, they are going to, whatever the money they need to pay as the GST for that B, okay, that will be paid by the A only to the government. So here the B has to pay that GST money to the government, but he is not a registered person. Hence, Mr. A only pays that money to the government. That is called reverse charge mechanism. Here are example of goods and services typically covered under the RCM. Goods, precious metals, gold, silver and other precious metal are often subject to the RCM when purchased from unregistered dealers. I have given the example, right? A is the registered GST practitioner, B is the unregistered, is not a registered one. So on that time, whatever we are going to purchase, that we can do the RCM. Next, cashew nuts. So cashew nuts in shell and processed cashew nuts may attract RCM. Next, tobacco leaves. Tobacco leaves are often subject to RCM when acquired from the unregistered suppliers. And the last one, used vehicle. Purchase of used motor vehicles from unregistered dealers can attract RCM. So these are the few scenarios or the example when we can go for this RCM. So when it comes to services, legal services, certain legal services provided by advocates and law firms into business may be subject to the RCM. Manpower services, hiring a manpower or security service from the unregistered suppliers may attract RCM. Transportation services, hiring transportation services from unregistered suppliers can be subject to the RCM. And the insurance agent services, commission paid to the insurance agents may attract RCM under the certain conditions. And the last one, work contract services, certain works contract services provided by unregistered contractors may be subject to the RCM. So that are the few example of goods and services can attract the RCM in the GST. So reverse charge mechanism complaints in Tally involves accurately recording and reporting transaction where the liability to tax or liability to pay tax is shifted from the supplier to the recipient. Here in this example, A is the supplier, B is the recipient. Okay. So in this supplier and the recipient, the example I have given, supplier is the B and the recipient is the A, because B is going to supply the goods to the A, but B is the not the registered practitioner. On that time, A is the registered practitioner, he need to go for this RCM. Next, RCM complaints in Tally identify RCM transaction. So which are the transaction comes under the reverse mechanism or reverse charge mechanism that we need to identify. Second one, configure RCM in Tally. So in Tally, we need to enter this RCM details. Next, record RCM transaction, specify RCM in vouchers, calculate and record tax liability, generate RCM reports and reconciliate RCM data, verify input tax credit, and the last one, maintain documentation and engage professional assistance. Next, TDS under the GST. TDS is nothing but tax deducted at source. Okay. So TDS under the GST law is to be deducted at the rate of 1% on the payments made to the supplier of taxable goods or services where the total value of such supply under an individual contract exceeds Indian rupees of 2,50,000. If any transaction in the Indian currency, if it is exceeds 2,50,000, then they need to deduct the 1% of TDS from that, whatever the invoice value is there or the transaction value is there. However, it is to be noted that no tax deduction is required where the location of supplier and the place of supply is different from the state where the recipient is registered. Okay. If the registered person in Karnataka, but they are going to supply goods to the other state, then this will be there. Next, who needs to be deduct TDS under the GST? As per the GST law, the following people or entities need to deduct TDS. First one, a department or establishment of the central or state government. Second one, the local authority, they can cut the TDS or they can deduct the TDS. Next, the government agencies, they can deduct the TDS. And the last one, the person or the category of a person as may be notified by the central or a state government on the recommendation of the council. So these are the few authorities or the persons they can deduct the TDS under the GST. Next, the TCS under the GST. TCS is nothing but tax collected at source. Okay. So any dealer or a trader selling goods or services online will get the payment after deduction of 2% TCS. So in the TDS they are going to deduct 1%. If it comes to TCS, they are going to deduct the 2%. Under the GST, the main TCS deductor or the e-commerce aggregators who are made responsible for deducting and depositing TCS at the rate of 2% from the each transaction. Rules for TDS deductor need to follow under the GST. That is first one, mandatory GST registration. If they are registered under the GST, then only they can cut this TCS. Next, TCS remittance. TCS collected must be remitted by the 10th day of the month following collection as reported in GSTR 8. So they need to send that money to the GSTR or GST portal. Next, annual statement filing. File an annual statement by December 31st after the financial year. Rectify errors by the return filing deadline of the September or deadline for the September month. Okay. GSTR 8 details availability. Details filled in GSTR 8 electronically available to suppliers in GSTR 2A post the filing due date. And furnishing details to officers. Furnishing details upon the request by the Deputy Commissioner within 15 working days or face penalties up to ₹25,000. Next, we are going to discuss about the troubleshooting GST issues in Tally. So, what are the troubleshooting? That is, what are the issues are there in the GST using the Tally? On that time, how to overcome from that challenges. Okay. So, we'll see one by one. So, common GST errors in Tally. So, first one, the incorrect invoice detail. So, while entering, if you are done a mistake of entering the invalid number or invalid voucher number or the bill number, then that is a common error. Next, mismatch in GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B. Okay. So, these are the in two filings or in two forms. If you are going to do any mismatches, then that is also an error. Next, ITC, that is input tax credit mismatches. Okay, the RCM will be there or any other things will be there, right? On that time claiming this ITC, if you did some mismatches or mistakes, then that is also an error. Late filing. So within the due dates only you need to file the returns. If it is not within that, then it is also an error. Next, incorrect tax calculations, non-reconciliation of books of accounts with GST returns, non-compliance with e-way bill rules. So if you are not following or if you are not adhere to the whatever the e-way bill rules are there, then that is also a error. Next, incorrect classification of goods and services. Next, errors in TDS and TCS reporting. So tax deducted at source, that is 1%. Tax collected from source, it is 2%. While reporting, if you did any mistakes, that is also cause an issue or it is an error in the GST in Tally. Next, for rectification, whatever the incorrect reporting you have done, that you need to rectify. Mismatches of ITC, amending inaccurate informations, filing omitted information and adjustment of tax liability. So this you need to first rectify which are those things you have done the mismatches or the mistakes in the return filing. Once you rectify, then you need to go for the reconciliation, that is the adjusting the entries, correct? So in that first one, whatever the matching or mismatches you have done in the GSTR 1 with the GSTR 3B, for that filing you need to go for match the GSTR 1 with the GSTR 3B form. Okay. Once you done that, then you can go for a reconciliation of ITC with GSTR 2A. So that you need to reconciliate, then you will ITC will be clarified or the verified. Next, the books of accounts reconciliation. So whatever the entries you have made mistakes or mismatches, that entries you need to go and you need to do the adjustment entries. Then the e-way bill reconciliation. So if you are not followed the whatever the rules and regulations given by the e-way bill, then you need to follow and reconcile that e-way bill also. And the last one, RCM, reverse charge mechanism reconciliation you need to do. So this is the reconciliation of statements you can do for the filing the GSTR returns. Next, the backup and recovery for GST data. Next, the backup and recovery of GST data. So what is the backup? Backup is nothing but whatever the data we are going to enter in the GST or for the Tally software, whatever the vouchers or whatever the book transaction we are going to enter, we need to keep a backup. Why it is important for keeping regular backups? Okay, the first one is the data security. So if you are made any entry, if something crash or software, any crashes happened for the software or to your organization, whatever the building or premises, hardware, on that time, this whatever the backups that will helps for the organization to get the data back. Second one, complaints and audits. So if it is any complaints or there any auditings will be there, on that time this backup data will be helpful. Next, the business continuity. So for your organization, whatever the business you are running, you are not going to start a business for 1 year or for 1 month. We are going to aim to sustain in the market for a longer time, correct? That is the reason we require this backup data also. And error recovery. So whatever the error are pop-ups when you enter for the Tally software. So on that time, that recovery of that error also you require this backup entries. And next, the disasters preparedness. So I already told you, right? If something crashes or something happens for your hard drive or something happens to your premises or whatever the office premises are there, on that time this backup data or recovery that will help you. Okay, and whatever the Tally version updates, sometime it will give the new updates. On that time, if you click on the update, whatever the data is there, it can be erased also. So on that time it is very, very important. And the client and vendor relationship. So these are the few importance for regular backups in the whatever the entries you are going to make. Next, steps for data recovery. Locate the backup, means in which drive, for example C drive, D drive or E drive, where you need to save the data. You need to locate that backup data, copy the backup file, paste the backup in the Tally data folder, rename the backup file, whatever the month or whatever the year you are going to backup, that year you can mention, launch Tally, select the company, click on restore, choose backup source, select the backup file and initiate restoration. And the last one, verify the whatever the restored data is there, whatever the selected, located or whatever the space you are given, whether it is saved or not, just you need to cross verify. That is the last step. Types of GST audits. So first one, statutory audit, internal audit, special audit, departmental audit. So concurrent audit, GST audit by CAG, that is Comptroller and Auditor General of India, information system audit, audit by authorities, and the last one, annual audit under section 44 subsection 2. So first one, statutory audit. So while we are entering the GST information, then only we have shown this statutory, correct? So in the statutory audit, the whatever the rules and regulations is given for the Tally software. According to that, it will generate and it will give the auditing report. Next, internal audit. So the internal management or internal managers, they are going to do this audit, special audit or departmental wise audit they are going to do. For example, the purchase department is going to do the production departmental audit, or production department is going to do the finance audit, or marketing team will go and do the audit. Like internal department wise only they are going to conduct the audits. Next, concurrent GST audit by CAG. This is the other body will do the auditing. IS audit, audit by tax authorities, and the last one is as per the section 44 subsection 2. This is the one more type of audit they are going to do. Next, preparation for GST audit in Tally. First one is review of financial records. So whatever the financial records or the transaction you have entered as a voucher or creating the any entries, that we need to check first, or we need to review that. Next, verify GST returns, that is GSTR return 1 to GSTR return 11. Okay, so we need to verify all these GST returns. Next, reconcile books of accounts. If any changes are required, then we need to pass the adjustment entry and then we need to reconcile the books of accounts. Check the input tax credit, if it is any claims are made or not. If it is not made, then we need to take it for this current whatever the report you are generating. Next, review of e-bills. Ensure reverse charge mechanism complaints. Okay, is there any RCM complaints are there or not, that we need to check. Documentation of supporting documents. Prepare reconciliation statements. Review TDS and TCS complaints, and they perform internal audits. And the last one is engage professional assistance and stay informed about GST updates. So these are the steps we need to follow, and we need to be prepared for the whatever the GST audits in Tally. Next, we will sum up the recap of what we have learned in this particular course. Okay, so first we have discussed the comprehensive understanding of goods and services tax, it covering its key features, importance in India, and the overall GST system we have discussed. That is the theory concept of GST, correct? Next, we have discussed about the enable and activate GST features in Tally, configure taxation settings, manage rates, and ensure seamless integration for accurate tax complaints. After that, we have learned the create various GST, that is complaint invoices in Tally, including tax invoices, bill of supply, and debit or credit notes, ensuring accurate tax calculation, that we have discussed. Later on, we have discussed about understanding the eligibility criteria for claiming input tax credit, that is ITC, navigating blocked credits, and master recording of input tax credit transaction efficiently in Tally. Okay, that we have already discussed. Next, we have discussed about navigate the complexities of GST return filing. Then we have discussed comprehended due dates for each GSTR. What is the due dates, that we have discussed, and the step-by-step procedure for filing the GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B in Tally. Why we have selected only these two is in GSTR returns, GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B, that is very, very important. We can create in the, or we can generate in the Tally software itself. Okay. Next, grasp the content of RCM, that is reverse charge mechanism under the GST, and the identify applicable goods or services under the RCM, that we have discussed, and ensure compliance with RCM using the Tally software. We have discussed that one also. Next, we have explored the advanced features in Tally such as e-waybill generation, TDS, that is tax deducted at source, tax collected at source, that is TCS, complaints, troubleshoot common GST issues, and implement the backup strategies, or what are the importance of this backup strategies, that we have discussed. And the last one, understand the whatever the types of GST audits are there and prepare for the audit process within the Tally, and ensure comprehensive compliance with the GST regulations. These are the few things we have discussed in this particular course. Thank you. Hello learners, welcome to the course on Tally for Payroll Management. The title only indicates the clear picture of what we are going to discuss, correct? So you know the meaning of payroll management. So whatever the compensation related things, how they are going to manage in the organization using the Tally software, correct? So that we are going to discuss in this particular course. Okay. So first we'll see what are the agenda for this particular course. Next, we are going to discuss about the overview of payroll in Tally. So first we'll discuss about what is the basic meaning and definition of payroll. Okay. And we'll discuss about the features of payroll in an organization. Okay. So the term payroll refers to a series of accounting transactions involved in the process of paying employees for their service rendered after taking all the statutory and non-statutory deduction into account in conformance with the terms of employment. So company policy and the law of the land, that is payment of payroll taxes, insurance premiums, employee benefits and other deductions. So what do you mean by this payroll? According to this definition, okay, so that payroll management is literally the accounting system, like how we are going to enter or entering all the transaction. Like that only in the organization, whatever the employees, okay, their details, their attendance, insurance, professional tax or provident fund or whatever the deductions they need to do, or if any employees has taken the any advances or any increment, hike, everything, okay, we need to calculate, and then we are going to the money for that particular employee we are going to pay. So that we are going to calculating using the Tally software. In the earlier methods or in the earlier days, what we are going to do? So we are going to like using the ledger books of a particular employees or Excel sheet, or it may be a Google sheet, whatever the company, okay, using the methods for calculating the employee salaries, okay, they are going to calculating using all these available, whatever the methods they are followed. But after ERP9, Tally ERP9, so in that the payroll masters are there. So in that, if they are given all the information of a particular employee, what we need to deduct as a TDS or the professional tax or a provident fund or for any insurance premium or any advances, everything, okay, if they are going to given clear information in the Tally ERP9, means the Tally only calculate and generate the clear report or clear salary report of a particular employee. After that, it is going to generate the pay slips also. So what is the gross salary, and in that what are the deductions they have made, and what is the professional tax they have deducted, everything they are going to show in that pay slip, and what is the net salary drawn for that particular employee. And for the tax calculation purpose also, how many employees are working in that organization, whether their professional tax or TDS or whatever the provident fund, all the clear information that they are going to collect with this pay slips, and that only gives the report for the taxation or auditing purpose also. So this is the payroll management using the Tally software in any organization. An efficient payroll system facilitates an error-free, accurate and timely employee payment while ensuring that the employment is well within the valid work permit. So using this Tally software, okay, so the efficient Tally software or efficient whatever the features of Tally software, if we are using in an organization, means on time we can give the salary to the employees, correct? So whatever the calculation time that they can reduce, and number of months or number of HR, okay, that they can reduce, all those things will be happening using efficient Tally software in the organization. So next we are going to discuss about the features of payroll. What are the main feature of this payroll? Leave the Tally software, okay, just we are discussing about the features of an payroll in any organization, okay. Instant access to employee information. So in this payroll, what they are going to do? They are going to clearly take all the information. For example, what is the employee joining date? What is the employee Aadhaar card number, PAN card number, all the family member details, and whatever the certificates or whatever the education qualification of a particular employee, okay, and whatever the achievements and whatever the past year experience, okay, all this information they can access in this payroll feature, whether it may be using the any software, or if they are maintaining in the books of accounts or in the ledger book, or whatever the methods they have followed. All this information is easily they can access in this payroll. And what is the gross salary, net salary, whatever the deductions, if is taken any advance payments from the employer, all these details will be there, correct? So next one, pay the right amount on time. So in a month, so in that 30 days, okay, he is going to work for a 26 days. So in that 26 working days, how many days he took an leaves, or if it is any LOP, that is loss of pay is there, or any attendance shortages like early logout, early login, or whatever the idle time, if they are calculating all these things, they can calculate. According to that, they can easily give the payment. That to on-time payment they can make for an employee. So that will increase the efficiency of an employee in an organization, or he is going to get the feeling of the own. Company is our own. So the on-time payment, that will create a satisfaction in the employee also, and it's indirectly it will affect the efficiency. The high efficiency of an employee can be taken from an organization also. Next, the improve employee satisfaction, manage increments and arrears. So on-time payment, it will leads to the improve the satisfaction of an employee in an organization. So that will manage the increments, whatever the yearly wise or the whatever the, depending on the company HR policies, okay, whatever the increments they are going to give, that they can manage, and if it is any arrears. So if for example employee joined on April, but their salary cycle start from March, so 1 month arrears should be there, correct? So that arrears also they can easily calculate, because they have the date of joining. All this information with them only, it is there, correct? So they can easily manage these increments and arrears for an employees. Next point, on-time recovery of loans and advances. So I have already given this example, correct? So if the employee is taken any loans or any advances from the employer, in few organization this policy is there. So based on their salary, they can go for taking the any loans in a particular organization, like 0% loan, or they are going to charge only the minimum interest rate, or sometimes they are going to give the small amount of advances to the employee. All these are available, correct? So on that time, these payroll features, or in the payroll, they can easily access how much loan is taken, or what is the term of loan, what is the rate of interest they are charging, how much monthly is going to pay. All these details will be available easily, correct? So that they can take and they can recover that loans and advances from a particular employee. So next, meet all accounting and regulatory norms instantly. So I already told you, right? So the whatever the TDS, that is tax deducted at source, the employer can cut the, or they can deduct the TDS from an each employee based on the whatever the norms are there, correct? And professional tax, monthly 200 rupees they are going to deduct, correct? Provident fund also they are going to deduct, correct? All these things will be given to the taxation. So the whatever the accounting records and the whatever the regulatory norms, as per the norms they are going to cut TDS, professional tax or provident fund. All this information they need to clearly maintain, and they need to show it in the while filing the tax returns for a particular employee or with the organization. And the last point, payroll and statutory reports. So the total per month, if for example take 120 employees working in that particular organization. So that 120 employees, whatever the salary they are getting for that particular month, that statement easily they can take, or quarterly wise they can easily take, or the yearly wise, off yearly wise, whatever the requirement comes for an organization, they can get the payroll reports also. And as per the statutory, following all the legal norms, okay, they can generate and they can get the statutory reports of an organization. So these are the few features of payroll in an organization. Next, we are going to discuss about the role or functions of payroll. So the more important task performed in the HRM or in the payroll cycles are, so first one, recruiting and hiring new employees. So you can have a question, right, in your mind. How recruiting and hiring will comes to payroll. So take an example. In this particular year, or whatever the financial year, in that year the company or the management has allotted 5 crore rupees for only for the employee salaries. So what is the role of HR in this payroll? So they need to plan accordingly. Whatever the employee salary for that particular financial year, they need to complete within that 5 crore rupees only. So based on that, they will go for recruitment, or if any hires, or if any requirements are there in that particular organization. Based on that budget, they are going to check and they are going to recruit and hire the new employees in an organization. That is the first role or functions of payroll. Because what is the actual budget for that particular organization for the giving the salaries for the employees, or how much they are capable to pay for an particular year for a employees. That is very, very important, correct? So they need to check with the payroll. Simply or randomly they cannot give the whatever the packages, just 15 lakhs per year, 20 lakhs per year, not like that. So according to the budget only, they need to plan, and then they are going for this recruitment and hiring the employees in an organization. Next, training. So for giving this training also, it costs. So some companies, what they are going to do, bulkly they are going to allot these trainings, or whoever the new recruitees or new hires, okay, only for them they are going to give the training. In some companies, based on the changing the technology in the market or in the economy, based on that also they need to provide the training facilities for an employees, correct? So on that time, what they are going to do, if it is a only minimum numbers are there, on that time what they are going to do, they will go for any outsourcing or agencies, whoever is going to provide that particular training facility for that particular employees. Or sometime in other case, what they are going to do, they are going to take one trainer only, and they are going to fix some amount for the trainer to train all the employees. These are the two scenarios, correct? So for that also they need to pay money. So they are going to check with the budget, how much is allotted for the training or research and development, all those things, okay? Based on that, they are going to go for this training. So it is directly the payroll is involved in this training activities also. Next, the job assignment. What kind of job we need to assign for that particular employee? For example, if we are given the training for X skills, but we are allocating that employee to the Y skills required products or Y skills required production activity. So that is wrong only, correct? So what we have trained for that particular employee and what he is going to do, in which production line or in which product line he is going to work. So that is also very, very important. So job assignment is also directly involved in the payroll. Next point, compensation or payroll. So compensation is nothing but the salary or the wage, correct? So how much we need to pay for that particular employee. Already we have discussed. So in a month, 26 days is the working day. So in that 26 days, how many days of leave he has taken, or is there any LOPs, or is there any idle time or machine hour rate or the labor hour rate, based on the company policies, okay? They need to calculate, and they need to calculate this, what is the compensation for that particular employee. And in that, whatever the deduction, is there any loans and advances or any TDS, professional tax, provident fund, all those things they need to check and they need to deduct, and then they need to calculate the accurate compensation for that particular employee for that particular month. Next, the performance evaluation. So based on the performance only, they are going to give the increments, hikes, correct? So they need to evaluate the whatever the performance of an particular employee. Based on that, they are going to give this hike in their salary. And the last one, discharge of employee. So discharge in the sense, voluntarily he is going to retire, or non-voluntarily he is going out of the organization. So on that time, is there any amount or the loans and advances are balanced in his payment, and he is having any company assets with him or not, like companies provided laptops or mobile phones or UPS or some other extra benefits or any assets given to that particular employee in the duration of his service. Okay, so all those things they need to check, and then they need to discharge of that employee from an organization. Next, we are going to discuss about the benefits of using Tally for payroll. So now we will elaborate on what are the benefits or what are the advantages of using the Tally software for our payroll management in any organization. Okay, so first one, accuracy and complaints. So if you are using the Tally software in your organization for a payroll management, then whatever the employee salary or whatever the calculation of a particular employee salaries, that will be accurately you will get the values, because whatever the inputs once if you are given, okay, that will be taken care and that will be managed for the throughout the year. Is there any changes, then only you need to interrupt there. Otherwise it will calculate and it will give the accurate value of a salary of a particular employee. And attendance also it will take consider in ERP only, how many number of days are present, absent, whatever the LOPs, everything it will take from the ERP only. So it will give the accurate value. And there is no complaints only. So minimum complaints you will get from the ERP regarding your salary or whatever the salary calculation part. Next, automated calculation. So in the beginning, if you are given what is the gross salary of that particular employee, how much professional tax we need to deduct, what is the TDS percentage on their salary, what is the provident fund, employee contribution, employer contribution, all this information if they are given, okay, that will automatically calculate, and there is no need to every month we need to check or every now and then we need to check and we need to do the updates or whatever the corrections we need to make, nothing. Okay, the automatically Tally software only take the attendance from the ERP and it will take the whatever the deduction, whatever the gratuity or whatever the perquisites or fringe benefits given for that particular employee, whatever the additional benefits given for that particular employee also, that will take and that will calculate and it will give the result of that particular employee salary, and it will generate payslip also. So next, efficiency and time savings. So if for example 120 employees are there, so for that 120 employees, if manually they need to calculate the salary or manually calculate the monthly wise salary or all the other things or other things, then the whatever the human resource required to calculate that 120 employees, that man hour savings that they can save, and the efficiency in the minimum time. If the manually if they are going to conduct this whatever the monthly salary, they require 1 to 2 days, but ERP it will take 1 to 2 hours to generate all the reports of that 120 employees in an organization. That is the efficiency, and it will take minimum hours, correct, or few hours only, 1 to 2 hours maximum, correct. So they can save the remaining 1.5 day of that particular employees or whoever is going to calculate this salary, that they can save, correct. Next, employee self-service. So is there any, like employees are not done the whatever the punch in or log in, log out, all those things, on that time they selfly they need to declare that they if they miss punch in or if they not logged in on that particular day or any field visits are there, all those things, okay, that they need to given for this Tally software or in the ERP, and they can easily go and they can check the pay slips, whatever the deduction they have made, why they have done that deduction, everything is there in the pay slips, correct. So employee can go for self-service also. Next, tax complaints. So there is no tax complaint also. Why? Because TDS, if for example this employee salary is range between 5 lakhs to 10 lakh rupees. So as per the income tax or whatever the slab rates, okay, based on that 5 lakhs to 10 lakh rupees, what is the tax percentage and how much we need to deduct at a TDS, okay, that they have already given that instruction, means automatically it will deduct whatever per month, whatever the TDS percentage for that particular employee, that is also they are going to deduct, and as usual 200 rupees of professional tax they are going to deduct from all the employees. So that tax complaints also they can easily avoid. Next, customization. Based on the company needs or the HR needs, okay, they can go for this customization of all the features also, whatever the features they need to do, enabling, disabling, or any percentage or threshold limit they need to fix, everything that they can go for this customization. That is the one more benefits of using the Tally in payroll management. Next, integration with accounting. So why they have to integrate with the accounting? Because the funds come from the accounts department, correct. So how much fund is there, or cash inflow, cash outflow, or what is the bank balance, all these things are required. And the ledger accounts or the journal entries, all these things are required to calculate this salary. Correct? So that is the reason the integration with the accounting, and that whatever the salary they are paying for the employees, that should be reflected in our P&L account or in the trial balance or in the balance sheet. Then only we can get the accurate financial reports also. So next, audit trials and security. So there is no need to prepare for any auditings, because ERP only in a click we are going to get all the reports, and they can easily, that only gives the auditing report also. So that security checks, all those things will be very, very easy in the Tally ERP 9. Next, scalability. So based on the salary range, they can scale, and whatever the based on the tax slab rates also, they can easily categorize or classify, and they can get the TDS or any tax also. And the last one, reporting and analytics. So the total report for the financial year, how much they have paid for that particular employees in an organization, how many number of employees are working in that organization, what is the deduction they have made, and how much they need to pay for the tax. That is, as a government, whatever the tax collected from the employees, that is TDS deducted, that they need to pay to the government, and professional tax they need to pay to the government. All these reports and analysis, analytical reports, everything they can generate through Tally software. So these are the few benefits of using the Tally for payroll in an organization. Next, we are going to discuss about enabling payroll in Tally ERP 9. So enabling the whatever the features we require, like customization, I have already explained you, right? So whatever the company needs and wants, they are going to enable and disable the features. So enabling or creating payroll in Tally ERP 9. So step 1. First we need to set up the company. Correct? If you go to ERP software, so in that ERP software, go to Gateway of Tally. In that you have a tab called company information. Double click on that, then you will get some like features or tabs. Alter, create, all these options will be available. Correct? So there you can go and click on create company. This is the pathway for creating the company setup. Okay, Gateway of Tally, company information, in that create company. So in the company creation screen, select nation as an India in the field of statutory complaints from the list of countries provided. Next, type the financial year. For example, whatever the financial year, 2009 to 10, 19 to 20, or 21 to 22, 22 to 23, whatever the financial year, type that financial year from the date and press enter. So whatever the calendars appear there, correct? On that you need to click which is the financial year, from which, that is, if you are going to start with the 1st April, you need to click on 1st April month, whatever the year, and we are going to end at the 31st March, whatever the number of years. Okay, that we need to select. After that, press enter to accept the complete company creation. So after creating all this information, you will get one pop-up. Accept, yes or no. If you want to create, click on yes, it will create. If you want to do any alteration, just click on no, and then you can go and do the whatever the changes are required. Okay, this is the first step. I will show you how it will looks like. See here. So the directory, the whatever the data, name, mailing address or mailing name, address of that particular company, statutory complaints, India, I already told you, right? India, Karnataka, whatever the pin code, telephone number, email ID, okay, currency, what currency you are going to use, Indian rupees or whatever the other currencies, maintain accounting with inventory, financial year from which to which, or books beginning from which year to which year, all these details of given in this screen, then it will, the pop-up will come, accept, yes or no. If you want to create, click on yes, or if you want to do any changes or alteration, just click on no button. Okay, so this is how looks like. Next, step 2, enable payroll. So for that, the pathway is go to Gateway of Tally. In that, press F11, that is functional 11 key,
and then the company features tab will be opened. In that, again you click on F1. The accounting feature will appear. So in that accounting feature screen, okay, set maintain payroll. We need to maintain the payroll in our organization, correct? So click on that and click on yes. Next, set more than one payroll, because we are not calculating for only one employee, correct? We have multiple employees, correct? So we need to click on more than one payroll or cost categories. For that we need to click, or we need to type as yes, and it will show like, so general, integrated account, inventory or income expenses, or outstanding management, cost or profit center management. So here maintain payroll, okay, click on yes. Maintain cost center, if you want to create yes, you can create yes, otherwise no. Use cost center job costing or more than one payroll category, click on yes, because multiple entries or multiple employees are there. So this is how we need to create in this accounting feature. Next, step 3, enable payroll statutory features. So for that pathway is gateway of Tally, press F11, that is company features. In that you can click on F3, that is statutory and taxation. So in that screen, set enable payroll statutory. Click, or you can type it as yes, because we need to go with the statutory regulations only. Next, set or alter payroll statutory details. So if you want to set or if you want to alter, you need to click on yes, because once you are given, for example, for that particular employee, gross salary is 7 lakh rupees per annum. But in between, okay, increment is happened or hike is happened. On that time we need to alter, right? So that is the reason we need to give it an yes. So I will show you how it will looks like. See here, enable payroll statutory, yes. Set or alter payroll statutory details, yes. After that it will pop up, accept yes or no. You need to click on yes. Next, payroll calculations. So payroll involves the calculation of amounts due for an employee on the following basis. So pay on hourly wages. Some companies, like we already discussed, right? So number of units they have produced, or overtime, or per hourly also they are going to pay. Okay, for laborers they are going to pay in wages, correct? So we need to check how much they are going to pay for that particular employee for the or particular labor for 1 hour. That wage, hourly wage, we need to specify. Second one, pay on a fixed basis, such as certain amount per week or per month and so on. So whatever the basis they are following, if it is on labor, we are going to pay as a hourly wages or day wages. But if you are paying for an employee, then the yearly wise package will be there. In that, how much monthly he is going to get, that they are going to fix. Next, pay to salesperson on commission. For example, they are going to set, if you are going to reach a target of 5 lakh rupees per month, then you are going to get 1% or 2% commission on the turnover. So on that, whatever the sales he has made, multiply with the how much percentage they are going to aggregate to give for that particular salesperson, or they have accepted to give so much of percentage, correct? So that they are going to fix. Reimbursement of expenses such as travel expenses, either as paid by the employee or based on the per time rate. Okay. So for whatever the marketing team, sales team, or sometime finance team, they are going to pay some this travel expenses. So for going to bank or going from the one place to other place for the whatever the work, okay, all these reasons they have to reimburse the expenses also. And the last one, pay on the basis of number of pieces produced or manufactured or sold. Sometime they are going to fix the how much number of units they are going to produce or manufactured in the organization. So I have given the example of garments. So if that particular one person has produced 50 units in per day, so 50 units into how much is per unit, or how much manufactured goods they have done for the number of days or in one day. All these things we are going to multiply, correct? And the last one, for the sales or the marketing team, how many number of goods they have sold. Based on that also they are going to get the salary. This is the basic or basis of they are going to calculate the payroll in an ERP. Next, payroll calculations, payment to employees. So these are the features or these are the tabs we can see in the Tally software. Employee masters, so all the employees details are the database, it's there in the employee masters. Then payroll masters, in that whatever the gross salary, net salary, deductions, tax, everything we are going to get in this payroll masters. Next, pay aids. So whatever we have discussed, hourly rate or number of goods they have produced or number of products they have produced or manufactured or sold, based on this aids they are going to categorize here. And next, the salary details of each employee, that is also we are going to get in these tabs. This I will show you in the software also. Next, the employee setup in Tally ERP9. So how to create a tab for these employees, okay. So the employee master records employee information like department, DOG, that is date of joining, date of leaving the organization. If it is for contract basis, okay, they are going to keep the whatever the date of leaving also, because he is going to start on 1st April and he is going to the whatever the period contract is going to end at the 31st March for the next year. So that is the date of leaving, that also they are going to mention. The employee ID numbers, okay, whatever the designation, in which location he is going to work, whatever the functions, that is key role played in that organization. Employee bank details, whatever the statutory details that is related to tax, loan, all these things, okay. Passport and the passport numbers is going to enter in this database, or visa details and so on. So many other database they are going to collect and they are going to keep it in this employee masters. To create, whatever the steps we are going to follow is, or steps to create employee masters in Tally ERP9 are first employee category and then employee groups, and the end we are going to create the employees. These are the 3 categories are there. There only we are going to give all these informations. So creating the earnings pay heads in Tally ERP9. So pay head name I have given, right, or in the earlier slides also I have informed the pay heads like basic pay, that is a heading, HRA, conveyance, overtime pay or variable pay. All these things are the headings. Next, pay head, under that types earning for an employee. This is the basic pay they need to get. For HRA, earnings for employees, conveyance is also earnings, overtime is also earnings for an employee, or variable pay. So these are the earnings, correct. Under which heads it will come means, basic pay will comes under the indirect expenses, HRA is also indirect, conveyance is also indirect, everything, okay, that will comes under the indirect expenses. It is not a direct expenses for an organization. Next, if you are going to make any changes in this all these 5 heads, okay, it will affect any net salary. Yes, of course, it will affect all these whatever the 5 heads are there, whether it may be basic, HRA, conveyance, or whatever the overtime and the variable pay. It will affect the net pay of that particular employee. Name to appear in the pay slips. So under which headings it will come? Same headings only, like basic, it will comes under basic, HRA, conveyance, overtime and variable pay. Next, in these 5 heads, which are all the things we are going to use for calculating the gratuity? Only basic pay we are going to consider for calculating the gratuity of an employee, not other things. HRA and we are not going to take. Only basic pay plus DA we are going to take for the consideration of calculating the gratuity of an employee. Next, calculation type, basic pay we are going to calculate on the basis of attendance, HRA as commuted value, conveyance, flat rates, overtime on production they are going to calculate, variable pay as user defined. And when it comes to calculation period, basic pay monthly wise they are going to calculate, HRA there is no calculation periods, and the conveyance is also monthly wise, overtime pay, so on the basis of how much number of hours he has done, that is overtime he has done, that basis, and the variable pay depending on the company they are going to pay this variable also. So creating the earnings pay heads like we have discussed, right. So whatever the headings like pay head types, earning for employees, in that list of pay head types we have so many like bonus, deduction from employee, earnings of employees, employee statutory deductions and employee other charges, gratuity, statutory contribution, loans and advances. These are the headings are there, we can select, okay. So if you go to ERP, go to Gateway of Tally, there you have list of masters. So in that list of masters, you have accounting masters, inventory masters and payroll masters. These are the three broadly categorized categories. Okay, so in that payroll master, first employee categories we already discussed, right? Employee groups, employees, attendance or production types, pay heads. So if you click on employee categories, see here it will give the list whatever the employees are there. So primary caste category, so it is showing like for the financial year 1st April 2023 and it's going to end on 31st March 2024, correct? Like that all this information will appear here for the whatever the list of employees or the primary cost categories. Okay, next if you go to employee groups, like either it may be unit wise or it may be a departmental wise or based on the whatever the company customized thing, they are going to get this all the details here. Okay, next if you go to employees, here the individual employee details you can see all the cost categories, employees groups and employees. Here it is showing, right? All these are like how many employees details you have entered here and how many groups are there, caste categories are there, everything it will appear employee, individual employee details. You can sort it out by whatever the employee ID, whatever the names or department, like so on. Okay, next attendance or production types. So based on the number of attendance, like how many days he has present for the organization, how many days, number of working days and whatever the production, that is number of units they have produced, everything it will appear here. Next pay heads. So under the pay heads it will generate like 5 heads: basic pay, HRA, conveyance, overtime and the variable pay. All these under the heads that will categorize and it will gives the report here. So this is how the Tally software looks for this payroll management. Okay, so once we start giving the inputs in this, whatever the employee categories, group, employees, attendance, production type, pay heads, everything it will generate the reports and it will show it here. And it will useful for whatever the salary we are going to pay for employees on time and other things, pay slip generation, number of working days of an employee, all these details easily we can take from this Tally ERP9. Next, we are going to discuss about the payroll in Tally ERP9. So what are the different roles or different features, whatever we have discussed till now, that is there in the Tally ERP9, we'll discuss very briefly. Okay, so the first one is employee database. I have already given the explanation, correct? So the employee database in the sense of like date of joining, whatever the employee name or any family members details, how many like spouse, children's are there, what is the qualification of that particular employee, past year experience, all other details will be there in this employee database. That will easily they can take and they can calculate or they can use for any other purpose. Next, leave and attendance. So in the earlier days what will happen, so if I want to take a leave, so I need to write in a paper what is the reason as per the letter. Okay, we need to write the letter and then we need to submit to the manager. But now using the software or using the Tally software, easily we can in one click we can apply for any leaves. Just we need to inform managers and then we are going to apply in the whatever the softwares or the ERP software using in the organization. So manager will approve. Okay, and attendance also, the attendance regularization will be happening parallelly. If once the manager has approved the leaves, that will automatically reflect in the whatever the attendance of that particular employee. If for example this month 2nd and 3rd I'm going to apply for a leave, so on that time what will happen, once the manager approves for that leaves in this ERP, okay, that will automatically reflect in my attendance. Okay, these 2 days whatever the casual leave, ELs or sick leave, whatever it may be, that will taken of this particular employee name and so on so date. Okay, that will be reflected. So that is very very important for calculating the payroll in an organization. Next, in the production companies or in the manufacturing companies, this overtime or the production, okay, that will be there. If for example the working hours of an organization is 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock, So after 4, if the employee is going to stretch and is going to do the work, if for example 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, so double the hour as per the rule. So for the normal working hours, how much that employee is getting, in the overtime he needs to get the double the amount. Just an example, in the normal hours for that particular employee they are paying per hour 200 rupees. So if the employee is going to do for an overtime of 2 hours, then that 200 into double, that is into 2 into number of hours extra he is going to do, or overtime he is going to done in that particular day. Like that they are going to calculate and they are going to give as a overtime salary or overtime benefits for that particular employee. And in some companies what they are going to do, number of units they have produced, usually in the garments, number of pieces they have produced or number of units they have produced. So based on that also they are going to give the salary, correct? So if for example per unit 100 rupees they are going to fix. So that number of employee or that particular one employee, how much number of units he is produced for that particular day into 100 rupees. If it is in weekly basis, so in that particular week, how much number of units he has produced and 100 rupees. Like that they are going to calculate and they are going to pay the salary for that particular employees. So that is also one of the role or functions in the payroll. Next, bonus and gratuity. So the bonus, if the company has the sufficient profit in that particular year, or if they are going to make profit for that particular year. So on that time, the company, what they are going to do, they are going to issue the bonus. On which basis they are going to issue? Based on the salary or based on the how much productive or efficiently he has worked for the organization. Depending on that also they are going to give these bonuses. In that 2 forms are there. One, they are going to pay in the form of cash, either through cash or the bank. Second one, they are going to pay through stocks. Stock in the sense shares of a particular company. Bonus shares they are going to issue. Money they are going to give to that particular employee. And when it comes to gratuity, so for every employee who is going to complete 5 years of service in that particular organization and he left the organization after completing the 5 years of services in that particular organization, he is eligible for this gratuity. Correct? So based on the whatever the last grant salary as per the tax, we need to calculate the gratuity and then the company going to give the gratuity for that particular employee also. So that is also easily we can calculate through ERP software. Next, salary revision and increments. So is there any salary revisions for that particular employees or any employees in the organization, or is there any increments given to that particular employees? All these informations, if they are given properly, then easily it will automatically change the calculation and it will give the what is the gross salary, net salary, everything. And the last one, PT, that is professional tax, PF, provident fund, and ESI, that is for whatever the medical reason or for the hospitals. Okay, they are going to collect the ESI amount from the particular employees. That too based on the salary of that particular employee as per the norms, whatever the limits were there. So if the employee is getting 18,000 rupees and below, okay, only they are eligible for this ESI. So they are going to cut some 400 rupees or 500 rupees from each employee, and that will contribute to any medical emergencies for that particular employee. So on that time they can use this ESI. Professional tax. So for each employee they are going to deduct this 200 rupees as a professional tax. And provident fund, employee contribution is there, employer contribution is there. So how much employee is going to contribute for that particular provident fund, the same amount the employer is also going to contribute, and they are going to invest or they are going to deposit to the PF authority. So all these things easily they can access and they can clearly calculate the salary of a particular employee using this Tally ERP 9. Okay, this is the payroll in Tally ERP 9. Next we'll discuss about the what are the features of payroll in Tally ERP 9. So I will just brief about whatever the points are there. It is fully integrated with accounts to give you the benefits of simplified payroll processing and accounting. This is the major feature of a ERP software because it is integrated with the accounts department or whatever the accounts are there and simplifies the payroll processing. So whatever the manual reporting or manual calculation, it is eradicated everything, and in a click you will get all the salary details of employees in an organization. Second one, it has user defined classification and subclassification for comprehensive reporting. So individually also you can get the reports, and the team wise or the unit wise or the departmental wise they can get the salary or whatever the budget for that particular units or for the department, how much salary we are paying for this particular unit, everything you can easily get. Okay. Next, it provides the facility to create user defined earnings and deductions pay heads. So pay heads is nothing but whatever the headings, or like for example salary, perk visits, fringe benefits, all these things are the headings. Okay, if you are taking as an heading, under that how much is paid for this employee, how much we need to pay for this, all these things will be calculated easily. It allows flexible and user definable criteria for simple or complex calculation. So whatever the complexities are there or whatever the problems are there to calculate in that particular person's salary, okay, the software is going to easily calculate and it will give the report. Next, it allows unlimited grouping of payroll masters. So I will explain you about this, what are the different masters are there. So easily we can create these masters and that will take all the information and it will generate the report. It provides flexible payroll processing period. Like for example, every month of the last day of that particular month, they are going to get the salaries, or employees is going to get the salaries, correct? So for that, they need to start processing all these activities in 1 or 2 days back, and they are going to give the checks to the whatever the banks or tie up with them, and then they are going to credit the salary to that employee. So this is the flexible payroll processing. Okay. Next, it provides comprehensive cost center as well as employee wise costing reports. So how much cost they are paid, for example per hour or take per day or per month, how much the company is investing on that particular person, how much return they are going to get from that particular person, that they can easily calculate. It facilitates an accurate computation and deductions of ESI, EPF, professional tax and gratuity, etc. We already discussed, right? So all this, whatever the deductions they are going to make, that they can easily deduct and they can show it in the pay slips also. It facilitates computation of arrears pertaining to the prior periods. So is there any arrears paid to that particular employee, that they can easily calculate. And the last point, it helps in tracking the employee loan details. So if the employee has taken any loan from that particular organization or any advances from that particular company, so easily they can track and they can take or they can recover the loans and advances from the employees. Next, we are going to discuss the summary. Okay, summary of this particular course, whatever we have learned in this particular course. Okay, so first one, introduction to the fundamental features and functionalities of Tally. So what is the meaning of Tally, what are the different versions are available, and what is the fundamentals or features of the Tally ERP9, or whatever the functions we can easily taken from this ERP software. All these things we have discussed, correct? The accounting softwares, how to generate the reports or how to check the payroll management system, everything. Okay, providing a fundamentals for efficient financial management also. Okay. Second point, explore the key aspects of payroll management within Tally, emphasizing its role in handling the salary related process of organizations. So how to calculate the salary or whatever the basis of calculating the salary in the ERP9. So on which basis they are going to categorize, or which group, employees group, employee category, all these things, okay, that we have learned. Next, understand the specific features and functions that Tally offers for effective payroll management, ensuring accuracy and compliance. Okay, here we have discussed about the employee database or whatever the loans and advances or recovery of loans and advances or professional tax, employee provident fund or ESI, all these things we have discussed, right? So that functions and features of Tally ERP9 related to the payroll management that we have discussed. Next, the step-by-step guidance and activating or enabling the features of payroll masters in Tally, correct? Allowing of customization based on the organizational requirements or based on the whatever the company needs or metrics needs, we are going to customize the all the features in the Tally. Next, delve into the payroll calculation using Tally, covering aspects such as salary, components, deduction and statutory complaints. All these things we have discussed, correct? And the last one, the hands-on part, that is in the Tally software, how the employee master or the payroll masters looks like in that employee category, employee payroll or employee information, production or the overtime. All these things we have discussed, right? So these are the few things we have discussed in this Tally for payroll management. Thank you.